It would have died and destroyed by the first radiation belt, exactly where the ISS is meant to be.
That's also false. That's also another lie you believe because you don't understand radiation. Do you know what 6 milliverts of radiation is?
And you subject that
Do you know
stupid
what
thing
6
called the
milliverts?
ISS to a curved trajectory of 26,250 miles circumference. At Mark 23, you generate 920,000 Gs that would tear the thing apart. Nothing can survive that. We're not moving at that speed, they say, and that ISS is not doing Mark 23. Not at all. Sorry, impossible. Totally impossible.
It's not going through air. That's the difference.
It's,
and you don't understand that. You don't want
generating a centrifugal force. It's worse for it that it's not going through air. At least the air would try and slow it down a bit. It's not going through air. If it were up there, that it wouldn't be going through air, and it'd be in the thermosphere. It's even worse for it because the heat would weaken and soften it, and those G-forces would tear it apart anyway. It'd be torn apart. No chance of surviving that. Impossible. And God will not allow that to happen. God didn't create the ball earth. So everything you built on that false premise is considered null and void. Satellites, GPS, what am I talking about? Yeah, the ISS, Apollo missions, everything null and void. Artemis, null and void.
At least one of them was authentic, and that's when the moon buggy was on the actual moon. So, sorry, gravity on Earth is about 9.8 meters per second. Before you interrupt like an interrupting cunt again, let me finish my fucking sentence. So, like, the gravity is measurably around 9.8 meters per second squared on the moon. It's measurably 1.62 meters per second squared. This is how the dust works in a near vacuum.
It's a fantasy, you see. That's the problem. No one's ever
been to the moon. You need to pretend it's a fantasy because we're desperate.
We don't have the technology to do that. We'll never have it due to the phenomena aforementioned, and that would be the what do you call it? We're talking about the outgassing phenomena, off-gassing in American English, and if you're learning it in the MIT or any university, it's degassing, whereby the molecules that make up any object that is man-made, that is put into a vacuum, begins to deteriorate, and depending on the Torr value, it's exponentially orders of magnitudes much faster than it is here on Earth, where we have air and air pressure. Then you've got the cosmic ray particles, material that is shot across the universe, supposedly, when a star dies, goes into supernova, explodes, traveling at almost the speed of light, 370 million, 629,611 miles per hour. For every square centimeter of your spacecraft, will be
that you don't understand how they
every second, totally destroying that aluminium
that you're talking about.
And in order to contend with that, you would need 2 meters of shielding. NASA never had that shielding. So the cosmic ray particles would have killed it. Then you've got the solar flare events, debilitating death levels of radiation spat up by the sun. During the Apollo missions, lucky the astronauts went on the lunar surface, a recording of 960
another
grams.
Thing you don't understand that you're strong, man.
And finally, you've got radiation itself from the 3 radiation belts. NASA never had the shielding. And aluminium was
material. You don't understand what 6 milliverts of radiation is.
I understand what 250,000 sieverts would do to a human being. It would be instantaneous death. That's what it would be.
That's not what's happening because they're not spending 24 hours continuously in the Van Allen belts. They spend like less than a minute and only get about 6 milliverts.
No, that's what I mean. You don't even know your own story, man. It's going to be 3-4 hours back, and there's 2-3 belts to get through. So
it's
there's more than 4 hours.
The entirety of the mission.
Sorry, no, man. It's not minutes.
The entirety of the mission is not inside the Van Allen belts. You're just listening to liars spreading misinformation.
Alan Bean. I'll quote Alan Bean for you. Bart Sibrel from the documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild. How were the effects of radiation on your body as you went through the Van Allen radiation belts? Alan Bean replies, I don't think we went out far enough to encounter the Van Allen radiation belts. Well, then Cibro tells you where they start from, 3,000 miles off the Earth's surface. Sorry, 300 miles off the Earth's surface. Oh, then we went right through them. See, Alan Bean didn't even know. You say you didn't go through the Allen belts.
People who don't know much about this subject and then talk about it not knowing the subject.
The astronaut himself should have known that he went through the Van Allen radiation belts. To say that he doesn't think he went through shows that he didn't go to the moon. Right there. Why would you say that? You have to, it's unavoidable. That's the problem. Unavoidable.
The moon's much further than 3,000 miles. So tough luck.
They go up to 60,000 miles, actually. 2 belts, remember? 2 belts. Plus, when you look at the transcript, no countdown of them entering the belts and exiting the belts, which you would have to do so you know how well your astronauts are coping. No such conversation took place. Come on, man. It's a big ask to believe that. It's a big sell, isn't it? Come on, man. Radiation changes DNA. Wow. We're talking about gamma ray, neutron rays, and X-rays. Alpha and beta rays are as rare as hen's teeth in space. As rare as hen's teeth.
384,000 kilometers. Because
I'm talking miles.
Radio operators know this distance because of the speed of radio signals. Like you just measurably debunked again because you don't understand the subject.
Not at all. You're just talking out of your ass, man. What you don't seem to realise is
that I'd just be like you, repeating misinformation in public.
He went through the Van Allen radiation belts. When it was put to him that they start from 400 miles off the Earth's surface up to 60,000 miles, he then changed his story immediately and says, "Oh, then we must have gone through them." Then at the end, he goes, "No, we couldn't have gone through them because they weren't discovered until before our mission." He got it all wrong. Alan Bean fucked it completely up. Okay?
So you're listening to somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about. The Van Allen belts were confirmed.
Alan Bean. He was an astronaut of the Apollo 12 mission. Alan Bean, astronaut, Apollo 12 mission, and I think he went on a couple of other missions as well. Alan
Good
Bean.
for him. So the Van Allen belts were co-discovered by Russia with the Sputnik 2 mission. So
no, they were not. They were discovered by James Van Allen in 19. Russia never discovered the Van Allen radiation belts. That was meant.
They measured them. They measured them.
The claim goes to James Van Allen, 1958, from the Explorer 1 mission. Shut up, you got it wrong. See, you're being debunked. Like I said, you have no knowledge of this. You're being thrashed, Russia. Sputnik 2. Nonsense. No, you're wrong again.
It was in 1957, Sputnik 2 did detect them. Too bad.
No, it was officially given to James Van Allen. When you hear, that's why they're called the Van Allen radiation belts, because of the person who discovered them. It's not called the Sputnik 2 Russian radiation belts. Sputnik 2 Russian radiation belts. They're not called that. They're called the James Van Allen radiation belts, discovered by James Van Allen, 1958, Explorer 1. But that's if they're up there. And if they're up there,
they're by Sputnik 2.
No, they were not.
Regardless of when they were named and who got named after them, didn't change the measurements.
No, the discovery was made by James Van Allen. That's why they're called the Van Allen radiation belts.
How far away
it was fake, Jen, it wasn't a real discovery, it was fake.
Well, I mean, yeah, it could have been, exactly. Could have been fake.
You're not sure? You're not even sure?
Oh, no, of course not. I haven't been to space to confirm that those belts are there. But they say they're there. They've credited James Van Allen.
They say they went to the moon, so...
Yeah, and we know they didn't go. We know they didn't go.
So
they couldn't have gone because the belts would have been a formidable obstacle, an unsurmountable obstacle to surmount. And NASA...
Hang on,
you see, you're talking when I'm talking. You can hear I'm trying to get my stuff out.
Yeah, but you've been speaking for hours.
What I'm talking. That's where you get into trouble.
And I only just came in.
So basically, as I was trying to say to you, that NASA was not prepared to go to space. They didn't test anything to destruction, and they didn't have the required shielding for the radiation or for the cosmic ray particles. They didn't have it. Simple as that.
And how many orbits of Earth did Explorer 1 do, Jin? Was it around 58,000 orbits of Earth? Hard to do on a flat plane.
I would not be able to give you that number. Sorry.
Yeah. Well,
Wouldn't be able to give you that number. All I know is James Van Allen was the person they credited for discovering the supposed Van Allen radiation belts containing 2,500 rems apiece. Instant death. The terminology they use is instant debilitating death levels.
No, they don't.
Instant debilitating. That's the words.
Jen,
Those are the words.
Jen, do you mind if I join the conversation so you
join
allow me to get through a few bits out?
The
story they tell us about the belts is that they could be dangerous, but they do also tell us there's gaps and holes that you can fly through where it's not so dangerous. So you've chosen to believe how dangerous it is, but you haven't chosen to believe that there's safe routes through it.
Yeah, that's a nice story, what you put forward there. I've never heard of them saying there's gaps in the radiation. In the radiation belts, the gaps, and I say to you, where you go, whatever section you go through, you're going to be instantly killed because 2,500 rems is not survivable by any human being.
Even you don't even know the story. You don't even know what the belts are or the story about them.
Well, I've never been to the belts to know it. I'm taking the story of the Van Allen radiation belts.
No, you're not. You're cherry-picking parts of it.
I'm taking it from NASA, from NOAA.
Cherry-picking parts of it from NASA.
David Percy, Robert, what's his name?
It's not the orbit around
Ronnie Strong.
The radiation part you're okay with, but the orbits you're not.
Bill Woods, rocket propulsion engineer. There's lots of people who have measured it.
Jen, are they under the dome?
Bill Casey.
The Van Allen belts under the dome?
I can't tell you that. I can't tell you if they're even there.
Well, how do you know anything about it if you can't tell me whether they're under the dome or outside of the dome?
I'm questioning the story they tell us. And when we look at
how do you know that you're asserting that it's true?
Still prepared to go. We know they never went due to the outgassing phenomena of a vacuum. We know that.
Well, no, you don't know what you're talking about. How long has it got to be?
I do know what I'm talking about. That's why I'm talking about it. Remember,
you don't, Jen.
You're talking to the professional expert specialist. You seem to have forgotten that.
No, I am one of those. So you just tell me what you think.
You're not any of those at all. You're not any of those at all. You're a person with a having delusion certificate. That's all you've got. You haven't got anything going for you about that. You're not a You're not a professional. If anything, you're a professional deceiver, and that's all you are.
Right.
Nothing else.
I like how he calls everyone a liar and a fraud. Like his only defense against everything and everyone is you're lying, you're lying, you're a liar, you're all a bunch of liars. It's getting old, man. Jin, come up with something new. Seriously.
No probe, no spin, no moon landing.
So, anyways, I posted the there's this guy that actually does the actual flights long distance, and he tapes the entire flight to check the distances, and they all account for the globe Earth. I posted the video. You can check his channel. The distances that he calculates go well within the definitions of a globe Earth, and all of the calculations, if you were to do on a flat Earth, just doesn't work at all. He has tons of like these weird flight routes between Sydney and Chile, through Africa, that just wouldn't work on a flat Earth because the distances would be completely whack. If you have a better model where you can show me the distances between Sydney and Santiago, please post them. Or else, Jin, shut the fuck up. You're a fucking embarrassment.
Okay, you're a walking train wreck. That's the first thing.
Show me the distance. Show me the distance between Sydney and Santiago. Show me the distance between Sydney and Santiago on your map.
And evidences and
Jim,
proofs.
show me the distance between Sydney and Santiago on your map.
No good scallywag from the top.
Stop being a liar. Stop being dishonest. Show me the distance between Sydney and Santiago on your map.
Unfortunately, no one's claiming to have a model from the flat earthers. The planes
so you don't have a model. But you know our model is wrong, but you don't have a model.
Perfectly on time, and people are connecting with their luggages and they're off going to the trips and their holidays because they've made it on a flat earth, on a horizontal linear flight path, no curved trajectory, according to the in-flight telemetry data they're in. The black box, which is actually an orange box. Isn't that interesting? A black box, which is actually orange. The in-flight telemetry data telling us that they don't fly over the ball earth. So whatever you built on a false premise is null and void.
It's not called a black box because it's black.
You're null and void. You're all null and void. All you globers, null and void, like that.
Voidy.
So you don't have any distances on your model. You have no idea to measure distances.
From London.
It's impossible to create calculate distances on the flat earth.
Curvature to be experienced that wasn't experienced is 3,740.47 miles over 9.5 hour flight, perfectly horizontal. And when you extrapolate that 6,000 miles onto the globe, it's almost a quarter of the globe. That's 90 degrees of curvature, not experienced at all. There you have it.
So you have no model of measuring distances. How would you know that your distances are based on the flat Earth?
I just gave you one. 6,000 miles.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
6,000 miles.
Yes,
what?
I do.
Jane,
I've traveled that
6,000 miles.
so
what?
many times. I am talking to you from Japan currently, right now. So clearly, I've traveled it.
What is the distance between Sydney and Santiago on your map?
Well, I've given you the distance between London and London Heathrow to Tokyo Narita, Japan. Okay, 6,000 miles, 10,000 kilometers. Predicted curvature to be experienced is 3,740.47 of curvature over 9.5 hour flight. No experience at all. And when you extrapolate that onto your globe ball that doesn't exist, it's a quarter of the globe ball. That's 90 degrees, and we didn't experience 90 degrees of curvature from start to finish. There we are.
Where the fuck would you increase 90 degrees of curvature? That is hilarious.
That's a quarter of your globe. You see, that's the quarter of the globe that you're meant to be living on.
He's one of the silly people who thinks that that north is up and south is down.
You're one of the silly people that don't acknowledge that you've got a down under that's been referred to. Clearly, that means it's down under the ball, down under, underneath, from the
you
top.
Sound like a child.
Top, up and over, down and under. It's the weatherman and your people that brings that up.
How
Jane Stanley,
intoxicating and rude can one
yes, you're under the world. Yes, down under. I'm below. I'm at the bottom of the world. That's what they say.
You sound
what
ridiculous.
Are you to deduce? What are you to deduce from all this?
Very
that
is
the
the answer
ball
to that question.
has a top, North Pole, and a
How
South.
can a man be more dumb
that
than
way you have
children?
Down and under. New Zealand, Australia, down under.
You need to relearn English.
Not really, no. We take what's been said. Down under. In America, they say you go down and under the table. Get under the table when a nuclear bomb goes off. And tuck in. Tuck and cover. So you have to go down to get under the table.
If
you don't get
if
on
your
the
wife
table,
could hear you now.
Okay? You need to relearn English, I think. You don't understand the terminology at all.
Oh God!
Down and
under is literal. You fucking
down
idiot.
and under that ball, especially from where you're.
Idiot.
You're down and under from us, from the UK, aren't you? In New Zealand, yes, we are. We're at the bottom of the world. There you go.
The bottom.
Down and yes, top. And that means we're at the top. You're at the bottom.
Yeah,
you fucking dumb bastard.
You think the globe sits upon something like a ball sits upon a court?
Because you haven't got a clue. You're an Aussie. No wonder.
No.
That's an ad hoc.
Aussies, man. Aussies, man.
I'm from the
Aussies.
UK,
That's an
you
ad hoc.
fucking
Look bunch of fucking twits. Aussies.
That's an ad hoc.
Never been to
I
Australia.
shit them every day, Aussies. Flush them down the loo.
Yeah, he's just trolling. If you ever needed more proof that Jin is just trolling, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm not trolling at all. I'm giving you facts. And you can't
I
handle
think this is the way he is.
You just label the bullshit that comes out of your mouth as a fact.
Yeah, he's just trolling. He's just trolling. He's just saying that Australians are a bunch of dumb fucks. I mean, that's basically what he's saying.
Bring it on.
I mean, that's just.
Well,
Yeah,
according to the Australians, you're down under. Like, you're underneath my feet. You're the inferior one here.
Unfortunately, I'm the one with the superior DNA on this flat earth that we live on.
Yeah, he's trolling.
Racism.
Guy's trolling.
No medical intervention has been necessary, and I'm carrying on into my 46 years now. So, unfortunately, I'm 63. So, unlucky for you guys with your injections and your silly little medicines that you take because you've got a cold, you've got a flu, you've got catarrh, you've got influenza. Good luck.
Oh.
Jin, you're going to have to deal with Sydney to Santiago, which has been regularly scheduled round trip for over 20 years, and it's a 12-hour flight each way.
I've already dealt with it. They're getting there on a flat earth. They get flat earth clearly. They're arriving at their destinations, connecting with their luggage, and they're enjoying their business trips and their holidays, as they've always done on the flat earth.
Yeah, it's a non-stop. It's just a non-stop 7,000-mile flight. Non-stop 12-hour flight, 7,000 miles.
He doesn't even have a map, so it doesn't really matter. He's just making shit up as he goes. He doesn't have a map. He doesn't have a model. He's just making shit up. His argument is, the Earth looks flat, therefore it's flat.
Regularly scheduled. That flight is regularly scheduled for over 20 years.
He has no maps. He has no distances. He has no flight plans. He has nothing. He has nothing, and he sits here and shits on globe earthers, even though he has nothing. I asked him to show a map, and he doesn't have one. He's just making shit up. He's just being a troll.
Again, horizontal baseline. Horizontal. Flat earth. Thank you. Flat.
That's what Sage could make a difficulty thing of like, how hard is it to have a proper conversation with this person? And Jin would be one of the final bosses. You could give that person a rating and go, if you can manage to get this guy to have a chat, you are nailing it.
In the Dunning-Kruger chart, in the Dunning-Kruger spectrum, there's no room for Jin.
I am a unique individual. That's why I'm a professional expert specialist. You can't pigeonhole me. You can't grip me. I'm slipperier than a bar of soap covered in engine oil. So you've got a wet bar of soap, you can't grip it already. Put in engine oil, you have no chance. You got no chance. I'm not trolling.
For fuck's sake, you quote Banjo. I mean, come on.
The man has got
Banjo. Oh my goodness, that poor guy.
He's done great work with all the routes across flat earth versus the globe, and he's sold it with the Russians attempting.
It's funny, fascinating to get a view inside their minds.
He also has got a video called Pearl Harbor Proves Flat Earth.
You just legit constantly shout your truth at people, don't you, Jin? That's got one shouting truth.
Pearl Harbor Proves Flat Earth.
It's just a strong opinion. You say you replace strong opinion with the word fact. It's just an obvious troll. So
yeah, he's just trolling.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not trolling at all, mate. I don't do that stuff.
He's been trolling for the past fucking half hour, telling how Australians are stupid, saying that his DNA is superior to others.
No, he's been trolling for years.
Yeah, he's just trolling, dude.
And like a simple amount of...
I don't even think this guy is a flat earther. I don't think he is. I think he's just saying stupid shit to rile people up.
Are you mad? Look at my T-shirt. Look at the sweat on my T-shirt. and I'm not a flat earther. I've just climbed Diamond Head. Get out of here. You're out of your mind. Fuck.
I mean, it was
Take a
very
look at that
easy to
genuine
use a
sweat.
bit of flip image vertical and compare the reflection of the mountain with the actual mountain and show that it's asymmetric.
Did he just say he just climbed Diamond Head?
That was Diamond Head, yeah. In my picture, that is Hawaii, Honolulu. I'm at the top of Diamond Head shouting out flat earth with my flat earth t-shirt on. Look at the sweat on the t-shirt. That's your clue right there. It took me, I did it in record time, 25 minutes flat. That day, yeah. Okay. I'm a flat earther, boy. One of the hardest working flat earthers you'll ever meet. Nothing wrong with genuine sweat. Most people look for a good
performance metrics? Do you have KPIs as a flat earther? Are there certain things you got to check off each week? Smash the globe X times.
It's definitely
tell
involves
Australians that they're retarded a few times. Tell people that you are genetically superior to others. Ignore basically half of the planet, have no map to explain anything. When being asked to say differences to measure distances, say that you have no map, and then yet you shit on globe earthers. Is that also part of the spiel?
Believe in Van Allen belt. That's one of them.
He tried to compare circus mirrors to a lake. So
I'm questioning.
Unfortunately, the lake curves less than a circus mirror.
Holy shit!
So you've got a faulty comparison right there.
Unfortunately, you're full of the brown stuff, of course, and nothing but verbal diarrhea.
You're covered with the brown stuff. Like,
unfortunately, that's not helping.
Your mind.
You're making a mess of the server.
Your personality is rancid.
Cleaning up. You may want to start cleaning up the server because you're making a right mess of it. Get the mop out.
Well, this is just. Why don't you try just to have a chat, Jin? Just a bit of back and forth, a little bit of I think this. What do you think about that?
He's not here to talk to anyone. He's here to troll and act stupid. He's not here to talk to anyone.
He said you're doing the same thing.
His mouth diarrhea all over the server. He's not here to talk to anyone. That's not what he's here for.
I don't think you debunk that point by doing the same thing.
Pearl Harbor proves flat Earth. There you go. Okay.
Pearl Harbor proof. All right. So how does Pearl draw the clearest line you can between Pearl Harbor and flat Earth for me?
I don't need to do that. We're living on a flat Earth.
There you have it.
That never changed, Jin. That was fantastic.
Yeah, it's good. That's a troll.
Flat Earth. Say more about the thing you just said. Nah.
Exactly.
You do sometimes run from your own bits of evidence, don't you? Like chuck a video in the chat, and then when somebody starts watching it, you run off again.
No, I'm not.
And it took like 3 minutes to Photoshop compare the reflection of the mountain to the actual mountain. Like,
how long have I had the video?
To debunk your own argument.
I am the champion.
It was like what's his name in the other server the other day was like, oh, the Rayleigh criterion has 3959 baked into it. And I was like, okay, tell me about this. And he's like, oh, no, I can't be bothered getting it for you. I was like, I know what this is. You're saying you find this 1.22 number and you're saying it's meaningful. And I'm just saying, yeah, you'll find the 1.22 number. It won't be meaningful. And sure enough, he does it. Just gets the Rayleigh criterion where it is about angles. There's no metric measurement. There is no distance length measurement in it. It's just about how much things scatter. Based on their angular size and the aperture or something like that. But you get all these funny numbers, theta and all these weird ones, and you times it by 1.22. It just appears somewhere, 1.22 appears somewhere in the formula. And then, but look, if, the curve calculation for the Earth is 1.22 times the observer's height and feet. So we've got these same constants in two different places. Therefore, the Rayleigh criterion is just hijacking perspective using the radius of 3959 because the number's the same. It was good. It was very good.
Yeah, interesting. That was, very, very witty, But like I said, I've got my sense of humor. There it is. Mm-hmm. Pearl Harbor proves flat Earth. Thanks to flat Earth.
How does it prove flat Earth?
It certainly does.
Japan proves globe Earth.
I will leave. All will be revealed to you in that video. You watch it, you learn it.
Oh, is this the old smoke bomb? My girlfriend goes to another school evidence. Either say what it says or just admit that you don't know what it says, but I'm not. No, that's just such the lowest form of argumentation has to be my evidence, my argument, my rebuttal to you is contained in a video that I can't recount to you. Obviously, you've got no rebuttal or support for that, or you'd present it yourself.
That is your assumption there. Remember, I've had
it's famous and it includes the ocean, so it must be flat earth proof.
It out, okay? So it's not something new that I've just acquired, okay? And been doing the rounds
with it at all, have you?
You've seen me post it when you were on 24/7. When you're on Earth Awakenings. When you're on
I've seen you post loads of stuff. Almost invariably, it will say the opposite of what you're saying. I don't think there's a time I've ever dug into one of your links before I found that it claimed the opposite of what you're saying.
Funny though, that we were talking about Pearl Harbor and then Jim drops the Pearl Harbor proves flat Earth. Brilliant. It's just
you brought up Pearl Harbor. I don't think anybody had discussed it in days.
It was brought up by a guy that I was talking to earlier on today. Earlier. You may have not been there.
Right.
You were there, but you weren't really chatting at the time.
Was Pearl Harbor real?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I've been to the place several times.
This is good, Dawn. This is good, Dawn. Carry on.
I've been there several times.
Sage is struggling.
Clearly, it's a real location. I was on the ship that was really bombed by Japan, right? And the grave site. Yeah, I've been there, done all that. Got the T-shirt, done it.
You're going with
I also
the most famous false flag ever was real this time.
I also informed the Japanese tourists that Roosevelt knew that the Japanese were coming. The look on their faces, I said, yeah, know your enemy and know them well. That's what I said to them. The look on their face. And then I gave them the links to Robert Stinnett's book, Day of Deceit, and the links to the interviews. I've been to Pearl Harbor twice, been to Hawaii 5 times, but I've been to Pearl Harbor twice. And on both occasions I did that.
But can you answer the question? Does your evidence for Earth being flat rely on Pearl Harbor being real? Or can you somehow extrapolate the flat earthness from a fake event?
Basically, we don't need Pearl Harbor to prove flat Earth. Of course not.
Why did you say
you don't even bother follow it? You just got no.
It's an addition. It's an addition. Another proof.
You don't set for yourself the challenge to agree with yourself one sentence to the next, do you? It can't both be that Pearl Harbor proves something and that it's fake. How do fake things prove things?
It is not fake at all because we're living on flat Earth. And the event known as Pearl Harbor.
Sage was running. I was literally sure that Dawn just asked you and you said yes.
I can't believe it. Pearl Harbor was real.
Of course it was a real event, yeah.
The Japanese attacked on that day, as it was said in the mainstream.
December 7th, 1941, 8 o'clock in the morning, thereabouts.
Did he just say the opposite mere moments ago?
What did I say?
Right. As soon as I challenged him, he said, yeah, it's going to happen.
That was an inside job because allegedly America knew about it to the point.
They most certainly did know.
That's true.
They most certainly did know.
If not thousands of men die.
Yeah, they certainly did know that for a fact that they did know. And when Robert B. Stinnett was asked, did Roosevelt sacrifice those men? He said, yes, he did. Robert B. Stinnett, a naval photographer, first mate, I think it was, and a journalist for the Herald.
So we're going down the middle. It was real, but it was a sacrifice and it was set up. So it's black magic that also proves the flat Earth.
Oh, it does prove flat Earth, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you watch the video, you will learn how.
So show us how it proves flat Earth. That's the bit I'm absolutely hanging wide outside for.
I've done my due diligence and I've delivered what you need to watch to learn. Okay, there you go. Now, I've got to get off to the shops now. So, okay, going to the shop time. Be back later. Thank you. Enjoy the video.
So good. So good. That the absolute, it's like an epistemology made out of wet rice paper. Just the moment you touch any part of it, every other part breaks away and disappears.
Oh, well, I wasn't saying blah, 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 blah.
Hang on.
He's no different than D-Mock.
Pearl Harbor
true.
proves flat Earth, but I don't need Pearl Harbor to prove flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was literally...
Pearl Harbor can prove flat Earth, but it's possible we're not getting told the right story. Like, the maps will be set and not set, depending on whether the proof requires it. Both will and won't equal MA until the flat earther needs forces to work in a Newtonian sense or does not. Just whatever is the mainstream will switch on and off at will in order to maintain this silly idea.
He would probably say 9/11 being fake proves the flat earth. Something wild.
It's wild connections or something. There's a word for it. He's like X proves Y.
But yeah, like if you're going to say Pearl Harbor is one of the, I'll say pieces of evidence, because I struggle with his boldness to say it's proof. Like,
I don't know where he pulled it from. I think he said he's heard someone speak about it yesterday.
Yeah, earlier on, Giraffe Guy, 7 foot tall, was talking about war, and so was and so was one of the other Americans who was around what was it, 8 hours ago? Yeah.
Oh, he's got a giraffe name. Okay, yeah, Reenie.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. 1 hour ago, he was debunking 9/11, but now he's saying Pearl Harbor did happen. It was a real attack. It's just so wild.
Yeah, the conspiracy in his mind is that Americans knew about it and sacrificed those many thousands of men.
But
it's what makes me think about Yasuke, actually, because Yasuke, I think has reached the natural logical conclusion one must reach. I think Jin and Yasuke are at opposite ends of the spectrum, where Yasuke thinks everybody is trans. Literally, like everybody that went to Antarctica has to be trans to be on it. Now, I don't understand the trans bit at all, but fine. But his thing is, which I agree with, is you can't have some things being real and some not. If there's too much fakery going on, then there's not enough people left to fool.
Yeah,
do you get what I mean?
Weigh each one up that fits with the rest of your conspiratorial thinking.
Yes, they can't break one another. There are some that create these perfect lines that really draw a line from A to B, and you get it, and you go, okay, that's pretty good. But if some other line says that's not possible, or that happened in a different year, or that person's actually trans, you're okay, well, that's not really their kid, so all of the consequential.
This thing with the Van Allen belts, he hates the model. Yeah, he doesn't believe any part of it. He thinks you'd fall off the bottom, but somehow Van Allen belts are real.
Yeah, real enough to prevent a
real enough to prove against the model.
Well, he's learned a superficial amount of information about the Van Allen belts, and from that has drawn the conclusion they're far too dangerous to go near or through.
But that whole line of argument relies on them being real and like the shape of them, sort of. It's like it's forgotten his other belief.
Oh, it's like, yeah, even the information about the Van Allen belts is fake, that even if you try to talk about them, you're just perpetuating the narrative of the globe.
Right. So his anti-globe argument is globe propaganda, and he doesn't care.
Yep. Because the Van Allen belts may as well be as fake as the allegedly fake moon landings, because it's all just fakery wrapped around in fakery. And that's the argument, I guess. And according to his superficial research of Van Allen belts, that fakery doesn't add up. But
so annoying, because I know inside his head is some real logic of why you might not trust the moon landing. But when he says it, everything he says is dishonest, every sentence.
Yeah, I don't know. Dishonest says they know it's false.
Yeah, I think I mean not dishonest in the actual presentation that's in the sentence, but dishonest. He knows the sentence is going to come out not true, but it says it anyway. Like every time he starts speaking, he knows he's about to lie.
Yeah,
he said it
he
before.
runs
and he
into his
knows
own. Yeah, go on. Sorry, it cut out. I thought you'd finished.
Sorry, yeah, I did finish. He said it before, and he already knows the reaction, so he knows it's not right.
Yep. And sometimes I've walked him through his own evidence. Like, where's some good ones of that? I've done it quite a few times. Oh, okay. Walking him through one, I remember doing it. It was laborious, but you know that one. Well, you've got to watch this video. Watch this video. Watch this video. This guy's above reproachment. He's a engineer who This is an engineer who builds aircraft and fixes aircraft. Used to be in the military. Now he's in private industry, and he gets in this flat Earth documentary saying, "Yeah, you just can't. There's no curvature. It doesn't make sense. The plane's systems wouldn't work if it was a globe." So Jin's presenting as this really strong argument because this guy is an engineer, and so I pull up the interview, and the interview says, "Oh, plain engineer. Here's all the things I've been fixing," and then he just apropos of nothing, or in the middle of his introduction, goes, "It's not really a What am I trying to say? It's not really the jet fuel hoax. It's not everything's a hoax, guys." And he specifically mentions the jet fuel hoax as one that is false, and he knows about that because he's an aircraft engineer. Walked him through how, if you're claiming the guy's an engineer, and that's why we should listen to him on the shape of the Earth, then we need to listen to him on his engineering.
Yeah.
But for some reason, he's like, "No, we listened to him on the shape of the Earth, but I'm not sure if he's correct about the jet fuel stuff."
Yeah,
I think he might be missing something.
He's only a hostile witness on one subject, nothing else.
Yeah, and the worst subject picks the wrong subject to trust him on.
Yeah. Like a normal jetliner pilot says, "Yeah, it looks quite flat normally when I fly." People say, "Oh my God." An expert says, "It's definitely flat."
Yeah. Yeah. It's like risky pulling up a Karl Popper quote about like how science is doing its thing, whether it's correct or incorrect. But you read enough of Karl Popper's stuff, it's like he's in alignment with the conclusions that like orbits happen, the globe spins kind of thing. Like you can't just quote mine somebody because they agree with you.
He's criticised science, so you trust him. He's a smart man, but then you won't trust him on the real bits where he says, "Yeah, this one's real."
Fascinating. It's really interesting, I think. That's why Flat Earth is so interesting, where the other conspiracies at least are sensible enough to hide from that kind of inquiry, to not make claims about things where there are legit experts.
That's true, but even people who have general knowledge, they'll be pretty caught up in a particular area, and it's like if a subject matter expert is talking about a different subject, they might get subtleties wrong where they'll get corrected in peer review. So it's understandable that like when physicist is talking about biology or geologist is talking to geophysicist, there could be a bit of argy-bargy, so to speak, when just conveying the information. But it's just like, yeah, this is our home territory. We're trying to help you with the correct information, so try to avoid like saying our field of expertise is different than like what we've learnt about it so far. Like experts can be wrong about some things sometimes, and it's like having a bit of discernment to go like, if he's a really good plumber, maybe a good welder, that may not indicate his expertise in demolition or terrorism attacks.
Right.
Yeah, like. And like Eggs was saying, like you could probably get pretty good at understanding 1, 2, maybe 3 fields of like plumbing and electrical and mechanical stuff, but to then like go into the weeds of like, oh, I understand Van Allen belts as well as Sputnik 2 and Explorer 1 did. It's like, not really.
And then expecting the astronauts to know all about them, that's silly too.
Yeah, it's like if it's not deemed a issue that you need to deal with, it's a little bit like New Perspectives, one that he's just been on for years, which I do quite like his dogged persistence on the planes in the Coriolis. Like a dog with a bone. I don't think I've ever known him to prefer a different argument.
He knows it's wrong. He knows that the air comes round with it and pushes stuff around with it.
Do you reckon he knows? I wonder that.
Yeah, I'm sure. He knows it's not 2 separate systems.
Yeah, like so many things that are happening on Earth are interconnected. Like even like your daily weather chart of like a high pressure system and a low pressure system, that's horizontal pressure without containers. And somebody said the joke, see those squiggly lines? They're the containers for the air. I thought that's a funny response. Like,
kind of true though too, isn't it? Yeah. Isometric barometric lines or whatever.
Yeah. And like you got those cold fronts and warm fronts, and like there's hurricanes and cyclones are often in, I think it's the low pressure systems, but yeah. Especially up here in Brisbane, the discussion was happening around Cyclone Alfred. So it's like, yeah, if the satellite saw it 6 hours before I did, thanks. You know, I can batten down the hatches. And we basically got the day off work so we could deal with it. And some people got hit worse than others. Like, that's nature for you.
It looks like Bev's found a new little tack, I don't know what you call it. He's going to help people measure Polaris angles. As if no one's done that before.
Who's measuring Polaris? Say that again.
Bev thinks he's going to like try to get this grassroots experiment going so everybody can measure angles to Polaris so that he can deal with this 69 miles per degree of latitude. And he's already been in contact with like the Royal Societies and stuff. So yeah, he's trying to get it all rounded up so he can create a lemma.
Love it. Good on him.
Oh, absolutely. Do it. I'd rather he do it than not do it, without a doubt.
I think you guys should tell him, anyone that he listens to, you should say, just go and do it then and find out what Earth is. Not like, yeah, let's do it together as a team.
Yeah, I'll try my best here in Australia to look at Polaris, but, see what happens.
You should have done this 7 years ago, Bev, you ignorant fool.
I
So
expect
he wants everyone to, get a theodolite, maybe go get a sextant. I mean, or how crappy are these measurements going to be made?
That's the thing. We don't trust him. He's going to fudge it, and he's going to say, "Oh, it's not quite right."
So I wonder if I could do the celestial theodolite using Polaris, just creeping slowly north from Australia as I go to the equator during the equinox.
Or you could do that with any star. Doesn't have to be Polaris.
Yeah. I'm just going. Oh, I think the ocean is occluding Polaris. Yeah, but I'm in Ternate, Indonesia, and so is the guy at Equatorial Guinea. It's like, oh, we're just going to head a bit south to the ocean occludes the star.
It's a certain type of ego that it takes to pretend you were mastering geometry for 6-7 years and ignoring astronomy, lying every day about geometry and how and confusing people about reality, and now asking to join in with astronomy after 6 years of
you
lying
got to
about
hand
that.
it. You got to hand it to Bev for being so completely fucking narcissistic that he is very proud of his contribution. His greatest contribution to all of mathematics is imaginometry.
Imaginometry.
Yes. It's on his webpage. He's all about imaginometry, his contribution to mathematics and science.
Which is just saying other people make up geometry.
Well, I don't know. I was saying, well, where's your published maths on that? I want to use this imaginometry. And he goes, oh yeah, the was it the quadratic the quadratic daddies, or something really insulting about a quadratic equation as being also kind of fictitious. It doesn't get much worse than Bev. I mean, he's right up there with Banjo. He's even Jin. I mean, just like with a different vocabulary.
Oh, I totally agree. He's one of the top lying cunts.
I've seen his whiteboard work. It's pretty fucking funny. But if he gets a few dozen people showing up on his live, whatever channel he does, then that's what he's going to do.
I mean, the equator being 0 degrees to Polaris is a big hint that we've kind of done it before. I don't know when it was done first, but does that matter?
Oh yeah, like 300 or 400 years of celestial navigation. We better check this out.
Yeah, I think you should all be stubborn and strict with them and just say, look, this has all been done. It's your fault for ignoring it. And we're not going to help you now. Go and do it.
But you can't use the sextant because that's a Freemason tool. You're going to have to invent your own. What was made by the Illuminati? Yes.
I don't know. And if you listen to Schlitzie, you can't use a theodolite.
Yeah, I heard him say
that. You can't do that for 50 miles. I've read the manual. No.
He also said you can't use telescopes or cameras. Too much distortion.
Black Swan's dead then. Every Black Swan is actually. It's all done with the Nikon P900.
Yeah, every P900 photo. Yeah, they say, oh, that's optics. You can't use optics, and then they'll show up with a P900 photo as if that's not optics. They're just
So
verbal graffiti. They have no real impact on the current state of technology or its advancement.
No.
They're just left out. They know they're left out, and so they just want to insult it. I don't know why, but that's just
what you should rub in. That's what you should rub in. We've been studying the stars as men for years, and it's your own problem for ignoring it.
Only to hear, the likes of Jin say, we don't know what it is. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know where it is. And it doesn't even matter.
Like, I don't know why they were hunting through the frames for the final experiment, but apparently there's a bit of sun glare going near McToon's head, and I thought, okay, let's just look up sun shining through the trees. And it looks like the sun just going straight through the fucking thing because there's just so much glare. And it's like, if we can do it to a thick tree trunk, it can do it to somebody's head. Like, glare is famous.
And that glare and appearance only occurs in the camera. That's a camera artifact. I mean, it's not if you stop it, if you run the f-stop down, that artifact goes away.
And then I figured out what people were calling the starburst, like when lenses have that aperture, that iris, depending on how many folds are in it, can change how many spikes the sun rays have, kind of thing. Or not like Prexcapsular or anything, just that, like when
lens flares from the iris.
Yeah, it had something to do with the aperture and like how many spikes were off the object. And somebody photographed their like desktop lamp, and yes, it had the same pattern, 8 spikes, because it was an 8-fold iris aperture. And I went, oh, cool. It's not just the sun that has sun rays or whatever.
I feel like you're on about that video where McToon was quite excited and he went outside that basketball court and was showing the dappled light and the
Oh no, this is a cherry-picked bit of footage from the final experiment where he's checking out the battery and his head goes kind of towards the glare, but the glare doesn't affect the camera. But it's like, yeah, it's a glare issue, and like, it's like, even if it did block it, you have that sort of fingers held up between the sunlight, and the sun can be so.
I feel like
the glare.
It's so desperate saying this optical thing isn't quite right because it could be this or it could be that. Like, no, you obviously haven't studied it enough.
Yeah, the only thing they're sure of is that reality is wrong. And any of their maybe, could be, might, if, I don't know, God can do it, that's more likely than reality. Working technology doesn't mean a thing.
It's exactly the same as the Christian schism, but it's a completely different set of language. And different phenomena or topics that discussed. You have to make up a way that it might work to explain your broken model. That's the same as the religious schism.
So yeah, the image I posted was some guy testing how much that aperture was changed due to exposure, and yeah, this is just a desk lamp kind of thing.
And it's not much. It's not changing a lot.
But yeah, that kind of starburst thing, that's very similar. A little bit different from a lens flare, but yeah, it's due to that kind of like closing iris thing. And yeah, I thought that's something I hadn't learned about before, but it's something photographers have to deal with because they haven't got a perfectly circular sphincter around their camera lenses. Lack of a better.
It's weird that from our own eyes we don't see many flares. We don't really get eye flares. We see some similar artifacts, but not exactly the same. But when you shoot a movie, you often keep that in because it feels natural for some reason. Because we're used to looking through various glass surfaces.
Oh yeah, especially if you're a movie maker and you look through that same lens with that same sort of iris aperture that's slightly closed, like a pupil. It's mechanical, so it's made out of like the Stargate, little slithers that will close it off partially to allow more or less light in. Yeah, but yeah, they were learning about the eye, and the eye has like a shutter almost, and it dilates, and yeah, it's
got the focus,
Mm.
which acts a bit like a zoom. It's amazing we've made a machine eye.
Yeah. Depth of field, I thought, was an interesting topic raised also. Like, that's basically the depth between foreground and background, and
Is
just
that like
comparing.
if you can keep your focus open to background and foreground?
Yeah, you'd pick kind of like there's like a slight difference between, say, looking at your two fingers if you have like one arm fully extended and one really close, but if you got like a squirrel in the tree, you can take a photograph that focuses mainly on the squirrel and creates a bokeh blur effect, or you can take an image that will go from the squirrel to the slightly more background branches, and they will also appear in focus, and the bokeh will be behind that.
Yeah.
So
In FPV drones, we care about that. So GoPro Super View had this perfect distance between the center and how much the edges come in and move. And DJI tried to copy it, and it's just not the same. So it's ruined a lot of people's drone videos.
Right.
So instead of using 4.3 and extending it to Super View 16.9, they do their own type of warping.
It would be actually interesting to actually uncover an actual like attempt at conspiring to do something. I think the closest we've done that is the whole Epstein Island controversy. Like, there's some nefarious people doing nefarious things and trying to hide it. It's like,
I'm very interested in how it takes a pedo ring to make an atheist Glover say, hang on a minute. That's what it takes. the tower card burning in the middle of New York from the tarot, that's not enough. But a pedo ring, oh, now we know there's a conspiracy.
Oh, I was just saying the only conspiracy for that was like they conspired to hide their nefarious acts.
Well, also that they killed him, yeah. So murder, but also that they were involved in the child trafficking or human trafficking, if you don't want to go to children, and that's why they had to cover it up. What about Pizzagate? If you are open-minded to Epstein.
But it's also true for like these combating military nations. It's like, yeah, we have to sort of conspire so that information doesn't get to the enemy. It's like, yeah, we're not going to just openly say, hey, we're doing this now.
So we could conspire with Ukraine to study Russia's military. That's reasonable. Or we could conspire with Russia to pretend to attack Ukraine.
Or you could be like the Japanese before Pearl Harbor and conspire to send out radio signals pretending that they're going to alternative destinations, and you wouldn't know which one is a real destination and which one is a fake one.
You'd probably need to just put one ship on the horizon, send 2 underwater missiles, and then call it in and say, oh my God, we're being attacked right now. And that's it, all you have to do.
Or you get a very like scale model of an actual ship, like Globebusters do, and put it on a lake and call it an attack on like the HMS MMS Missouri or some other ship in service.
Oh my God,
like,
what, do it with models and then show that on the news?
Yeah.
I mean, flat earthers think, or some conspiracy theorists think they use models for the nukes and the moon landing.
Well, calling it a fluoride bomb was an interesting take that I heard.
So it wasn't a nuke, but it was a real bomb against our rights. That's why we're all retarded, because it had fluoride in it.
Yeah. So even just for nuclear power plants, it's like, oh, it's got atomic. They're all just scary little things that only the elite scientists talk amongst themselves in their little cabal theaters or whatever. I mean, we get some information. Like uranium, let's call it 135 or something. It's got a decay rate. Yeah.
I think there's a whole pyramid of conspiracies going on all the time, which includes a lot of the big tragedies, wars, shootings, bombings, attacks, murders, suicides. It's literally how because we haven't spiritually evolved into our full alien form yet, we rely on power and overpowering others with intellect and knowledge. And to do that, you have to conspire. Also, men love conspiring. It feels exciting.
Wouldn't it just be called coming up with a plan?
That's what I mean, yeah. It just goes into normal manly behavior in the end. A dastardly plan.
Yeah. Am I planning to go to work tomorrow, or am I conspiring to go to work?
Yeah, if you make a deal with yourself, I'm going to try to be better and get some money from Earth, and I'm going to try and survive. It's like you've started your own cult. Just you.
My employment is an inside job.
Yeah, I've got my own ideology, and sometimes me and my friends do something in secret. So I'm in a cult. Had a really weird dream last night, just before I woke up this morning. And I was sliding down a hill in this sort of chute that was designed for sliding. Anyway, the craft that I was on was material, like a sack. And it was fast, but it wasn't fast, so I couldn't really tell if it was fast. But it was exciting. And then I realised the chute was made out of straw. Yeah, so I was going down this straw chute in a sack. And then I started to see that the friction under the sack was burning the straw. And I was trying to put it out as I was zooming down the chute. And I was worrying, this is really fun, but I might set a fire behind me because it's summer. Why was my brain doing that? I think it was related to riding bikes in the summer. But my brain had turned it into a sack slide. Maybe I'm crying out for more excitement, more speed, subconsciously.
If your ass isn't burning, you're not having enough fun. Oh dear.
Yeah, that's a nice way of saying it.
Yeah, it can be like part of the adrenaline junkie facet of that kind of thing, where you want to ride the slightly steeper hill, or
brake slightly later into the turn. I think this speed thing that men love must be tied to the escape mechanism. Going fast, which means I'm escaping well.
But it's also like a competency thing. It's like you try riding those speeds just as a newbie, like you're off with an injured leg.
It's definitely a skill in sort of balance and working with a machine. I'm very into extreme sports. And even stuff like all the Red Bull stuff, so fighter pilots, motorbikes, all types of cars.
I wouldn't mind trying hang gliding once or twice,
Hang gliding, what type of?
Just in a sleeping bag with a big set of wings above you with that triangle. Yeah. It seems interesting. or at least paragliding, like they do.
You wouldn't go all the way to base jumping?
I'd probably start off with bungee and sort of work my way up, but
yeah, flight is sort of extra speed plus anti-gravity. It's like an even extra buzz.
For practice, I'm going to go to like one of those indoor skydiving places where they just put you up above like a circus net and a big blasting fan. They put the goggles on you, your cheeks just wobble. So, as long as the net catches me, and if it doesn't, well, I suppose it's just as bad as falling from a great height. You just get blended.
Humans have invented extreme ways to fall and fly. Perfected falling.
The ironic thing is, like, that huge blow dryer underneath the circuit net is just artificial falling. It's just like you don't have to jump out of the plane. We can just turn the fan on very, very fast.
But even though you're falling, you go laterally, don't you, quite a lot, and you've got a lot of control, so it feels like flying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and with enough body control, you can maneuver yourself around the arena and possibly even do a flip and correct yourself like a sugar glider kind of thing. So yeah,
it looks like one of the most exciting things a human could ever do. Jump out of a plane. Just that last minute where the GoPro turns upside down and drops into free fall.
I can see why the surfers would like want to attach one of those big parachute sails and see how much airtime they can get and move their way up to something a bit more extreme later. Yeah.
Surfing's cool. Being able to hold that front edge of a big long wave. That must be super exhilarating.
And then you got those rare few will go, I want to catch that 10-foot wave. Nah, 15. Did it. Okay, now 20. And just...
Yeah, it becomes then like the wave is the beast or the dragon. And you're managing to just balance without getting eaten. So you're like, can I push it further next time?
Yeah, even people who do water skiing, you land the wrong way, twisting something serious, but with a bit of skill, you can even barefoot ski.
Why do humans like to do this stuff?
Because they could figured it out. They do it because they figured it out. And
yeah, because animals play with nature, but not quite. Humans do it in like an uncanny sort of. Why did you decide to do this way?
It's like humans. Oh, we're going to build a canoe. A couple of 100 years later, it's now inflatable and it's whitewater rafting with helmets and everything.
Yeah, or huge hovercrafts going through the jungle, sliding perfectly.
Yeah, I think that kind of reminds me of those sort of bayou boats where they just got this massive fan and just this shallow boat and they're just going through the the shallow water.
That's even better than a hovercraft. Actually,
yeah.
They've perfected moving across the surface, and then they've got like natural racetracks. I would definitely want one if I lived there.
Yeah, I think similar related is those sort of like jet boats where they just inhale water and spit it out the back, and they're only in like maybe 12 inches to maybe 2 feet of water, and they've got this mud racetrack more or less, and they just navigate it at ridiculous speeds, and it's like the rally car racing over water.
I watched a really good GoPro video. It's the Subaru WRX, but the best one on the planet, like the full rally team one with special fuel. Anyway, it did Le Mans. Is it? No, sorry, Isle of Man one. And he was on the gas so hard, and it was like 200 kilometers an hour, bouncing up and down, little slides at maximum speed.
Ex-girlfriend I had when I was about 21 was into rally. We'd go to one or two, just watch him just drift on the gravel. Listen and watch it occasionally on TV, and you get the communication. And as a joke, you'd go for a drive, and it'd be up round a windy mountain. It's only 60 kilometers an hour, but you could sort of go, all right, soft turn, left 20. Humans do a wide range of like ridiculously risky things and somehow survive it. Not always, though. There have been a few who've not made it, but
really silly thumbnail, but he reacts to it well, and it's just a fucking amazing machine and drive. Oh, it's miles per hour. So 200 miles per hour on most of the track, and the straights is like 300, I think.
it's a Subaru transmitted infection, right?
It's almost faster than the bikes in some sections because it's more nimble and he can be more reckless.
Sage, do Subarus have poor transmissions? Oh, hang on.
I'm afraid this question is too generalized.
No, hang on. She did it. Sage, do Subarus have poor transmissions?
Yes, Subarus have transmission issues.
That's much shorter, isn't it? That's a proper length, right?
So how do they win all the rally?
Well, I wonder if it's a bit like the KTMs are known for this. Their nickname is the keeps taking money. They're those orange motorbikes. And their slogan is ready to race. So they kind of warn you about it, where if you want something to go for ages, you give it kind of, my understanding is you give it sloppy tolerances and big, like heavy push rods that bend and aren't brittle, and kind of, you don't push things right to the limit. Whereas if you don't mind if you blow up an engine after 100 hours of use or something, if you don't mind just running it completely at red line where it's going to shake itself to pieces and you're just going to be constantly swapping out parts, but you're winning races, then that's, I think, kind of,
Oh, you're saying it's high performance but not long lasting.
Yeah, that's generally my understanding of vehicles, is the higher they perform, the less long any one part of it lasts, till my guess is, like, by the time you're up at Formula One, it's like the ship of Theseus or something like that. Is it, whose ship is it? Sage, whose ship is it where they keep changing all of the bits of the ship, and is it the same ship?
The vehicle belongs to its driver.
That wasn't
ship of Theseus. It's
Theseus,
something, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it, but it's roughly that. Theseus or Theseus, we'll call him.
Like maybe you keep a frame for quite some time, like an underlying chassis you might use for quite a few races, but I reckon the engines are blowing up every second race.
On this particular one, I think they had special fuel, or I might have mixed up that with another video.
Yeah, and that's a kind of...
This is amazing, this car.
Show me it. What car? What have I missed? I was just testing Sage, and she said you were talking about transmissions, and I was like, no, they aren't. You're getting this wrong.
It's the WRX Subaru on Isle of Man TT bike track. And
that would be fun.
The driver's so good that the car is just zooming and bouncing at 200 miles an hour.
I think that's such a better form of racing. To me, it is dumb and boring. Like Formula One, I find dumb and boring, where they make this super slick track that's very easy to get around. So then they make this weird fandangled car to get around it. That's a cool direction if you then let them just go faster and faster and faster and faster until, like, the sky's the limit, which is kind of what they do on Pikes Peak, which I think is really cool. Pikes Peak, where just whatever car you want to send up it, you can send up it.
Hill climb, yeah.
Yeah, and there's been a major engineering challenge for years, is how do you get the mixture right, because it's going up so high that's going to be going through really different pressure. Oh, that's a fun one to bring up for the flat earthers, with the pressure without containment.
Oh, there's nothing fun about that.
Nothing fun about what?
I don't know where the container is. It could be 100 kilometers away. It could be 100 light years away, but there's got to be containment.
I think what makes this so good is that he could choose his racing line in real time. Doesn't have to pick it before the corner. And that makes it just feel faster.
Yeah, like the way that the rally cars sort of, they rehearse it beforehand and they get a general gist of like naming the corners and all that. But it's just like, once you're getting into lap record territory, it's like...
Yeah, you can see this guy adjusting on, like, all the time. So he can turn across the turn and save a second with a tiny little movement.
Yeah, unfortunately,
you go.
I was going to say the spills are as dangerous as the race sometimes because of that speed. Like, it's fascinating, like when they do it successfully, but you just go, no, it's going to be horrible when they miss that corner and flip over like 17.
He's pushing so hard that if he tweaks it like 3 centimeters the wrong way, that's going to tumble and smash straight through a house window.
I wonder if it's like facing mortality in a way, like these extreme parts, because like it's pretty obviously like skydiving, like parachute might fail, you're gonski, but like 200 miles an hour into a farmer's brick wall, yeah, that's not going to be comfortable.
You've got the fight flight, and if you're really good at flight, so running off and dodging through the trees, it's exciting, and you become like you enjoy running off, and that's what it must be tied to. So zooming through Isle of Man, the TT is like being good at running through the jungle away from a beast.
Yeah, because that's the rush. Because if you're a bunny rabbit jumping through the forest and you hit the tree face on like a Star Wars lands better, you're just food. But the thrill is like the running away, but also the thrill is like that relief of like I've made it through.
Yeah, the perfect hop. Now I've accelerated away. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We're currently designing manned drones, like FPV, but you sit in it. So we're going to have pod racing, like, in the next 20 years.
Yeah.
They've got propellers, so it's pretty dangerous when they get close, but they're designing better and better, like, protectors, things that go round. I feel like what an elite sport, like what if they're above Tokyo, zooming through gates and stuff.
I think if they could do some rudimentary pod racing with like gyrocopters or something like that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what they're developing now but your human size, so you can sit in it.
What do you think of that sort of jetpack on the arm, sort of Iron Man kind of thing that they were working? And the guy testing it out was a former pilot, and he's got miniature jets basically on his feet, on his backpack, and on his arms. And he demonstrated it. He demonstrated that for the Navy, and he just went from the jetty with the engines on, and landed on the naval ship. He's just like
one of the Chinese guys that I used to follow. He did the drone footage that followed him. But these are in development. There's a few mad guys that actually have homemade ones, but you can also buy them. And the rescuers now have them. They can take you off a mountain with it. I'm sorry, they can come right up and wait for the helicopter with you. I don't think they can carry you down. Yeah, so that's even different to a drone, actual human Iron Man racing.
Yeah. Because I think with these, almost like miniature helicopters, where they've just got like the 4 blades or 6 arranged in a way that you can basically, pilot the drone.
Yeah, I know that they could build a human-sized version of my little drone, same shape, with the same power to weight ratio. It's just getting them safe enough, getting a team of Red Bull satanic extreme sports people, and then starting the sport of the future.
It's not quite what Back to the Future promised, but close enough.
Yeah, was I think that's the early test. DJI one, I'm not sure. No, DC Racing. I can't remember. I've seen them do a power loop in it with a human model in it.
And that's how I proved that the Bible was false.
By using personalized drones?
Yeah, drones, some laser beams. I had a great conversation ages ago in Earth Awakenings where I said, I am to God as the flat earther is to the curve. And I just had great fun with each of the examples they brought up. I would be like, now as a flat earther, would you accept that? You know, I woke up one morning and I felt deep in my soul, I just got this sudden realization, there is a curve. You know, I went to a special building. We went each week to worship the curve. And up until then, I hadn't really believed it. But that day, I really believed in the curve, in the special curve believing building.
And there's very ancient texts of the curve written by multiple authors in different languages.
Like it can be the other way around. So when they realize in their subconscious there is a curve, it's like realizing God isn't real. So,
yes.
Oh no, I'm alone and it's a fucking globe. Shit.
Yeah, I think it's a way for some flat earthers. I think the flat earth is about measuring God.
It's a handy way to talk about the mystery of nature.
What do you think, Tora? Do you think the flat earth is measuring God?
I think a lot of people think flat earth, the globe is one of the ways that they're trying to obscure God from the conversation. Like that it gives way to like the ideas of Big Bang and evolution, and especially like heliocentrism.
Oh, yeah. Once you accept the globe, it's a steady slide. Once you've accepted the globe, it's really tough to stick to heliocentrism.
I think
like geocentric Earth is defensible.
The flat Earth can also
and
be
you
a
don't have
distraction.
don't have to get all involved with the cosmology of Big Bang or dark matter, any of that stuff. That doesn't really matter, because no matter what is postulated or learned about that will not change the solar system. The Earth size, shape, and motion, the moon size, shape, all the planets motion around the sun. That's like the most well-known aspect in all of nature. Nothing can change that.
But no, that's not what I mean. I mean, like, if it is flat or geocentric, there is no, like, you can't give way to Big Bang or evolution. Like, you just can't. So, like, the heliocentric model is the only model that gives way to that possibility.
The no God Big Bang, yeah, I know what you mean.
No, the heliocentric though is reality. The heliocentric is reality, and so
that's fine, dude.
If you deny the heliocentric, you are denying God's creation.
Do you agree with the point that I'm making?
No, it's not necessary to involve.
How do you get to the Big
anything
Bang
outside the solar system?
How do you get to the Big Bang from geocentric or flat Earth and evolution?
Don't care. It doesn't. It's not relevant.
So you do agree with my point.
Okay. Yeah. Ask a question. Don't wait for the answer. Got it.
You obviously have a ton of hate in your heart for me. It's clear, because you can't even concede to a very rational and logical point. It's ridiculous.
What do you think about this one? That the Satanists brought up flat Earth versus globe Earth to divide churches from inside.
Yep.
I don't think
so many
Earth and globe Earth is in the church.
You could still have so many good conspiracies, and flat Earth would still be one of them if the Earth were a globe.
You do have a great conspiracy writing. You said one just a second ago. The Bible is false. That's a conspiracy theory.
Oh, I think people conspire. I just don't think grand conspiracies exist. Small conspiracies exist all the time. I've been in some. The grand conspiracy that requires many different groups of people across different times and generations to maintain a lie, I think, is preposterous. I think it has happened. Like, there's probably been a few times where, like, people didn't for thousands of years didn't know that silkworms made silk, right? That was a pretty well-kept secret.
Well, the Bible would fall under the category you just said. Over many years, perpetrating a lie, many different cultures.
But how many people do you think would know it's a lie? I think that very few. I think that I think many, many thousands of people added little lies, but I don't think that any of them were like, I'm concocting this out of whole cloth. I think they believed all the previous ones, didn't realize that all the lies got added together by, copying the previous lies and adding one of your own.
Yeah, I think the same thing about the globe heliocentric model.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah.
So that would be just as big of a conspiracy theorist as a flat earther. Just you believe the Bible is the thing that people believe. They think they're telling the truth, but they're not actually.
Like I don't think I quite get how you say it's a conspiracy. Who's conspiring? What would be the biggest conspiracy in the Bible? I certainly think they conspired to lie after the resurrection of Jesus.
No, the whole Bible, the whole thing.
Stuff. It's like two people said a burning bush. It could be a subtle mistranslation, right? A bunch of people saying we saw the seas part. That's a bit impressive, provided all of their accounts were written down. But each time something amazing happens, apart from the resurrection of Jesus, each time something amazing happens, we tend to hear about it from just one person. And that's a bit sussy.
I'm not talking about the specifics of what's in the Bible. I'm saying for you to take the whole Bible and say, this is just false, and man has, they just believe it because, there's been lies added to it over time, and now it's perpetrated through society in a major way. Like the Catholic Church has a lot of power. I don't know, you saw the last Pope get elected, a ton of people, it affects their psyche, their emotions. So yeah, that would be the same concept as what I think like the globe is doing. You just think like it's the Bible, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think that the Bible makes the claims that are made nowadays by believers in the Bible are unfalsifiable. They're untestable. They're things about the start of all of existence or what it means to be a good person. None of them are questions that I can sort of put on a scale and weigh and measure. But the torque that is applied to everything on Earth as a result of being on a spinning body is something you can detect with like off-the-shelf J-code shit, right? You can detect that 100 different ways, quite probably.
Yeah, if you first look through the paradigm of if you first that's the same exact thing. So if the person
through the paradigm of what?
If the person presupposes the scripture to be true, then they would say you would test it by testing the claims it makes. So like you would turn away a harsh answer with niceness. You wouldn't murder people. You would honor your father and mother.
Is that a test? Does that sound falsifiable to you?
Those are all things you can test. Yeah, definitely.
Are they falsifiable? Okay, so what would falsifying that look like?
What would falsify? Like if you turn away a harsh answer with kindness.
Yeah, are you proposing a study? A study could be done on that, and
it would be more of a. It would be more. You're correct, guidance, right? Because the whole idea is what you're saying, and I agree with you. Is psychology isn't a science; it's unfalsifiable. It's behavioral studies, and that's what the scripture would be as well. It'd be a behavioral thing. So
and
then
what you're saying is an edict, like a rule. It's not a cause and effect relationship. It's not saying if you turn somebody away, then Y will happen. That's a test we could make. But saying one will not do that thing is already presupposing that morality exists. It presupposing that my morality is correct, and then it's presupposing that all of those words are going to make sense to a person. In that it's not science at all. Where science would say something like a turning Earth applies a torque to every object.
Yeah, now if you look through the paradigm of a turning Earth and then you get out your gyro compass or whatever and you're like, look, it matches, when in actuality there could be another reason that we don't know. But
it could be another reason that we don't know God.
Yeah, that's the whole point, dude.
So God might not exist as well, but one of them is falsifiable.
It would be impossible to have a world that doesn't have God, because then the world wouldn't be intelligible.
Kind of, I hear you say that, and what I really think you mean is I wouldn't know how to make sense of the world if God didn't exist.
No. You wouldn't, like, you don't have any actual concrete reason for what makes knowledge possible before any humans existed. Before any, like, in order to have any
back to the
uniformity, in order to
pre-sub
have
thing, but it's why don't you ask me what I think? If the pre-sub thing really works,
I just
you should
did
be
ask
able
you
to.
what you think. I just asked you what makes knowledge possible in the not God world.
Did you say that? Did anybody hear him say that? I'm transcribing it. Do you want to find that in the transcription?
Well, that's what my statement implies.
Your statement implies that you just asked me a question about my worldview rather than just launching in to tell me what my worldview is.
No, my statement implied, I said, without God, there is no way to explain intelligibleness, right? So therefore, at that point, that implies that the question is posed to you, without God, what makes intelligibleness possible? What makes knowledge possible?
What do you mean?
I don't even know. It doesn't. The question doesn't make sense. Like if God is required
That's an
for
incredulous
intelligibility,
answer. That's incredulous.
Yeah, let me give you the full answer though. If God is required for intelligibility, then please summon some of him now to be intelligible with the question, because it makes not a jot of sense to anybody.
And do you agree that knowledge exists?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, it's a concept.
Yeah, then you don't know anything, dude. Then you can't know anything. Then you're just saying, I don't know if I know anything, which is a literal claim. In order to say, I don't know if I know anything, that's a positive claim.
Who said these things? These positive claims that you're so upset about? Who made them?
You did. You said you don't know if knowledge exists.
Sure. So, but that wasn't the bit that got you upset. You then made the whole thing about it being a positive. How's it a positive claim? Go for it. I'm not sure if knowledge exists.
Yeah, that's a positive claim. You're not sure if knowledge exists because that's a knowledge claim.
Is it? Where?
Yeah.
What am I claiming knowledge over?
Yeah, because you're saying you have sureness and not sureness of things in your statement.
Where? When did I say that? Where?
Because if you're not sure of something, the only way to prove that you're not sure of something is that you have been sure of something else.
What?
Whoa.
So then therefore,
where did that come from?
Well, then so surety doesn't exist in your worldview.
Yeah, I think certainty is a like feeling we have. We feel
I said surety.
Fine. Like I would like to respond. I think that certainty is something that we have a strong feeling for, but I think we also, all rational people, recognize that other people seem to get it wrong. And if we really challenge ourselves, we go, I guess, okay, maybe I get it wrong too sometimes. Right? We all get that, but none of us think the things we think are wrong. So having certainty will always be an illusion. It will always be misplaced. Being certain about any given thing, because the only two choices you have is choose to believe, be certain about something that is obviously true, like that I exist, in which case all you're choosing to believe is something that is so incredibly pointless, there's no point believing in it. Or on any other topic that's worth discussing, you will now have a contrary view. Somebody else in the world will have looked deeply into the same matter, probably longer than you, and come to a different conclusion.
So like 1 plus 1? Like what
exactly.
Is 1 plus 1
So what was
equal?
my first category? What was my first category? There is one category where it is so obviously true there's no point discussing it. And the second category where upon points upon which we disagree, your rule doesn't work. Your certainty doesn't give us any light in the darkness.
Yeah, but you're claiming there is no certainty except 1 plus 1 equals 2 for certain.
If we pick things we're certain about, we can wank ourselves silly all night long. But the point remains, everywhere that certainty is useful, i.e. defeating a false claim, it's pointless. It doesn't do you any good. All you do is go, I feel really certain.
You can't prove anything in your world. You can't defeat false claims.
You just fold back into this stupidity. You just fold back into making no sense.
Yeah,
rather than defend your
fine.
claim.
You can just make ad hominem arguments, but you can't deal with what I'm actually
what you
saying.
Are doing.
What you're admitting, what you're admitting is there is objectivity in the world. For example, 1 plus 1 equals 2. But for certain things, you don't believe there could be objectivity. So you don't have an argument for that. You don't have an argument for that.
Why don't you let me make my arguments? I think objective reality exists. I think that our ability to detect it is limited by our biases.
How do you know that?
I don't.
Exactly. So you don't know that. You just said, I think objective reality exists, but I don't
I'm
know
pretty
that.
confident I think that. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that I think.
Who cares, dude? You could be just talking to yourself. Like, you sound like a crazy person right now.
You do. Honestly,
No,
you do. That
you sound
yearn for a
incoherent
conversation.
and illogical, and you're contradicting yourself at every turn.
I don't think I am. I think that everybody understands what
That's
I mean.
fine.
And,
you don't
and
have
what
to
further,
think
I think
you
Torah,
are a deluded person wouldn't be able to tell if they're contradicting themselves.
Exactly. But I think, Torah, this is you every time you speak. I think that you wait for this conversation like New Perspective waits for a conversation about planes flying.
I didn't wait. You dragged me into this conversation. Don't
but I
even
think that you
start
should
with
be
me.
aware that every time you have this conversation, you try to reduce the other person's worldview to being incoherent. Either they agree with you and they're entire, or they're entire.
That's the whole point.
What an incoherent worldview. Your main goal, the thing you most enjoy, is rendering other people's worldviews incoherent.
That's what you do when you say, how can I falsify this? That's exactly what science is when you're saying, I'm going to falsify this. Yeah, it's showing the incoherency and inconsistency in the position and bringing evidence to the contrary. So that is the whole point.
You haven't done any tests. There's no science here.
That's because
what does this have to do with science? What science have you done?
Science. We're in
you just turn up every day and say your worldview is invalid.
Dude.
That's all you do. That's not science. That's religion. That's just being a zealot.
That method, though, of finding evidence to the contrary doesn't have to be scientific. It could also be taken in the philosophical standpoint of using the laws of logic. Okay? So we can also...
You're not doing science. Fine, we're doing philosophy. That's fine. I'm glad we're agreeing. There's no science here.
In order to get like a doctrine in physics, you have to take the philosophy of physics, right? You become a PhD. So you would become a doctorate of the philosophy of physics. So philosophy cannot be separated from science, as there's philosophical principles like the laws of logic used in order to make science happen.
Yeah, the fields are related, fine, but we're not doing science, so there's no point going, I'm being scientific.
You don't do science.
All I've said is your behavior. We're just voices on Discord, and what I'm saying is when I hear your voice on Discord, the conversation you appear to yearn to want to have is one in which you render all worldviews but your own invalid. And what I would suggest to you is that is an impoverished, busted worldview that everybody has. Like I'm doing it right now.
I don't care. That's your opinion, and that's perfectly fine. But my whole thing is, if someone's going to make an argument that air doesn't exist while using the air to make the argument, I'm going to reduce their position to absurdity, because it's not even worth my time to argue with the actual point that air doesn't exist while the person is using the air.
But that's what I'm saying. If your starting point is
fine, dude. That's your opinion, bro. I don't give a fuck about your opinion.
I don't care, man. I'm still like to share it. I'm saying
if your destroys your worldview every day, and you look like a little turd.
Does it though? Does it though? That's the question. Let's get on to that. Does it destroy other people's worldviews?
Yeah. When you're
Does anybody feel that their worldview's been destroyed by Torah? Has anybody seen Torah destroy a worldview?
God, no.
Well,
anybody seen
that at the very least, is demonstrating that you're going to need a source for all intelligibility, all morality, this kind of thing.
The only fan is another precept.
Very weak argument.
No, you're gonna need.
Give us the full argument. Maybe just give us the full argument. Can somebody make the whole argument, and also just make the argument by yourself without doing the "Do you believe this?" and the conversation tree? Can one or the other of you just make the whole precept argument so we all know what page we're on? Because I think I'm arguing against something that other people here haven't heard and don't know why I'm rolling my eyes at it.
Well,
I can do it. I know the whole script.
Argument. I don't know which argument.
No, the precept argument is how do you know anything? The precept argument is how do you know anything? And eventually you don't even know that. Well, how do you know that? 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 I invited you to do it. If you want to do it, please do it. I just gave you a good 30 seconds and you didn't seem to want to do it.
Yeah, okay. X is the necessary condition for Y. God is the necessary condition for knowledge. There is knowledge, therefore X, God.
Oh my God.
Circular, right?
So backward.
The circularist argument. Sage, is that argument circular?
Can you tell me how it's circular? Because it's a hypothesis, and then the conclusion proves the hypothesis. Are you saying every time that you make a hypothesis and prove your hypothesis, you're doing a circular
You said
argument?
it both ways
Yes,
round.
it appears circular.
Bingo.
You said
Thank
we
you.
need God for knowledge. We need knowledge for God. So I'll do it.
I didn't say that. I
You
didn't.
did.
I said,
I
do
just
you
said-
agree if X is the necessary condition for Y, and then
We're
you
definitely
have
saying no.
Y, that
Definitely
proves
saying
the
no.
existence of X? Do you
We're
agree?
If
saying
God is
no.
necessary for knowledge, then knowledge existence would prove God. But that's why it's circular. You haven't proved that. You've just assumed it in order to prove that God
Okay,
exists.
can
That's
you
why Sage
explain
just
to
told
me
you it's
why
circular.
circular reasoning is wrong?
Do you want me to use circular reasoning?
Yeah,
Because
like
it's wrong.
go ahead,
It's
because
wrong because it's wrong.
basically what I'm
I
going
can give
with
you
is
other
okay.
reasons.
And can you justify why 1 + 1 = 2?
Sure, a million different ways. Because
Go
it
ahead.
works Because it works
That's
mathematically.
circular.
Because
It is
no,
mathematics.
it's not.
That's circular.
You can still
You're
use the
appealing to
field
the
of
thing that
maths.
it
I'm
is.
just not talking about 1 + 1. I can talk
Yeah,
about
that,
because
1 + 1
in
is
order to
math.
explain one thing about geography, if I said, "Why do you think that King
No, I
Henry
gave you the
existed?"
example
If
of
I
1 +
use
1
another,
= 2.
No, in
So
math,
go ahead and justify
mate,
1 +
like,
You can't
just
justify
make the whole
base
argument.
axioms,
Make
bro.
the whole argument. Make the whole argument. Go for it. Please try.
Yeah, no problem. X is the necessary condition for Y. We have
is that?
Y, therefore X. You
What
disagree
is
with that
X?
argument?
Yes.
Sure. What is
definitely.
X?
No, I need to understand if you get this argument with X
I
and Y
get X and
before
Y. It's very simple. Yes, that I get.
Okay,
What is
so
X? What is
is
Y?
this
Is X
is
God?
this a proper argument? If X is the necessary condition for Y, and then we have Y, then X would exist.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
agree though.
So
on first
God is the necessary condition for knowledge. We have knowledge, therefore God. God is defined in this as the ultimate necessary non-contingent source for intelligibility.
But that's made up.
It's defined as necessary, and then you're saying, is this thing necessary? Which is why Sage is telling you that is a circular argument. Sage, is that a circular argument? You're defining a thing as necessary in order to question.
This is idiocracy. I need an AI robot to agree with
But if
me
you're
to
saying
prove
this
you
thing is
wrong.
necessary,
This is
that's like
crazy.
saying, does the biggest
Do you
poopy head exist?
Do you agree
By
that
the
most
way, the
people
biggest
define
poopy
God
head is a
as
necessary
necessary?
being. No,
Do
it's
you
not
agree?
necessary.
No,
one
God
plus
is
one
not
has to equal
defined as
2 instead of
necessary
saying
in
2
the
combined.
people. In the God worldview, do people define God as necessary? Yes or no?
Is that are they defining it into existence? Sure. God believers think God is necessary. That's fine.
Defining it into existence? What are you talking about? That is what his definition
Some people
is.
think things exist. That doesn't mean they're true. There are many words
that's
defined after
perfectly fine.
false concepts.
Okay,
don't know.
well, that's
This is
why
revelatory to you.
dude, you got to do an internal critique. Okay, so
Go for it.
your claim
Show me.
is it's unnecessary. Okay, so then what is the necessary precondition?
No, you were
that
doing
makes
an internal critique.
Dude, no, I'm now asking from your worldview, what is the net? Because you disagree with my worldview, okay? You do not,
Sure.
you
I think it's
reject my
busted.
premise.
It's
Okay,
impoverished is my word.
that's okay. Okay, I get it. So now, from your worldview, what is the necessary condition to make knowledge possible?
I don't know that it does have a necessary condition, nor do I know that knowledge is actually possible, because it would need to be both justified and true. And
But how do you know that?
Please let me finish. And truth is something I'm not sure humans can have, and justification is inherently subjective. So
Those are all knowledge claims. Every single thing you just said is a knowledge claim.
They're all my opinion. They're all my opinion.
No, yeah, and opinions, whatever, it doesn't matter. What makes all of that possible?
I don't know.
Okay, you have nothing. So your worldview has been shown that you have
You're meant to be showing your worldview.
See, you have to cut it off. You have to cut it off, dude. Because
tell me your worldview.
Yeah,
Build your whole
your
worldview.
worldview has no concrete foundation for the basic principles of knowledge.
And you know what your worldview is? It's built on my worldview being wrong. That's why it's impoverished. When I said, what's your worldview? Without talking to mine, you brought up mine. And I brought up that in the middle, and you brought it up again. Your worldview relies upon the brokenness of other people's worldviews. It's just standing knee deep in what you're sure is broken glass.
Dude, this is
right?
what anything in science is
no,
we
it's not.
find
There's no
there
science
is
here.
no
We just
evidence.
agreed that.
Yes,
Don't
it
loop.
is. There
We
is
agreed
no
this isn't
evidence.
science.
Dude.
Tell me about the science you're doing. Tell me about the science.
This is what we do. What
Let's
we do
complete
in
the loop.
science is we go with trial and error, and
You've
we
not done
wait until we
science in
have
your
the
life.
evidence. Dude, you
Come
can't
on,
even
man.
handle it, man. So this is what happens: is you spurg out
How
and you
many
get
grams
triggered
per
because you
liter
don't
is
have anything
philosophy?
concrete. Okay.
But
You don't have anything
don't
concrete to
loop.
stand on. So what
Okay.
happens is you have to spurg out like this. You can't just handle the situation. But when we don't have
But tell me your
evidence to the
worldview.
contrary, when we don't have evidence to the contrary in science, like right now, we assume that when we apply energy and heat to water at a consistent rate, whatever, it will boil the water. The reason we assume that is because there hasn't been anything shown to falsify that claim. So we don't have
Not
evidence
reason.
to the contrary. So now when I
I
apply
don't
this
agree to that.
same idea,
If that is a premise I need to agree with or disagree with, I fundamentally disagree with that. That is not
okay,
how
so
I come
you
to conclusions.
disagree that when you add heat to water, it will boil. When you
Obviously
make water
not. That's not the
200
thing
and
I'm
oh,
disagreeing with, nor is it the thing you think I'm disagreeing with.
okay, then what are you disagreeing with, eggshells?
That the only reason to come to the only way to come to a probably true conclusion is a lack of evidence to the contrary. That is one of many heuristics you would apply, but it is a pretty lowbrow one. It's pretty poor.
Okay, I will point it out to you every time you make a knowledge claim from here on out that is what you're using. In your everyday life, that is what you use, is that you have no evidence to the contrary, and that's why you
But
live your life
I
the way
use
that
that
you
as
do.
well. I use that as well, but I'm saying there are a
Yeah, but
whole
when I
bunch of...
use it, it's not acceptable because you don't like
Sure
me
it is.
and you have an issue with me
You can
that's
use it.
personal. It's not anything with my argument. It's literally a personal issue because I
No,
serve
it's
the
mostly a
God of the
conversation
Bible.
style. No, I like people who support the God of the Bible. It's just mostly the conversation style that renders any worldview other than yours invalid without being able to
What
defend
you
itself.
do with your globe
You
Earth,
should be
bro.
able to present this worldview in a
You do the
coherent and
same thing
sensible
with the
manner.
globe Earth.
But I can tell you my reasons for believing in the globe Earth and never talk about your epistemology. I can never mention you and tell you why I think that there's not a God. But
Yeah, well,
when I
that would be
say, when I
silly.
say to you, why, Torah, do you think that this is a strong argument for the existence of God? You immediately switch to, well, your worldview is dumb. And I think if your worldview is focused on the dumbness of other people's worldviews, you inherently must have a dumb worldview because you're looking at dumb worldviews in order to get your own.
I'm sorry, but that's exactly what you do with the globe versus flat earth. You just say how dumb it is, and there is no evidence to the contrary of the globe. And then when we jump to the category of God, you get upset that I go to epistemology when it's literally a transcendental category. It's not a physical claim, it's a metaphysical claim. So there's going to be different evidences for metaphysical claims than physical claims. What's your evidence for the laws of logic existing?
I don't know they do. Like, I can do it with a globe. I think that the Earth is a globe because it appears to be a globe because things disappear hull first or bottom first as if they're scrolling over a curve. If you go up high, it appears to be curved.
That's fine, dude. That's something in
I'm not talking
physical
about
reality.
your worldview, am I? Then I'm not talking about your worldview. You said that I would only ever talk about my globe.
You're talking about cosmology. That's in a worldview.
I didn't talk about your world.
Cosmology is part of a worldview.
The point I'm making is you can't describe this precept thing without talking about somebody else's worldview. Prove me wrong. Present the case without talking about somebody else's worldview. Go for it. The floor is yours.
Dude, I've given you the precept argument for my worldview, okay? If you want my worldview,
told you that.
Okay, so I grant God's existence in my worldview, and I define God as the ultimate source for intelligibility.
Exactly.
Yes.
I define God as the ultimate source of dickheads, and the proof of God's existence is the fact that dickheads exist. Right? It's a circular argument that says I'm defining something as necessary, and then going, hey, looking around, casting around like a actor at a pantomime. What's necessary? What's necessary?
You don't understand.
The God that I defined as necessary.
You obviously can't define knowledge then, if that's really what you believe.
Knowledge, I think, justified true belief works relatively well, like I said.
Okay, What makes that possible? What makes justifying and true? What makes true beliefs possible, and then what makes justifying them true? Justifying them would include using the laws of logic, which you don't think exist, possibly. So how could you possibly obtain a justified true belief if you don't believe the laws of logic hold objectively true? So therefore, you couldn't justify any
just
belief.
go on by yourself, making up stuff that I believe.
You wouldn't be. No, you told me specifically that you don't think the laws of logic exist.
I'm not sure they exist. I'm not sure.
That's saying you are not sure. Therefore, you don't think it is a possibility that they exist, or you do think it is a possibility.
I do think it's a possibility they exist.
Why
are you so bad at this? Why does your worldview rely on the existence of other worlds? You just cut me off in the middle of
saying what you just said. I just said you have two choices. You either don't think logic exists, or you do think logic exists. You're on the fence about the laws of logic. Now tell me, how did you come to that conclusion?
Guessed? Decided I'm fallible and just took a stab at it.
You decided you're fallible. So what is the reasoning for obtaining?
You can't present your own worldview absent of mine. That is a fundamental flaw in yours.
I can present my worldview.
Okay, go for it.
You already know my worldview. You already know my worldview.
Get it out. Get it out.
My worldview is that I believe God created Adam and Eve. I believe that God created Adam and Eve in his image. And his invisible image is that they have domain. They have the ability to rule this world and are at the top of the food chain in this world. The man is divinely given attributes of God. I'm giving you my worldview. You just asked for it.
It's meant to be the precept argument without it relying on somebody else's worldview being broken.
The precept argument is not a worldview; it's an argument.
And it's
what do you think? Arguments are worldviews now?
Well, yeah, kind of. Many of them are. Most worldviews are hinged upon an argument that asks a single question and comes to different answers on it.
I have an argument for my worldview, but I was giving you my worldview first.
Do I exist, or am I a brain in a jar?
It takes more faith to believe that you are a brain in a jar than it does to just accept the scripture.
So you can get back to the precept script, provided you're not asked to present it yourself. If it comes to attacking somebody else's worldview, you're right back there ready to do the precept thing. But if you're asked to present it as a simple series of observations or premises and conclusions, you're completely incapable of doing so because it is busted on its face.
I'm giving you my worldview.
Logically bankrupt.
Eggshells, what's your worldview?
My worldview on this is that intelligibility is just something that is emergent from
not on
processes.
This. On your, I'm asking for your worldview.
On this
which
topic,
means
we're talking about
presuppositionalism. Do you even know what a worldview is? You don't even know what a worldview is. You think it's on specific topics. A worldview is an over-encompassing philosophy that actually...
No, it's not to do with Adam and Eve. Come on.
You know over-encompass... Yeah, a worldview includes the start of mankind.
What would describe what I'm asking then? What question would get you to give me your view on presuppositionalism as an argument that is positive claims that don't require attacking somebody else's thought processes?
When you ask me for evidence of God, and I can give you indirect evidence of God.
No, I want specifically the presuppositionalist argument.
Yeah, the presuppositionalist argument
down somebody else's argument without asking them what it is.
A presuppositional argument is indirect evidence of God.
Is my question clear, Dawn? Do you know what I'm asking?
Receiving religious instructions, that you could be in a simulation being given instructions. Like nothing tells me what's happening in your mind is viewing
that would invoke
the world
God.
properly.
A simulation invokes God.
Exactly. It's circular. Everything invokes God. The existence of the argument itself invokes God because the argument presumes the existence of God in order for anything else to exist. And then goes, oh, look, I found a necessary being.
Amazing. So you're saying like when it comes to concrete base axioms, they're naturally circular, like 1 + 1 = 2. You can't come up with a reason for that. It's just, it is what it is.
We've decided to
invent... I point for things outside of it. In terms of a...
You cannot prove 1 + 1 = 2, bro.
But it's not about whether you can prove it. You just keep switching. You are incapable of following your own logic, I think, on this.
I think you're incapable of following what I'm saying, and I don't know if
Lay
it's
it out for
because
me,
you're
then.
willingly ignorant or if you just don't want to understand
I want
it.
to. I want to.
No, I don't believe
tell me
you
where
want
it's not just. Tell me where it's not just your view is morally bankrupt or logically bankrupt, but explain it, because part of it is that all intelligibility rests upon the existence of God, right? That's one of the core claims that we can build from, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I just made one of them for you. Can you make some others?
That's uniformity of nature. No, uniformity of nature is dependent on God, and then also the laws of logic would be held within a mind as they are mind dependent and they existed before. That's why we are able to have intelligibility in the world. And the other reasoning would be induction. The reason that the future is similar to the past, which is the uniformity of nature argument.
Okay. So yeah, I don't have a problem with the uniformity of nature. Things seem like they should be the same. But the previous one you said was interesting. So
those are my three claims: is knowledge, uniformity,
so logic
nature,
is
and
mind
laws of
dependent. I'm not sure logic is mind dependent. I think that logic is a language we use to describe reality, and reality is not mind dependent, but minds, like logic just is true, and minds are capable of discovering that, essentially. Like maths essentially is true, and minds, when they got sufficiently intelligent, were able to discover that.
Okay, that's fine. That's a perfectly fine answer. That you believe that there doesn't have to be a mind in order for those things to exist. That they just exist without the mind, and then minds subjectively interpret them. The issue is that mathematics and logic are not subjective interpretations. They hold true objectively across the board. So when you invoke that they are a language, all language is subjective.
I didn't. Oh well, I don't think I called them a language, because I agree language flutters. But I said they're facts about reality that we have discovered. You then change that to language.
Let's go back to your bot that's doing the transcription.
Okay, sure. It's written here, so it's in OmniText debates. Did I say language?
Yeah, you said the laws of logic is a language that man has interpreted.
The laws of logic, I think, are kind of like a language, where I don't think maths is like a language. Like, I think maths kind of exists, and the laws of logic are closer to a language, in that, like, the law of identity hinges upon how we define things, and that I think is getting close to a language, because it's about definitions now. And if definitions shift, then things, a logical truth, like a married bachelor could exist if the definitions shifted such that they no longer meant the word things they currently do. But maths is designed specifically to nullify that effect of definitions shifting. Like, if definitions shift, the underlying maths doesn't. So I don't think maths is a language, but I do think logic could be.
I understand what you're saying, but logic can't be. Go ahead, Oblate, sorry.
Mathematics is based on axioms. Some are as simple as 1 is not equal to 0. And so I haven't read all of Mathematica Principia, but it's these kind of axioms that come from the basics of just simple counting. And that is a social construct that humans have kind of invented. Like, we wake up, we're born, and realize we've got fingers, and then we make a language and say we call that finger 1, the next finger 2, and we begin doing math.
That's not, and nobody does that, dude.
Yeah, they do.
Nobody doesn't. No,
that's how counting invented. Like, numbers don't exist. We invent them for counting purposes.
No, you have to be taught that there's 360 degrees in a circle.
There doesn't have to be. There could be 400.
Pick any number.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But for our specific mathematics that we use, you have to be taught there's 360 degrees in a circle. Sure, we could have made mathematics that pi equals 1 instead. which we probably should have.
Yeah. But you do know grads exist, and that divides a circle into 400. And so a quarter of the circle is 100.
I never used degrees.
I get that. No, what I'm saying is we have a specific form of mathematics that we use that incorporates 360 degrees in a circle. That was arbitrarily chosen. Nobody is just counting their fingers and then going, there's 360 degrees in a circle. That was Babylonians based off of a calendar idea. But we're getting away from the point here. The laws of logic is the same as mathematical principles. When you're talking about the law of identity, it's just the same as saying 1 cannot be equal to 0. That is what the law of identity is.
The question should be about whether that must be contained within a mind, right? That's the core question you're asking.
Hold on,
is the 1 not being equal to 0 mind contingent? And I don't see how it could be.
But hold on. You got to understand that logic is arithmetic. It's calculus, actually. So, like, the idea that logic isn't, because earlier you were saying that, well, mathematic isn't a language. Mathematic is objective. Well, logic is objective. Logic is computational. Yeah, it uses calculus, propositional calculus. Look it up.
Yeah, so it's and it is mind dependent because there is no evidence to the contrary.
What do you mean? That's just I presume a God exists and says one can't. I can't see evidence to the contrary.
I didn't even get to God yet. I didn't get
to
God yet. I haven't gotten there yet. Don't jump so far ahead. I would like you to present
your first argument
evidence.
Was no evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, I would like you to present evidence for the laws of logic not being mind dependent. Where would they be?
Well, I just show me them existing somewhere where a mind isn't. I guess like it's your claim that they aren't, like they exist within my mind. So I know one place they are. You say they exist outside of my mind. Great, make your case.
I'm saying obviously if they exist in your mind. And your mind isn't what upholds the laws of logic. This makes the laws of logic mind dependent as it takes Can I just finish real quick? As it takes a mind to discern logic, and these laws of logic are pre-man, pre-earth, pre-everything. In order to make the universe intelligible, we need these laws of logic. Therefore, they would be beheld in an ultimate mind.
That seems that I get you coming to that conclusion. If you presume that there's a mind and you've heard about laws of logic, I can see how you'd go, well, obviously they're contained in the mind of a God.
You don't have to hear about laws of logic to know.
I think it just misses the point that I'm making, that these could be ways we've found to describe what reality is. And if that's true, then they are not mind dependent. And if that's true, then your whole circular argument has fallen down again because it's a circular support for an already circular argument.
Actually,
all of which presume the existence of God.
What you just stated supports my position that objective truth exists in the world.
Sure. Explain how.
But yeah, the world can't account for itself. So the world, the universe, isn't a sentient being. So there's no reason for it to be objective and truthful. Okay.
This is presuming that. Where are we going now? I'm so lost. We're just on a third presumption that in order to exist, things must be sentient.
Say it's just in the universe, you're saying it's just in you because you're part of the universe. So you're declaring you are God.
What's in me? What? Where's this coming from? Who said this stuff?
Are you not a part of the universe?
You got it, bro. Hold on.
I've got no fucking clue what your ability.
You got to break it down.
Deal with what your interlocutor is saying is spectacularly poor.
No, eggshells. This goes back to Aristotle's work, like the moral argument, right? What makes morality possible and objective? You say, oh, it's not objective. It's most definitely objective. It can be quantified and broken down.
Why don't you let me say that?
Hold on. It can be broken down into computations. Is your action detrimental? Does it have a negative consequence on your society?
Do you guys just argue with yourself, with us in the room as well?
No, because you're acting like we're just presuming these things. No, we are using reasoning, right? And we can reason with our reality. So you got the moral argument.
I just think you can make these arguments without telling me what my argument is. Just make yours, and then I'll finish with a question if you want.
No, we're
continually
giving,
start with this. Here's where yours is busted.
Nah, dude.
It's so
no,
tiresome.
You're asking questions. Where are we coming? Where are we getting this from? I'm trying to explain it to you, bro. You have the cosmological argument, right? You have the fine-tuning argument, the moral argument, going back to Aristotle regarding the prime mover. That idea, you can't have a cause, right? Randomly, without intent.
Basically, can't have a cause without intent.
You might be able to have a universe randomly without intent.
Exactly.
We know that all cars have a car maker, yeah, but this time the car maker's invisible, so we're not sure.
It's fine. Every other maker of a thing has, used pre-existing matter, and is complex and physical themselves, and
how about the laws of physics?
Is mortal, and
how about the laws of physics?
Tell us about laws of physics.
What physical being created the laws of physics? Since you said everything that is physical and has a cause, it was made by something physical. So the laws of physics are obviously physical, right?
What? The laws of physics are something physical. What are they made out of?
So gravity is not a physical thing.
What? What are you saying?
Is gravity a physical thing or not?
What are you talking about? But the gravity's not a law. You've jumped twice. You're not making any sense again, Tora. Say again what you think.
You're saying there are no laws of physics.
What do you mean? I'm saying there are no laws of physics. Humans have agreed upon some things we call about the laws of physics that probably do a pretty good job of describing reality.
Okay, and so you're saying those things didn't exist until humans agreed upon them?
The laws of physics, yeah, sure, and they won't exist. It won't exist after us. They'll probably pop back into existence somewhere else when some other clever thing starts looking at itself. But
so when men's minds go away, when all men and all minds go away from this planet, the moon will no longer orbit this planet.
Who would think that? Why would that be a logical conclusion? That's a really wildly dumb conclusion you've tried to stuff into my mouth, as I've accused you of doing. All you had to do to prove me wrong was not keep doing that.
Those are part of the laws of physics. Is what.
Right, but what have I said about it? Pretend you've heard the thing I've said 14 times now.
You're saying the language that we use will go away, but the actual state of affairs, of events, will stay the same.
Will the moon continue to orbit, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so why did you pretend like I needed to think that the moon wouldn't continue to orbit? Why did you lie to everybody just now?
No, I'm not lying to anyone. What I'm saying is you're conflating categories.
Did you just strawman me by pretending that was the case?
Can you just let me finish? You're conflating categories of the language of the laws of physics and the actual events taking place.
No,
I'm talking about the events taking place, right? We've created a language to describe those events taking place. Those events that take place in an orderly fashion.
If you want to call it that, I don't know if I'd call it orderly. That again seems like a value judgment.
Okay. If uniformity of nature, the moon, we know where it will be, where it will rise, where it will set. These things, to me, would show order. Do you disagree?
I don't know what you mean by order. Like, I can see an order when I look at things. Patterns. Yeah, there are beats, there are structures, there are patterns. Sure, patterns emerge, definitely. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So it wouldn't be chaotic, right?
It would be that too. It would be both.
It is chaotic. So we can't. So in chaos, there is no chaos. Predictive. No. There's no predictive capabilities of chaos.
False. Well, chaos itself, order can emerge from chaos. That is true.
Can you give me an example of predictability from chaotic movement?
Chaotic movement meaning there is no predictability.
That's not what that means.
Right, but that's not what we mean. You're doing a Mott and Bailey with the definition right there, where what we mean is there is chaos. Chaos exists, but we're not saying everything is always completely 100% chaotic, right? Chaos is a subjective term, but you're talking about a specific kind of mathematical chaotic, which is defined as not being able to predict its movements. So you're doing a Mott and Bailey where we are clearly describing that of all of the things happening in terms of cause and effect, which isn't maths, right? That's science now. It's down to inference. We no longer can do pure maths on cause and effect. It is a Mott and Bailey.
That's fine.
Use a maths word out of the realm of maths when I'm showing you.
I'm sorry, we're talking about laws of physics and mathematics are involved in the laws of physics. So obviously, I'm going to use the mathematic. I'm going to use the mathematic definition here of chaos being that there is no predictability.
Well, we'll obviously no. There's no predictability if there's no predictability. I just don't. I think that there is order that arises from chaos. And I think that there is not just complete chaos.
You can think that all you want. It doesn't make it the case, bro.
Well, I see a lot of it around me. I see ripples forming under. Yeah, I see ripples of sand forming underwater. I see crystals
in a very pattern-like shape, in a predictable form that we can predict based on the wind speed or the currents.
Exactly. Bingo. Yeah,
that's not chaotic. Chaotic in mathematics would be unpredictable.
No, chaotic means
so what you're seeing as chaotic is actually ordered.
Fine, sure.
So you have a busted ass worldview.
Where does this fit in my worldview? This is your worldview. You've gone back to the script.
This is your bias against the belief in God.
Yes.
Where does
this is a bias against the belief of order.
I think that order appears organically around.
You just said it was ordered. Everything is ordered. We can predict the thing that you called chaotic. You said we could predict it.
Yeah, I don't. You've got this thing about chaos. I'm happy with things being predictable. This is your worldview getting upset again. I haven't said any of the things you seem to be shouting about right now.
Sorry, I am butting in because I'm annoyed. It's not duality to it. We can have some chaotic elements and order that's predictable. We can have both.
I agree. Okay, I'm perfectly fine with that scenario. However, when it comes to things like where the moon is going to be and where the sun is going to be and all these things, it's not extreme. It's not chaotic, dude.
That could change overnight. So,
that's perfectly fine. That's a position you can hold. But that position that you hold, that it could change tomorrow, gives you no reason to do science with the property of induction, that the future will be similar to the past.
That's really silly.
Silly.
We're agreeing the future and the past is correlated, definitely.
Sure.
So then all you have, you don't know what you have just stated is we don't have cause and effect. We have habitual observation and correlation because it is a possibility that the future will be different than the past. So we do not have cause and effect. We have habitual observation.
No. We have cause and effect.
Where are we getting?
We can't have cause and effect because cause and effect doesn't change in the future.
Oh my God.
Are we getting back to how everything is mind dependent with this? Because I feel like we've just run from the original. One of the cornerstones of what you're saying is that we must exist within a consciousness, right?
No,
we exist within a mind is necessary for the pre-sub worldview.
This is part of the cosmological argument, right? Regarding cause and effect relationships, right? The prime mover being the cause that caused our existence come into being, right? And that everything that was caused to exist has a purpose.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's presuming that things are to exist, and it's presuming they've got a purpose. How do you decide? How do you measure a purpose? How would you come to know that to be true?
Hold on.
Your position holds that their mother and father can get together and have a dog. Possibly.
Here we go with your position involves back again. We're at it.
Hold on.
Tell me how many times you've done that in this conversation. Only can tell me about what you think my worldview should say, and it's always something dumb coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, if the sun isn't going to rise,
come on, guys.
Maybe you're the dumb one.
Come on, let's just have a conversation. But you keep going back to your defenses that you're presuming this. Dude, that's your rebuttal the whole way. Like you're presuming things. We're not just presuming things. We have evidence, right? It's a rational inference. It's not a presupposition.
Oh, I don't mind that.
Right.
I just mean your argument shouldn't presume that it's already true, right? You shouldn't.
Your argument is presuming things.
Sure, all I do is presume things, but like I don't want to. Like, let's say I want to know if that's my truck. You know, I'm bad at remembering where I parked it. I want to know if that's my truck.
A bad example. You're out of the category. You're in a different category now. You're in the physical. We're talking the metaphysical. Can you please use something like the laws of logic? Okay. No, you need the law. Why don't you do the same thing with the laws of logic?
Hold on. So you can call it presuming, but in logic, hold on, dude. In logic, regarding a syllogism, right? Regarding deductive reasoning, you're allowed to have a rational inference. It's not presuming, right? This is propositional logic that we're playing out right here, right? So when we're talking about cause and effect relationships, going back to the prime mover, the uncaused cause, right? Something had to start this reality. Something had to create the laws of physics that we see today.
How did you decide that? How did you come to that
conclusion? First and second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so
15.
So
okay.
So the point is building the most logical syllogism, right? You're allowed a rational inference. Now it's either A, right? A divine architect brought us forth with intelligence, or we all came about through probabilistic means alone. Which one's more reasonable?
No, so that's not the only two. First of all, that's not the only two. Many other things we see get created by more than one other being. In fact, the far minority of things we see being created, if we're going to use inference based on creation, by far the minority of them are created by one other thing, right?
We've never seen anything be created.
Well, all the watchmaker arguments are making arguments that things get created.
No, that's just rearranging. That's rearranging creation.
Okay, so nothing's ever been created, so we can't know anything about creation.
No.
So we can't know anything about what it means to be created. Then you destroyed your own argument.
Did the universe begin to exist?
I've no idea. It may have always existed. It may time might go backwards at that point. It might have started to exist. It could be all of those things and none of them. It could be. It could be a question that's not possible to logic.
If that is the case, was there a bunch of physical reactions leading up to this point in time?
At this point in time, there were a bunch of reactions that led up to it, sure.
Yeah, okay. So if you go into the past and say there was an infinite amount of physical reactions that occurred, you cannot reach the present moment. So the present moment is, no, you cannot. Because if I give you a candy bar after an infinite amount of time, when do you get the consequence? When do you get the candy bar?
Right. But are there two 10-minute sets apart in that? So what you're comparing is
so you would need a start point. So you need a start point of the time.
Bingo. So there could be a start point.
Okay, so what created the start point? Can I respond and
show you what's wrong with that?
What created the start point?
But you're dodging what's wrong with that. Can I show you what's wrong with that?
What created the start point?
You don't want to find out what's wrong with your mathematical proof. This mathematical scientist we have here doesn't want to hear about what's mathematically wrong with what you're saying.
I'm sorry. You're in the heat-death paradox already, okay?
You're not.
You're in the heat-death paradox.
No, let me respond to it. A finite set can exist within infinity, which is, you are right. If I say I'm going to give you this chocolate bar after an infinite amount of time, you'll never get there. So nothing could ever no finite thing could ever get from the start to any point there. But could I get to this moment?
There would be no start. There would be no start. It's infinite.
Fine. There'd be no start. It would evolve into but that doesn't mean I couldn't get to where I am now, because I could have been born in 1982, which is a finite point within an infinite set, and then live for a finite amount of years within that infinite set and then die. And that is entirely mathematically. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We can get to that next. We can get to that next.
You're going to have to claim there was no physical reactions at some point, and then there started physical reactions.
But this is the second time I've shown you that what you are saying is mathematically false. And
That's not
therefore, this
correct.
question about what started it becomes busted. If you can't
No.
see that a finite set can exist within an infinite string of numbers,
You need something
then
to create the finite
you have
set.
no credibility.
You need something to create the finite set.
So you're just spiraling. You're just not able to address the mathematical point here.
I did address the mathematical point.
Can a finite
if you
set
have an
exist within
infinite set, if you have an infinite set,
Yeah.
a finite set exists within it. But you have to have physical reactions begin within that finite set, with no physical reactions before the finite set.
No. The finite set is the start of my life.
No, because you cannot. So the start of your life is when all of life began.
No, who said that? Again, you're
so
stuffing that into somebody else's mouth. It's the dumbest thing we've said in the last 5 minutes, and it came out of your mouth pretending it was mine.
Dude, so there was a beginning.
Again, so fucking reliably.
You just claimed there was a beginning.
No, I didn't. When did I say there's been a beginning? There may be.
You just said the finite started at your birth. That's the beginning.
Finite set begins at the beginning. That doesn't mean that the infinite has a beginning.
Yeah, but you're going to need something to intervene with the infinite set to create the physical reactions. Unless you can provide evidence of physical reactions occurring without any intervention.
Who's saying without any intervention? My mum and dad had a lot to do with it.
Okay, and then how did they get here?
They had a mum and dad.
And then how did they get here?
Yep.
How far back do you want to go?
Sure, wherever you want. Like if you think your answer when we get to that, when we get to that deeply mysterious
regress, you have an infinite regress in your worldview, which makes it incoherent and unintelligible.
So do you. You've got an infinite regress as well. You start it with an infinite being that goes back forever. That's infinite. And regression.
It's not regression. It's not regressive. Why would it be
regressive? Was there a time before God? Was there a time before God?
No.
So you've got an infinite regress. Rip.
That's not an infinite regress. That's the starting point.
The prime move, the prime move
are taking L's tonight. No, they're not.
Dude, you have to announce the win to show how bad you're doing. Dude, you can't even address the argument. You cannot even engage with the argument. You have to throw ad hominems. You have to throw like little, I'm winning the argument. You can't actually just have the discussion.
Do we live inside a mind?
Dude.
What is it? Okay.
I honestly think it's because you are an unintelligible human. You are someone with scales over your eyes, and you just do not want to see truth. You are not seeking truth at all.
Let's define a mind. I think a mind is what the brain does, such that it is the emergent property of the brain and drives our behavior. What we say, how we think, smells we do and don't like. I think the mind is what the brain does, and as such, it is dependent on a physical substrate. And as that physical substrate withers with age or suffers damage, the mind changes and the behavior changes with it. And that's why I think that it is not possible that you could have an infinite mind, certainly not one devoid of a substrate. And I think that it is preposterous to suggest that we exist within a mind, but it's possible.
Okay.
I just don't see any evidence for it.
There's an assertion there that you said it's an emergent property of the brain. That's not how the mind is defined. And if it was that,
how would you define it?
Psychology and neurology. I would just go to the dictionary and go, the element of a person that enables them to be aware of the world and their experiences, to think and to feel, the faculty of consciousness and thought. 2, a person's intellect. This is what the mind is. We're not exactly sure if it is an emergent property of the brain. I know that is your opinion, and you feel that you have evidence to support the opinion, but it's not 100% a fact.
So I can give you other reasons. So your body to brain mass index will give you an indication of how intelligent something is, such that the bigger a brain it's got, the more puzzles it will be able to solve. The mind gets better the bigger the brain is, such that very smart beings like humans have runkly brains because we're trying to stuff in more neurons into the the skull. And so,
Yeah,
as I said, we see damage to these.
A longer antenna for radio waves can accept more radio waves. That doesn't mean the source of the intelligence is the antenna.
Well, I mean, that's just introducing something that we have no evidence for in order to hope that we can get around the problem. I'm saying
antenna is the source of the intelligence.
You're begging the question that it's an antenna. Can you show that it's an antenna? The brain is an antenna. Where do we get that from?
What do you mean? A brain is I'm just giving you a correlation to what you just said.
No, you made up that it's an antenna and then asked me to defend it. You defend it yourself, please. Why is it an antenna?
No, I didn't ask you to defend it. I said to you, is it true in this other case with radio waves and antennas that the longer the antenna is, like what I'm showing you is just because you've come to your conclusion. Sure. Yeah, just because you've come to that conclusion doesn't necessarily make it true.
Sure, bigger a hard drive is, bigger a graphics card is, the faster it'll spin, the faster it'll go. It's like a lot of things, really. The bigger it is, the better.
Where the intelligence is?
Seems like it, yeah.
That's the intelligence is in the antenna?
Well, you're begging the question, it's an antenna still, right?
To the antenna.
Sage, is Torah begging the question of it being an antenna?
Yes, he is.
Thanks, Sage.
That's not how antennas work anyway. It's a false premise. It's a false
Torah
analogy.
appears to ask about an antenna's nature.
Oh, it's good.
You're actually a red herring.
It's just
apples and
oranges.
oranges.
All of these things you just go. If I start with the assumption, that we created, if I start with the assumption that a God is required for intelligibility, if I start with the assumption that it's an antenna, then all of these things snap into place.
No, it doesn't, dude. Nobody in neurology will 100% say the mind is in the brain. No one says that.
Most of them would say it's contained within the nervous system. I think many would say that there are reasoning and stuff that comes from the gut and that it's far more complex than we think. But I don't think anybody says it's an antenna. I think you said it's an antenna. Refuse to defend it.
It was an antenna. I gave you an analogy, bro.
You used analogy and you said it was just an analogy and then went back to calling it an antenna. You're clearly calling it an antenna. Please have the courage of your convictions to either defend it or say it's probably not an antenna.
I did not. I never claimed it was an antenna.
He said it was brain to body mass index, not just the size of the brain. So there's also that.
And antennas are much more about surface area, aren't they? Right? You wouldn't do it as a big ball, would you? Bull Knight, you're going to know about this.
No, bigger antenna is still tuned to a smaller one set of frequencies, not more frequencies.
Yeah, it seems hopeful, but I don't think it shows us that we live within a mind. I think minds are substrate dependent.
That doesn't defeat the argument of God having substrate. What if God has substrate?
Sure, then he can't have existed outside of matter existing. And then you're stuck
What do you
even
mean?
more solidly in the.
If he created all matter from himself, if he is what is all matter is made of, then what are you talking about?
If he made himself, you can hear it now, right? He has to be there when there is no matter in order to create himself, in order for there to be matter. Otherwise, there is matter existing at the same time.
Not create himself. He's there, and he is what all matter is consistent of.
So what created? So did Adam and Eve create him?
I think God would have to be timeless and out of our physical reality, right? It'd have to be God is spirit, basically.
Can't
logically, it has to be that way.
That doesn't take the argument away that matter could come from the spirit.
It could, but it couldn't have existed forever. Therefore, you're still stuck in this infinite regress thing of
why couldn't a spirit live forever? Go ahead and give me the argument for why a spirit can be infinite.
Again, straw man. It's like the only thing you know how to do when you're representing somebody else's views is straw man it.
It's not a straw man. I will steel man your argument right now. Your argument is that God, which I hope you're taking on what I just said, would be spirit, and then a spirit would have to be created.
So, Tor, you're saying a spirit being created this realm is what you're saying.
I'm not saying it had to be created. That wasn't a steel
I didn't
man.
say. I didn't say. I just read it. Okay, I just read it, and I'm telling you what I read.
You read it, and then you heard other bullshit.
Go on, Jazz.
Videos about gas pressure.
Be polite, Jazz.
I'm trying to be very, very polite. You heard other bullshit videos about gas pressure, which the atmosphere is not under gas pressure; it's barometric pressure. That's why you can go all the way up to the. And
where are we?
That's a non sequitur, Jazza. Come on, you're better than that.
Jesus fuck. Okay.
So yeah, Eggs, do you want to give the argument for why a spirit cannot be infinite?
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. That's the thing I said was a straw man. I didn't say a spirit can't be infinite. Sure, it could be. Okay. I think they exist within the minds of men. I don't think that there's any good evidence that spirits or any of this mysterious stuff predates humans. So I think you're getting your causality backwards. Again, straw manning too.
No, that's a fair point. You're saying there would be no idea of a spirit until a mind of a human came into being?
Well, I think that everything that we call God, everything that we call supernatural, there's very little evidence it exists now. So there is zero evidence it existed before humans, right? We don't dig up.
What about the second law? Like, how do you deal with the heat death paradox then?
What paradox? What's the paradox?
The paradox is, in a world with an infinite timeline, we would already be in the heat death.
Yeah, again, that's misunderstanding how finite sets can exist within infinity.
Well, unfortunately, this is the mainstream science view of
it's not. I didn't say it, right? Again, you're arguing with somebody who's not here. You're making shit up again. So please, at some stage, take this feedback that I've given you about 40 times in the last hour. And if you want to address somebody else's worldview, find out what it is.
What started entropy then in the infinite set?
I don't know. No idea.
Okay, that's a perfectly
might go one way than the other.
You can say I don't know, or you can come to a rational reason, right? There is the ability to have rationale and come to a reason based off that rationale, right? It might not be correct, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's incorrect. It makes way for a possibility, doesn't it?
What makes way for a possibility?
Rationale and reasoning.
Makes way
or you could just say, I don't know. When you say, I don't know, therefore, there are possibilities that could exist.
Who said this? Who said this? Who said this? Who said that?
I don't know.
Yeah, and then who said the next bit? Right? It's in the chat. Check it yourself.
That's implying, when you say, I don't know, implies there could be an answer out there somewhere that I don't know.
What their argument is. Here, I'll do it for you. Do you think that God is a necessary precondition?
For what?
For existence or intelligibility?
Yes.
Do you have an argument for it that doesn't already presume that to be true?
No.
Thank you. See? This is how I can show what your worldview is. I can just ask you the questions and you give me the answers. If I say to you what your argument is and you disagree with that, I lose.
Can I ask your bot the moral argument, the pre-sub? Can I type it in the thing? What do I do? Just press Sage first. Just type Sage.
Yeah, just go Sage and ask the full question.
Oh, I did. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's good.
Yes, start with Sage.
Oh shit! Are the voice commands working? Oh, somebody said they're broken.
I think, did you do the confidence level in the question? Because it seemed to be that no other question than how does Sage?
I'm not opposed to some circular arguments. That's the whole point of what he was trying to get at. because my evidence for the necessary precondition is that we can make the argument in the first place. Okay, that we can use the laws of logic, that we have this knowledge. So I understand what you're saying, but I don't find it to be circular. If I told you, hey, it's a full moon, if it's a full moon tonight, and then you're like, how do you know that? And I'm like, well, just look at it. Yeah, that's a circular argument, but in my opinion, it's valid enough. Yes, it is. That is a circular argument. That's 100% because I'm using the thing in contention to make the argument.
So the thing in contention is.
So then, therefore,
please let me show you what's wrong. Okay, you know
way.
what's wrong with it. You know what's wrong with it. Otherwise, you would be curious for the rebuttal. If you say the moon is full, then what's in contention is whether you're telling the truth. Checking the moon is not circular. It's now getting a point of reference, which is your eyes at the moon. Now, there could be shadow over there. And then you could go to the computer and go, what's the moon's phase today? Right? And then you might get into discussion with them about whether they can see the moon. Right? All of these different things are like by questioning your presumptions, by checking other methods, other bits of evidence. You're not just going, it's the moon because it's the moon. Right? Dumb arguments are circular. Whereas an argument that's true, you can come at it from any angle. You don't just need to go, well, that thing, it's bad to hit kids because it's just bad to hit kids, right? You can go, it's bad to hit kids because I can show you the prognosis and the likelihood that they're going to end up by beating their wives or going to prison or something. I can show you this fact that is secondary to the thing that we're talking about, or another way of showing that I'm right, rather than just telling you I'm right because I'm right. So circular arguments are vicious and silly. Whether this one is virtuous, it can't be rescued by the fact that you can make other circular arguments, because the other circular arguments you make, I can show you can be made in a non-circular way and get better the less circular they are.
Okay, no problem. Give me a cause and effect relationship that isn't circular.
Give me a cause and effect relationship that isn't circular. Sure, I'll just pick anything. Children appear to be the product of two parents.
No, yeah. Okay, how do you know that?
I don't, but the reason I'm confident about it is there'll be some things to do with what we're talking about with parents, which is going to be down to definitions, but would come down to generally something like a male and a female as testable by all sorts of things, XY chromosomes, the fact that they've got a fucking kid.
That was in your premise, though. That was in your premise. Yeah, so that's just
some parts are like a bit of there might be a bit of circularity to it, but what I could make in there is that the DNA, they will share two bits of the DNA with the kid. That if it wasn't true that the kid was a product of the two parents, then it wouldn't be the case that they would share DNA.
So the effect of children is the cause is shared DNA, and the effect of shared DNA is children.
Who said that? Who said that dumb thing? Was it
I
me?
asked you for a cause and effect relationship, and you said shared DNA.
Parents
and
appear
then
to cause children
what
to
is the
exist.
effect? Okay,
Children
parents
exist.
cause children, and children is the effect of two parents getting together. How do you know that?
Bingo. I don't. I said that at the beginning. You're coping? Are you managing? Are you with me?
Wait,
you wanted a one cause and effect relationship that wasn't circular.
Okay, let me
giving you stuff about DNA. We can do stuff about
when I ask you for your argument for it, once you state the cause and effect, I want you to give the argument for it. Please base it on something that you know is a cause to an effect.
One that I'm confident is, sure, that parents cause kids. I've already done it. We've done that bit.
Okay, how do you know that? You're confident in it. How do you know your confidence level in that?
I guess at it. I make it up in my head. I pick a different number each time.
Yeah, this is bad faith. This is a bad faith argument.
You said I could only make a circular argument.
You know for a fact that if you tried to answer how do you know, you are going to give me a circular argument. So the only thing you can respond is I don't know. So that way you can avoid making the circular argument to prove my point.
But what have I said to every other time you've asked me a question That same question you've asked me other times, and I've given you the same answer. So to pretend now that you're surprised,
you don't know anything. You don't know anything.
Exactly. So why would you be surprised now? Like, haha, I got you. I caught you
Okay,
saying
well
the
then
wrong
you
thing
don't
now.
believe in cause and effect. Cause and effect doesn't exist. Science cannot happen in your worldview because you don't know anything. After you do science, you go, well, yeah, it looks probable, but I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, bingo. You got it. That's why you do more science.
Yeah,
You're nearly
except
there.
you have never, nobody has ever overturned something like cause and effect in science. Like when we say, when you add energy and heat to water and you get that water to 212 degrees at sea level, it will boil. No one has ever overturned that. So the reason your skepticism that you have is overly skeptic because you don't even have an example for your reasoning of I don't know.
I don't understand what that means. Can you finish with a question or like?
Yeah, what's
show me
your
that you're
reasoning? If every single time in the past that we have added energy and heat to water and it's reached a temperature of 212 degrees Fahrenheit or 100 degrees Celsius at sea level, it starts to boil. What is your reasoning to saying I don't know if it will do that?
Well, because it's honest. Because just because something's happened every other time doesn't mean it's definitely going to happen again. Does it increase the probability?
Okay, yeah, what's your
Sure.
evidence? What's your evidence for that claim?
For what claim? You just
For the
asked me to
claim,
guess at something.
Yeah, the claim
Why would I
that
need
it won't
evidence?
happen like that in the future. What is your
Who made that
belief
claim?
in when you say it's an honest position to hold? What do you mean by honest?
Well, every day I've woken up and been able to open my mouth and speak and see things. Some people, that's not true. So just because something's happened every other day doesn't lead me to the conclusion that it could never ever change. Now, do I have a high degree of confidence in some things like
scientific.
the sun?
I'm talking about something scientific like cause and effect, like water.
Scientific about
yes,
this.
yes,
It's a
with adding
pretense.
energy and heat to water. Yes, that
Nobody
is
believes you.
science, bro.
Bullshit,
That is
it's science.
100% science.
I'll show me the convention these fearless, intelligent water boilers are turning up to year on year, giving one another pats on the back for figuring out how water boils.
You're showing how
That's
silly.
not what science is.
Yeah, you are showing how silly your position is because you can't even deal in the realm of cause and effect. You don't think
cause and effect,
that
but
you
that
don't
science is
think
not.
that
Science is not the only way to investigate cause and effect.
I know, but we're
which is what we're doing.
You're trying to get onto a
well.
different category. You're trying to jump categories because again, I've cornered you. So what happens is every time I put you in a corner, you jump to another corner, and you want me to put you in this corner too.
Corner me. I'm ready to be cornered. Show me this question that doesn't just straw man what I think, like you've done hundreds of times up until now.
Okay,
show me you can do it with
science. Is boiling water science?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, why not?
Because I think one of the things, including many of the things that's often discussed in these rooms about whether it's science, I think that there's a core part to it, which is advancing the forefront of human understanding. Doing something novel is important.
It did that.
What did?
Boiling water. Yeah, it advanced human society because they could take water that was contaminated
when a volcano
and
erupts,
remove. Dude, shut the fuck up! I'm in the middle of talking, bro. So
when a volcano erupts and
dude, are you kidding me right now, bro?
Is the volcano doing science? Is the volcano doing science when the volcano erupts and the lava goes?
What are you talking about? No, that would be your natural observed phenomena. Okay, and now you would look to repeat it, right? That's exactly what you would do to do the science. And then when you learned that all the contaminants get out of the water when you boil it, so you can make safe drinking water, you have created a novel item for society. So this gentleman,
but how have you advanced the forefront of human understanding?
It does advance the forefront of human understanding because it allows them to not die early from drinking contaminated water.
Anything that stops people dying early advances the forefront of human understanding. That's
a huge part of our science right now. We are in medical science. That is one of the things they are striving for, is to get people to live longer because that can also advance our sciences. You disagree?
By boiling water.
No, dude. Boiling water is an old rudimentary example, okay?
I would love for you to give me another cause and effect that is actually scientific.
I've said it to you many times. I don't think you've ever done a day of science in your life, and I'm confident I haven't. I don't think that science is
I work in air conditioning. I literally work in heat transfer. I work in thermodynamic energy.
Sure, science relates to what you do, but I don't think you're a scientist.
That's fine. I never claimed I am a scientist, but it's weird for you to think in order to do science, you have to be a scientist. So all these 4th and 5th graders
Have you done science? Tell me about science you've done. I don't think that's true. No, I think what it requires is that you do experiments, you do stuff that advances the forefront of human understanding.
Is engineering a form of science? Is engineering a form of science? Or is it the application of science?
It's more applied sciences generally. It depends what you're talking about. If you're making a brand new rocket,
does applied sciences count as doing science?
Ish, depends.
Okay,
depends.
I do applied sciences every single day because I work with air conditioning.
Describe though. What are you doing?
Yeah, I have to pull vacuums on systems to 500 microns. I have to braze different joints together. And what I do is I have to melt specific metals, and I have to get the copper to specific temperatures in order to melt these metals on the joints. And then what I have to do is I have to do experiments and see how much solder do I have to add to this joint in order to make it hold the pressure that I need. And over the 15 years I've been doing it, it gets better and better, and I advance more and more, that I have less and less leaks every time, to the point that now I can braze without having leaks. These are learned applied sciences.
Sure. I think I think that's an applied science. I wouldn't call that science. And I think that's fantastic. I think you would know a lot about
your argument. You have to hold that position because you argue in bad faith. And that's why you have to hold this position.
But I might hold it because I'm true. Arguing in good faith would be assuming that I'm being honest and just presuming that and carrying on and showing why it's wrong.
You're not being honest, dude. You said boiling water is not science. You're not being honest.
Why would boiling water be science? What about any of this is scientific? In what way are you advancing the forefront of human understanding?
I already gave you that example. See, this is also bad faith to repeat the same questions over and over when you've already got the answers.
So you do air conditioning, and you have to pull a something micron vacuum, and you experiment with different amounts of solder that go on a pipe of some sort in order that I'm guessing you can get a seal. In what part of that would you call that most scientific? What's the scienciest part of that?
I stand on the shoulders of giants. I'm applying the science that they came up with, the silver alloy rod that I have to braze together. But the thing that I have to do is
you're applying the science.
I have to heat the pipe up to a specific temperature. That's a part of experimentation.
But you're not testing lots and lots of different temperatures. You know roughly what is pretty much the correct temperature, right?
I've tested different temperatures. Yeah, I've used turbo torches. I've used acetylene torches. I've used all different torches. And what I've noticed is there's certain amount of times that it will take depending on the different type of torches that I use. Yeah, I've done a lot of different things.
I think tests are clever.
How about I went to a unit the other day that has low suction pressure, high head pressure, right? And now I have to figure out what could cause this problem. Now, there's multiple things that could cause this problem. From my experience, I would know these things. But say you didn't have any experience, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't know. So you would start to mess with the air conditioner and do experiments to see if you could change that effect that you are having. So what you are looking for is, what is the cause to this effect of low suction pressure and high head pressure? I do that every single day.
Yeah, so that's the bit I like. That's why that's why I so often am like, let's get away from this dumb stuff about science, because that's clever, right? That's practical. That's going the simplest test first, right? Always the first test I will do, like a similar kind of thing with a motorbike.
Pull the filter.
Yeah. Check electrics, right? Is the headlight on, right?
No, I hear you, but yeah, this thing's
you sort of do
running.
The simplest thing first, knock away the biggest problems, and you've got these heuristics, they're often called, which is like these simple guesses and tests you do that you build up a wealth of experience of knowing like
what's important though is if I pull the filter and that didn't fix the problem, I remember I have to put the filter back in. Because if I don't put the filter back in and then I do something else, now I haven't eliminated what was the problem. Was it these two things, or was it just this one thing, or what was it? So yes, dude, the bad faith of it is it's just insane to say to people you're not a scientist without knowing anything about them, dude. And I'm not claiming I'm a
I don't know
scientist.
anything
I'm a
about you.
stupid AC technician, dude. I could train a monkey to do the work that I do. And that's the beauty of science. Science is simplistic.
I want to apologize, but I brought up that you're not a scientist with no mention of AC, right? I said you're not a scientist on these topics. When it gets to AC, I think you'd probably be better than a scientist. I think there is a good chance that you would talk to scientists that worked intimately in the same field, and you would tell them stuff that they were like, oh my God, I didn't get that's how it worked, with pressure losses across a large system or something, or, something like that. What I mean is, I don't understand why we spend so much time in these rooms talking about science when none of us are scientists, talking about how practically you problem solve and figure out what's wrong and figure out how to fix it. That's clever, right? That's not science. That's testing, that's problem solving, that's logic, that's practical skills, that's cool, that's fun. The science stuff seems like it ends up just being an excuse to get away from studies that show that the Earth is a globe and from getting away from actually having to do anything because nothing's left being able to do. There's no study that exists that meets
I'm not
interested.
If you notice, I'm not interested in the debate of like, I don't care. Like if it's a globe, if it's flat, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. What matters
do you think
to
maybe
me,
globe?
What matters to me, I think you could think of it as a globe and that's fine. I don't have anything against you. My whole thing is what matters to me is what makes that process possible. What has given me the rationale and reasoning? And it can't just be like my experience. It's definitely not just my experience, because the first man that invented the air conditioner didn't have the experience with it, right? He had a thought. And he made that thought a reality. And to me, that is what's mind-boggling and interesting. I am more in the philosophical realm of these ideas than the trial and error and habitual observation, because that's what my job is. It is literally trial and error and habitual observation. And by doing that, I've become a very good AC guy.
Exactly. And I think that scientists, they work slowly, they do hyper precision, they don't just measure twice and cut once, they measure like 14,000 times, and they've got free, quite often they're tenured positions, and they've got free undergrads doing stuff for them, and they're trying to ask some super niche bullshit question. Like nowadays, what are scientists doing? It's some sort of nonsense about, does protein folding in this part of the pancreas actually, is it increased or decreased by a pH change of, some weird tiny little niche question that they will get some vague answer to that maybe we can trust and use to do something.
It's like a futile pursuit at this point, in my opinion.
It's certainly not as big a contribution as it was ages ago. Yeah,
right. We've been enlightened. We understand these certain methods, and we can go on living life just fine. It would actually take a step back. We would probably look more like the Amish people, and then we would have community, which is something we're lacking. We would have so many more things that are necessary that don't involve science at all. You know what I mean? Like physical relationships with people.
Yeah, see, I don't agree with that. I think if we stopped progress, I think virtually most of the ways we go about it, there's a good chance we'll end up in an apocalypse. But I think that would be apocalyptic. I think that I get why you're saying it, because it's easy to look at all of the screens and the disconnectedness and the fact that, we don't grow up knowing all of our extended family and all of that. But yeah, I think that we would go back so much, so far. People
I just don't see that because there's countries that exist in these communities, without all this extra science, and they
But I mean, do they
They're
drive
existing.
cars and use mobile
What?
phones and
Yeah, I know,
call
but those are all
ambulances?
convenient. Those are all convenience factors. It's not like all that has done has made my life more difficult. Like having a cell phone. Okay, I used to do air conditioning work with a pager 15 years ago, right? 2005. I used to do, sorry, 2008, 2010 is when I started. But we would do it with a pager. So now when people would call me, I would have to use the house phone to call them, right? But typically people didn't expect a same day service because of that. But now that people can light my phone up at 5 a.m., they expect a same day service, right? So it's
Yeah,
made
I
my
do
life
think
more
there's
complicated and difficult because of these conveniences to the other people.
Yeah, there's definitely downsides. There's 100% there's downsides. It's a little bit like the what the ancient, like the anthropologists or whatever you call them, reckon about humans that are hunter gatherer versus farmers. If you ever see hunter gatherer tribes, because they still exist today, they're usually super healthy looking, just really impressive specimens. And they note that once they go into these cities, like in, Uruk and Ur and stuff, and they start digging up corpses of civilizations once they'd gone into cities and started farming, and they get really short and gnarled and bent over, and they just don't look like they're happy at all.
Yeah, which is maybe that's what the whole flat Earth globe is about. Maybe that's the end result. Is we're just saying, hey, maybe we should just rethink this and take more consideration for this Earth. Maybe we shouldn't be like right now. We have two men in charge. One is not concerned with America; he's concerned with Israel, and then this other man is like concerned with taking everyone to Mars. What the heck is going on in the world right now? Why would anyone be concerned with taking people to Mars? That's a nut job scenario, in my opinion. It's like it's just something that doesn't. We should have a utopia here before we consider going somewhere else to make sure we could take care of that place as well. Like it's very irresponsible to just take people that are destroying what you would call a planet to another planet to destroy that one. That's very irresponsible and irrational.
Hello. The last bit that triggered me was you said you're really interested in the why and what that started all of this, including the human mind, which I agree with. This is the mystery of the fact we don't know is God. That's what you. That's the vacuum, the empty, shining black question mark. That is God. But then when you say rationality is your second proof or your second investigation, I think, but animals are rational and balls in space and plants slowly becoming smarter. That could all happen without a God.
Well, the fact that you invoked like an animal as rational, it is the case. But do you agree that you are more rational than a chicken?
Yeah, see, I would agree with it if we spoke about it more and you said I'm really interested in how a man thinks and how deep a consciousness is and all that. I would definitely agree. But when you sum it up as because we think we know something, that proves God, my mind just says, no, that's not a good proof.
No. I'm making a simple, like, so you do agree that you're more rational than a chicken. So therefore, it is possible there's a being above you that's more rational than you, or more rational than any human.
That logic. Yes, I definitely believe there's higher, bigger creatures, or forget the creature bit, bigger consciousnesses than mine.
Yeah. Yeah. So a lot of people would associate that to God.
And I think this idea that the universe is mind, we live in mind, is one way to explain the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, and the fact that everything's connected and links back to the mystery of God.
Well, like,
We
what
need
is
to-
your
we need to
definition of
convince the
consciousness?
atheist. Yeah, we need to convince the atheist why the universe is a mind, like why hermetics is true.
But what is your definition of consciousness? Do you think it's something that can
That's
be
a hard
defined?
one.
Do you think it's even possible to define it?
I think consciousness and mind is the same. So I'm using consciousness as the action of a mind, but it's definitive of a mind as well.
Yeah,
I like
yeah,
that. Yeah. I like
that's an
Almost a synonym.
attribute of it. Like, what is it actually? Like in my worldview, it's an undefined thing.
awareness.
Consciousness is undefined, and I'm perfectly okay with taking Eggshell's position on what is consciousness. I don't know.
I'm saying it's
Yeah.
awareness, and then we're speaking about a certain type of consciousness that is more than aware and able to think and plan and feel emotionally. Like that's even deeper than just awareness.
Sorry to interrupt you, Don. I take Eggshell's position on the globe. I think it's most likely a globe. You know, in the
Yeah, I
degrees
agree
of
on that.
certainty position. I have degrees of certainty that I think it's a globe.
Yeah, I agree on that. So that's one example of changing your mind and then being quite sure because you found the logic finally.
Yeah, but you surely must see that there's a difference between being sure and knowing something, right? Being
Yeah,
quite
it's like
sure.
a consensus thing. It's like you're going off consensus, kind of. You're like, you know, a lot of people put a lot of work into this idea. They've presented a lot of great arguments for this idea. So when I look into the world, it does seem that the most probabilistic outcome is the Earth is a globe.
Let me try and steal Matt. Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
pretty well
I agree.
said. That's pretty good.
The fact that I'm an animal with a really deep awareness or consciousness, as we're calling that, proves God, because it's such a complex miracle with emotional realizations, and that's what I think people mean by God. All of this connects and means something more than we're seeing.
Appealing to complexity fallacy.
Building to complexity fallacy.
It's not just a complexity, but that's one bit of it. It's one way to describe how I don't know about it, but it seems deep.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what it always ends up in. Seems deep. #God.
Yeah, that the universe is impossible to explain, so it's like a mind.
But don't you see that it's great that you're humble enough to admit that you can't know things beyond a certain limit, that you think is because of this or that or X or Y or consciousness or whatever. But then to suddenly jump to a conclusion fallacy and say #God is #jumping to conclusion #fallacy. 1 second, I'm getting a call. I'll be back.
What would be the rationality? I wonder why you use that word. It's the sort of knowing that you're good at thinking, not just thinking.
I would just like to hear the rationality of the worldview that there is no God. So what rational and reasoning, like what rationale and what form of reasoning are you using to say that there is no God? Because that is a knowledge claim.
I think
so.
one of
Well,
the
I don't
main
think it
reasons,
is a knowledge claim.
one of the main
It
reasons.
is. If I
would
say
be,
there is no women in politics, that's a knowledge claim that can be proven wrong.
But I
Okay.
don't think anybody said there is no God. Has anybody here said that?
no,
Or is
Eggs.
that
I
making
think
that
if
up?
we're
That's
saying,
what
if we're saying,
Synax said.
if we're saying the universe is possible without God, we know it could be possible without a God.
Could be, yes.
Yeah,
He's
what
saying
is the rational
difference between
reason?
could be and is. Yeah, I'm with you, Dawn.
Okay, what is the rational reasoning that it could be the case that there is no God?
I think a really good reason
many
is
things could be the case.
we never see him.
Yeah. This God that seems really keen
Well, nobody
have us know their
defines
work.
God as something that you can see. So I don't understand why that would be a rational reason.
The one I was taught about in the Bible seemed really easy to spot on account of parting all those seas and stuff. Seemed to turn up every other weekend to have a chat with people.
So then, if you agree that there is historicity to that, and people have saw that, and you can agree that means that's in your history, right? Then you would say people have saw God. Therefore, your reasoning that you haven't seen God is not a really good reason, because other people have seen God, and still in the future, you don't know if it's a possibility, just like you say you don't know if the future will be similar to the past, that you may see God.
Again, you made all that stuff up. You just make up the other person's argument. That's all you do. That's like, I can't believe I've only just noticed it, because we've known one another for quite some time. But that is literally 70% of your airtime is pretending to debunk what the other person has not actually said anything similar to.
Is it a possibility in your worldview that you could see God in the future?
Sure, it's a possibility in my worldview I could see God in the future.
So you just said I misrepresented your worldview, but that's what I stated, and then you just agreed to
It's
it.
one of the many things you spent 30 seconds rambling
That's all.
about.
No, that was
you don't
it.
Just
that
get
was
to now
it. That
pick
was
one.
my point. That was my point.
Well, like, why don't you just find out the worldview of the person you're trying to debunk, and
I
then
do
show
know
how it
both
is
yours
internally
and Don's worldview, because I've interacted with you guys for over 3 years.
Why do you get it so wrong, so fundamentally all the time?
It's not wrong. Don earlier said that we don't know that the future will be similar to the past.
Not Jesus, man. You are such a bad faith interlocutor, and I don't think you're aware that you're doing it.
Are you,
I don't
Don?
think you're
Do you
aware
agree?
of how much
Don,
you do
no,
the
it is not
daily.
bad faith, because that was an honest statement. Don, do you agree that there's nothing securing that the future will be similar to the past?
What I mean is, you make one bold position, and I call you on it, and then you test it with which is your mot, right? And then you test it with a far safer claim, which is the Bailey. And then I go, hey, that doesn't. And then you go mot again. Oh, I'm back out at the big claim. Come and catch me at this big claim where I'm really sensitive.
Be specific.
Where I'm
Be
straw manning what
specific
you're
on the
saying.
big claim. Be specific.
Sure, I'll just point it out. I'll point it out the next
What
time
is
you
the
do
big
it.
claim? Go ahead. No, do it on the
point it out
last
the
one.
next
It
time you
just
do it.
happened, bro. If you're gonna make
Well,
this
I'd use your
specific
words,
of a
but it hasn't
claim
been.
about my way of being an interlocutor, then you need to point it out
just point it out the next
directly
time. I
and
can't pick it now.
specifically. But the fact that you can't means it didn't occur, and you have something
No, it
wrong
doesn't.
in your head, and you have some kind of hatred towards me.
That's what it means, does it? If I can't reproduce your words exactly, I'll try to, but my
You have
brain
a
was switched
bot
off when she was
literally
doing a
recording
restart.
the conversation.
Yeah, no, I would read from there. Yeah, for sure, I would be able to read from there, but it was switched off then. Ah, there it is. Now it's back again. Whew. Yeah, I'll just call it out of the transcript the next time it happens. But
Obviously,
you can say it is
obviously it
possible that
has
there is a
been
God. It's possible
recording.
there's not one.
Obviously, it's been recording other times that I've spoken. So why don't you just get a specific example of what you said? Because
sure,
I don't really want to move on from here, because this is like the 4th time you've made this claim without pointing out the specifics.
Sure, just a second. Still.
So, wait a minute. I'm just going to make a brew in a sec. Don, you put to them, they don't even know that you're basically saying they just think it's right, so it is right. But
Yeah,
how
to
do we
them,
know it?
to them.
How do we know it's wrong?
No, I'm saying we know it's wrong for us, but
Yeah,
we
but
don't.
we get to tell them it's wrong,
hang on,
right?
hang on.
We get to say it's wrong.
Hang on. Even if we both agree it's wrong for everyone everywhere, even on other planets, we don't get to control if it definitely is wrong for them in their brains or subjectively, right? We've just decided for us. We can't say that's definitely true. That's just our opinion.
Exactly. That you're making my point for me. You see, if morality is subjective, then how, it isn't wrong, right? It is whatever you want it to be.
Well, it's both. It's wrong for us, but it's
both.
in another way, it's still freedom and they're right.
Listen to this, right?
That's why I say
I can't find any examples of Mott and Bailey. Sorry, Tora, I retract that.
It's all good, Eric. It's all good, brother.
In the when we prosecuted the Nazis Nuremberg trial, I'd highly recommend David Irving. Go listen to his version of that. It's really, really good. I'll not go into that, but the point is that we told them, you're not allowed to use the "we were just taking orders" argument. They literally struck it from the record. They said, we're not going to let you make that argument. So how could we say to them that they were doing something ultimately wrong and they should have refused the orders?
Because we had more authority over them by.
But what are we measuring from, Don? That's the point.
I'm saying it's a complete dog-eat-dog free-for-all, and all we can do is try and agree. That's my position on morals.
No, but my point's very simple. If morality, I say I'm an objective morality. I say morality is objective. I'm a moral objectivist, right?
I'm saying you're foolish, and you fell for Mark Passio's.
No. I'm showing you why I'm demonstrating for you why it's true. Because if it isn't, then we can't say to those people, or your serial killer, that something is ultimately wrong otherwise.
Of course you can say, we've decided this is ultimately wrong, but not actually know for sure.
It just comes down to opinion otherwise. And hence opinion. Making morality meaningless, Dawn, if it's subjective.
No, it's not meaningless. It means it's more exciting and edgy.
It's more...
Because you have to use cunning. You have to use cunning to survive. You can't say, "Oh, but that's against the rules, Daddy. Can you tell him?" Yeah, that's not cunning. That's wimp. See, I'm very interested in it. I watched Mark Passio's lecture on natural law, which says there is objective morals that humans should try to follow to progress and not be enslaved by themselves, which is a very nice, cool concept, nearly true. But in the end, I realized no one agrees, which actually supports the idea that it's not true. Most of the world agrees Hitler was wrong, but there's some people that say he was the best, smartest man and the only chance we had of freedom. Like Dexter knows what he does is wrong for everyone else, in everyone else's eyes, but it's his right to do it because God can't stop him.
Geez, Eggs, you gotta make this thing have more of a bias for you or something.
No, that's the opposite of what I want. I'm giving it instructions to favor people with less popular worldviews.
Well, the interesting part to me is if you don't think logic is foundational and objective, isn't it possible that you're not using it properly?
Sure, but I mean, I'm also well aware of the fact that everybody thinks everybody else is using logic improperly, right?
Yeah, see, that would be one of the things I would say. I disagree. I don't think that people think that, but I would think that someone that doesn't think logic is objective and absolute would make that assumption.
What the assumption is, just so you're aware of the assumption, is that most people think they are logical most of the time. They're aware that they get upset and angry and
I could agree with that, yeah. And they don't, but then you ask them what the laws of logic are and they don't even know.
Yeah, but it's just sort of understanding the idea of cause and effect, being able to be dispassionate about decisions, not making decisions while you're cranky, lots of things come into it. And most people think they're pretty good at it. And even though, to my estimation, those who are worst at it are sometimes the ones most confident that they're nailing it.
That could be the case, for sure. I wouldn't say in every scenario, but some of the times, yeah.
Yeah. To me, because certainty is maladaptive to me, which is like it'll break you. And if I'm flowy on a position, if I'm like, hey, I don't know who won the Super Bowl in 1988, then anybody pitching me an answer can make a good argument. I'll go, all right, that sounds okay. And I'll lean in the direction of thinking that's true without pitching any money on it or anything like that. But then if I Google it and something says the same thing, and if I do something else and it says the same thing, I'll come more and more and more and more confident that it's like, probably right.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, that like in that scenario, the external world would be where you would go to for the answer to that. But for transcendental categories like the laws of logic, knowledge, and uniformity of nature, you're not going to be able to go to the external world for those things.
They're just sort of,
you can go to the external world. You can go to the external world. You could go read the Bible and be like, oh, this gives a reason for all of this.
But what I think is like, you were saying something I thought was really interesting before about the air conditioning, problem solving in the air conditioning. I think people who are completely unaware of the laws of logic inherently in their gut kind of get the idea of non-contradiction, right? It can't both be the filter and not the filter at the same time.
Because they were taught not to lie, yeah.
Exactly. So we don't need to wind ourselves up about the laws of logic to use them effectively. They might just be so good that if a God exists, that would absolutely be how God did things. They could also pre-exist God. God might exist within the laws of logic. I think that is many people's worldview. Rather than they are supported by God, he is bounded by them. He can't make a square circle.
I just would say you would attribute all the attributes of that to the universe. And I know this is how you think I'm importing it into your worldview. But would you agree the universe doesn't lie to us?
Sure, yeah. I don't think the universe lies to us.
Yeah,
it depends what you mean by lie. Like individuals of the universe lie, I guess. But
of course, but separate from the minds, right? Just the ultimate thing outside of the human mind, the universe.
Yeah.
It doesn't lie, right? It's very powerful, maybe even all powerful.
Oh, powerful! I don't know if it's got it. It's that seems or that would be a value judgment and hard to define what I meant by powerful.
Okay.
Kind of like it would contain all of the energy, all of the ability would be contained within it, but half of that ability would be like punching the other half of that ability in the face on like one trillionth of its planets, and all of the other ones were just pointless rocks. I don't know how
And it would be all knowing, right? Like everything we're discovering are just things about it, right? So it already has all the knowledge.
No, because if it's just contained in our knowledge, then the only thing it knows is what we know.
Well, no, the universe, like when we discovered like the law of entropy, that was just something that already existed. Right. So
Sure.
it's like it had more knowledge than us until we made the discovery of that knowledge.
So you're saying the entropy existing is knowledge. Is that begging the question that it's within a mind?
This is what I'm getting at is it seems that we have to apply mind-like qualities to the universe.
It seems like you force them in there and then go, well, what's this I've tripped over? More mind, is it? But they does feel weird when you put it in there that way. You get that, right? It's saying that they are knowledge when they are just reality, right?
Yeah,
it's
but
not
exactly, like reality would be justified, or knowledge would be justified true belief, and that would interpret to reality.
I'm not the first person to tell you that it sounds circular. So
no, not at all, not at all. And I
you're kind of proud
your
of that, aren't you? Almost.
No, I'm fine with it. I don't mind it because I would imagine that like concrete base axioms would be inherently circular.
I don't think
Like
anything that I would think is good is circular.
Likewise, any premise. Yeah, any premise, like anything that you're going to presuppose is going to be circular in the end, like the uniformity of nature.
Do you have to presuppose anything? Can't you attempt to challenge all of the presuppositions down to the base ones?
You should. I like to do that as best as I can, but in order to perform science, you have to presuppose uniformity of nature.
I'm getting triggered. So, wouldn't you like an argument for God where you don't have to presuppose it and you actually reason through your own mind to it?
That would be yeah, but you're presupposing reasoning.
No, I'm saying that there's better ways to justify it for yourself, even as a crazy theist.
Yeah, by presupposing the laws of logic and presupposing reasoning.
No, by thinking about.
Yeah, in order to think about something, you have to presuppose the laws of logic.
No, it's the worst argument for God ever, and you can do better.
No, it's indirect evidence. It's not direct evidence.
I realize it's part
I know
of your
you're
real
looking
reasoning.
for direct evidence, and I don't have direct evidence for you.
Yeah, I realize it's part of your real reasoning, but I don't think it's a good argument to bring up with other men for God.
It's not. It's an indirect argument for God. So what it is showing that without this, we have no concrete foundation for the laws of logic, the uniformity in nature, and knowledge. Unless someone can present something.
But listen to this. Listen to this. If we presuppose the Big Bang didn't have a creator and it just happened naturally, then there's no God.
And how did you get knowledge from the Big Bang?
About the Big Bang, do you mean, or from it?
Yeah, like what? There's things outside the material, right?
I don't know for this argument.
Laws of logic?
Did you not realize my argument was terrible? Because I just presupposed no God?
Well, you can presuppose whatever you want. That's fine.
Yeah,
I would just ask for a justification for your presupposition.
Sure. In order for biological organisms to develop intelligence, they must grow the ability to develop their intelligence. Therefore, as an intelligent biological being, I must have evolved to be this way. Grown to be this way.
But the universe is not intelligent.
What? That's what you got to deal with my proof. Like you're just going outside of my proof.
Yeah. Well, no, I guess what I'm saying is there any intelligence before any mind?
Is there any intelligence before there is any mind? I don't think so, no.
So before, like when the sun coalesced, this dust into the earth, and then the moon, a Mars-sized thing hit the Earth, and then the moon came on. All that to you is illogical and unintelligible, even though you've come up with an intelligible explanation for it.
Or like things make sense to me if that's the question. I don't know what the question is really.
Yeah. So can something make sense without a mind?
I think minds are what make sense of things. We've lost again in this weird wording, I think, a bit. Minds are what make sense of things. So,
and the universe operates in a sensical way.
You're switching the definition of senses in senses and senses in reasoning. You're switching the definition of a word, man. It's getting obvious now.
No, because when you say, well, I brought up the sun and all that, that's not
that's
like
a Martin Bailey, by the way.
You didn't but you didn't use any sensation to come up with the conceptual model of the sun creating the earth.
You've run from the topic now, right?
No, I'm staying on topic. I brought up the topic of the sun creating the earth. And I'm calling that an intelligible method. That would have to be held in the mind of something to make that action occur in the first place.
It just blobs out in the model.
It just blobs out.
Yeah.
Yeah. For what reason?
Because here's your good argument for God. Because there is this massive space with blobbing out that creates life. That's how we know there's a God. Because this exists, this whole thing, this huge space.
Yeah, I think that's a fallacious argument. That begs the question of creation.
It's a bit better. Because you're referencing scale and wonder instead of just presupposing a myth man.
Well, the Big Bang claims as well. It seems like quantum mechanics is getting into that there was a wave collapse function in order for the Big Bang to occur. And what we know from quantum is in order to create a wave collapse function, you have to have a conscious observer.
Oh, no.
Not indicated at all. I don't think
so. You can make the wave collapse function occur without any conscious observer. And by conscious, I mean something that can turn sensation to perception.
You don't even mind.
Is it the case that the wave collapses if it is recorded but not watched?
Correct, yes, because that would be a device that would work like a conscious entity that would take sensation and turn it into perception. Now the question
is,
is,
saying now, hang on. Now we're saying cameras are conscious.
Well, I'm saying it has the ability to take sensation and turn it into something you can perceive. You have to agree with that.
Yes or no?
It doesn't. I don't know how to define conscious. We both agreed earlier.
Is a consciousness required to make the wave function collapse? Either you have to say yes, a consciousness is required, therefore a camera can do it, or consciousness is not required, just a camera.
I'll change the wording. Something that has the ability to change sensation into perception is required to make the wave function collapse. Now, if you recorded it on that camera and never looked at the camera, would you ever know if the wave function collapsed or not? And did the wave function collapse actually in reality?
Yeah, and so it depended on the camera, not on the observer. So it's not mind dependent. So your core point is debunked, I think.
It's dependent on, I changed my point to it's depending on something that has the ability to turn sensation to perception.
So a camera could have been there instead of a god.
You can claim that it was a camera, but it's still invoking something supernatural.
Yeah, it'd be a god camera.
Yeah, it'd be a supernatural camera.
It's wild. I guess my arguments for God are not much better.
There's many supernatural things in the world that we do not have explanations for, and we are perfectly okay with using them. but I think the Catholic Church did a number on many people in here. And that's why they don't want to accept the scripture.
You're almost saying the same argument I say, just with different approach. That this place we're in, this existence, is so crazy that alone just points straight to what people mean by God.
Yeah.
Not crazy as in wacko, crazy as in...
And it's even crazier, John. And I remember a long time ago we had the discussion, and you said that what's cool about the heliocentric model and probably what makes it true is how outlandish the claims are, which is, if you have a square, if you have like a Mercator map Earth and you got wormholes and portals, that would be even more insane than the globe Earth. So in my opinion, if that is how you are measuring your standard on like whatever the most insane idea and craziest idea, but still could have explanatory power and predictive capabilities would work, you would go with the flat Earth with the portals.
No, that's not
Yeah.
my logic.
I'm kidding.
I think what I was saying was sometimes you can tell it's true because you don't believe it at the moment and it seems too complex.
Yeah, so the flat Earth with the portals for the sun would be like that.
That sounds like a go to the gaps argument you're doing there, Don.
Exactly. No, but what I was actually saying that time to Tora is you can tell the globe's more true than the flat Earth because the whole model is bigger and more wild. There's more unexplained phenomenon happening, and that's how you know it's real.
Yeah. Things get really simple. Like there's sort of have to become a bit simplistic and clear cut when they're in fiction. It's one of the things I often find about when they try to make a true story. Where do you ever have that where you're watching a movie and you don't know that it's a true story? And then afterwards you're like, that makes sense because the characters seem less logical in real life. For example, somebody betrays somebody and then 2 scenes later they're hanging out again together. And in a film, you just can't do that. You've got to show them coming back together. But in a documentary, it's like, yeah, they're friends again. Deal with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is similar to what I was meaning.
Yeah, the globe model is so there's got so many variables to it that you're going to see weird stuff. Whereas if you were telling a lie, you would make it really sort of neat.
Yeah.
On the 7th day he rested. For how long? Shush.
You just said how long.
Well, I don't need to know anything about creation. All I got to do is just measure the reality of our current existence and not worry about the rest.
Yeah, not many people bother themselves about when reality popped into existence, I don't think.
Do you guys think that it's just like when you die, it's just you just become like a tree, like you know what I mean? Like you just go in the dirt and become like worm food, and then it
From
just
dust,
all goes black, or what?
From dust we came, and dust we shall return. Yep.
Yeah,
That's all there is to it.
When you're knocked out,
End
really.
list.
We came from dust, so you take the biblical perspective.
Pretty much.
No,
I
I'm
don't
just saying.
know.
I'm just
In
saying
your
we'll turn back into
worldview,
dirt.
wouldn't you say you came from
I
like
was
your
just
mother
saying.
and father?
I was just saying when we die, we turn back to dirt. End list.
Okay, but yeah, we didn't come from dust, right?
Well, okay. I shouldn't have included that part.
No, it's fine. That's the story. You start as nothing. You become amazing.
No, he said he doesn't care about any of that.
That's what they think.
He doesn't care about any of that. He said
No,
he just cares about what's in the present moment right
That's part
now.
of our model too, Tora. They're coming from dust.
No, I think it's water.
Balls. That's dust.
Well, I kind of go with Ecclesiastes, book 3, 18 to 21. Surely the fate of human beings is like that of animals. The same fate awaits them both. As one dies, so dies the others. All have the same breath. Humans have no advantage over animals.
Ooh.
Everything is meaningless. So I'm going to go with that one.
That's
Do you
nihilism.
know? Do you know the context of that passage of Ecclesiastes? This is Solomon showing what the illogical man believes. That's what he's literally doing.
Yeah, but it's a
He's
great
saying
verse.
everything is vanity and meaningless. So
It's still right.
he's going from the position of a lawless man, of a man that does not subject himself to God. That's what he's writing in. So yeah, of course you would agree with that
Yeah, this is the
because
rise
it's
of
like
man.
satirical.
That's the rise of man. It's a great verse. I wondered how these atheists, Shubil, eggs, how they sit with the nihilism. Like, I
I'm pretty
hear
nihilist.
the
It's
cop on
funny
True
too because
Detective
he
say time's
rejects
a
the
flat
scripture,
circle.
but then he uses it for his worldview.
Time's a flat circle. It doesn't
You know,
mean anything. You're going to
if
go
I had
round and
any
round.
idea, if I had any idea that Ecclesiastes was that was satire, well, then all bets are off.
It's
What? Is
it's
satire in the
literally
Bible?
in the
That's not
beginning of Ecclesiastes. If you know the story of Solomon, you would know that he went and whored himself with the other nations and had wives from other nations and started following the other gods. And Ecclesiastes, at the end, he tells you what that was like. And at the end of Ecclesiastes, he tells you what the whole duty of man is. So, do you
What does
want to
that
read
say?
the end of Ecclesiastes to find out what the whole duty of man actually is? Or are you just going to take the vain position that he portrayed?
Well, if he has if there's two passages that are in complete opposition to each other, yeah, I might have a hard time.
Oh, yeah, you would, right? But you would understand that someone can portray a worldview from a vain worldview and then a worldview from a godly worldview and say, but I hold to this godly worldview, not the vain worldview. You could still state the vain worldview without actually holding that as your worldview, right?
Well, so he's just steel manning the pagans.
Correct. And I wouldn't call them pagans because that just means like wanderer.
You know where I think the religious guys get you guys? In the creation thing, right? Because at least the religious guys, right, they say there's a creator, a creation, right? Whereas the non-believers, or shall we say the atheists, you gotta presume you came from a rock.
Sure.
So in that aspect, I think the creationists have one up on you. And I include myself as part of the creationists.
I see. In the Bible, they come from clay in that same way. They just have literal hands and breath rather than the mystery of the cosmos.
Right. I don't prescribe to the Bible creation theory, right? But I prescribe that in order for something to exist, it has to be created. It has to have a meaning, right? It has to have a
Does God
purpose, right?
exist?
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Does God exist? If God
And
exists, and for things to
when you say
exist, they
God,
have to
what
be
do you mean?
created.
What do you mean, God? You mean the God of the Bible?
No. It sounded like you were saying, in order for things to exist, they must be created. And I said, does God exist?
Well, I believe a creator exists, not the kind of like my buddies, the religious folk believe in the Bible
No,
God.
I get you're not into that. But I'm saying, if in order for something to exist, it must be created, that implies that God must be created. Or that
Well, yeah,
rule's no good.
that's a tough one. Yeah, that's a regressive, whatever you call it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can say that we can't find every creator, but we know there is one. Then you can say maybe we found the last one in a line.
Yeah.
This is the
No,
final.
but Eggs has a good point, and there's no answer to that, right? Like,
have you not got one? What do you think about it?
It's unknowing, bro. This is an unknowing thing, right? Like when you ask me what do you imagine the creator is, I'll tell you it's an ineffable, like an unknowing thing. For us, our minds cannot perceive of it.
You're going
Rene
with that
put it this way the other day. I thought really well when he was saying, because I say it in a very similar way. It's like being an ant and trying to figure out what the person that made an ant thing thinks and feels and you know, it's the morality of a human because it made the ant farm we live in. It just wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, like our
that wouldn't
brains,
even be good
I
either,
often say
'cause-
like we don't have enough memory, we don't have enough RAM, we don't have enough processing power.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, the questions we would be asking, like the questions, can you imagine ants coming to us with their questions about fairness? When I've got a quarter of a crumb and there's 6 of my mates, and you're like, a what? A crumb? Oh my God, okay, can you share it? No, there's not enough, it falls apart. Ah, fuck, I don't know, what do you do? Well, I kill him. Don't kill him. You know, like you just wouldn't care. You'd just be like, oh, do whatever you want. You're like, can some of us have sex with boys? And you're like, I don't care. Why would I care? You know, I've got such bigger things. The things that you would care about are so different from the things I would care about. I would be thinking about your existence of your colony. Yeah, I so agree with you,
I think that gets around the infinite regression. If you say, I know this one ineffable thing was around the creation and before what we are in now, but it's so ineffable, I don't want you to ask me about what created that.
Yeah.
You can't
If
know
things
anything.
I would even go further.
It's the most
I would
known
say,
unknown thing.
Or things
I
don't
would even
require
go
creating.
further and say that the creator made it that way. Made it so we can't, like your butt, for example, right? You don't want it overtaking you, and so I think the creator made it that way so we can't find out the creation. See what I'm saying?
Can't
Like
never
a
be the
built-in,
beginning.
yeah.
You can't ever get there where that thing's happening. You couldn't perceive any of it, so there's no perception of it.
Like the Matrix.
No, not like anything.
No, I'm
Like
just
the
saying
most
what
known unknown thing, not like anything you've ever known. The Matrix isn't it.
No, just that one thing is the same, where it's planned to not let you find out.
Think of it like a safety switch on a robot, right? Like a kill switch.
You don't find out anything. You make a lot of stuff up as a human. You make your Matrix. The humans make the Matrix. God didn't. Everything's the most known unknown. No matter what you compare anything to, it still doesn't matter because you don't know if that thing is that thing. It's
I
that
agree with what you said.
You don't have the beginning thing. Yeah.
The most known unknown. I agree with that. It's a very important unknown for us.
Right. But the reason nobody can get to that point or figure that thing out is because nobody's there at the time of contention. Just like an ant isn't there at the time of contention. We don't even know how an ant's made. You know, for an ant to ask us a question, you know, we'd be like, shit, we don't know how you got here. And the ant be like, well, how'd you get here? We're like, we don't know. We'd be like, ant, how'd you get here? And the ant be like, we don't know.
I feel like each ant does wonder what's outside the nest, but only for like a split second.
Yeah, and the conclusion they would come to is they would be like, oh, you know, the world could be huge. You know, it could be like a whole football field. And other people would be like, it's crazy. It could never be that big. You know? Like, imagine trying to explain Australia to an ant. It just...
That's flat Earth, baby.
No, what they would say is, oh, but remember the Queen, so we have to keep working.
Yeah. They'd just be like, dig more dirt. Eat more sugar.
Yeah, I don't even think they would care. They would just try to
Oh, that's a
occupy.
good point. The Queen is God, because not all the ants get to see her, do they? But they feel her presence.
So this is what in my opinion, what the cosmologists lack, right? Well, they're starting to see now that how wrong they were, right? I think they're starting to realize that, you know, how unimaginably complex our cosmology is, right? So I think they're starting to understand that they don't know shit, you know?
Yeah.
So
can't.
yeah.
You can only infer.
Yep.
Everything we've done to this point has been an amalgamated goofiness of just whatever man forms up in his head.
I sort of agree with that. Some of it's
Well,
great.
look, they're giving Nobel prizes to people that say locality is not real. Like we're going off the wall. Like we're literally these guys are literally like just making shit up as they go.
Well, they have to.
They're
They
trying
can't
to make
give you.
science fiction real.
Yeah, they can't give you a Nobel Prize for real physics. They can't give you a Nobel Prize for real stuff. They have to give it to you for the unknown because science isn't the known. Science has never been the known. Science is always based on stuff that's not real, stuff that ain't happening, stuff that you can't figure out.
Sort of. I don't know. I don't agree with the not real bit, but I agree with it. It's always around the unknown.
Well, science can't prove anything. So science does not deal with the real stuff. It deals with religion and everything. Science is not even, it's pointless. It doesn't do shit. If you make a fucking whole industry, right, if you make an industry and the industry is made on based on natural stuff and trying to see how this natural thing works, and now here we are today, fucking Bob using strings and saying a cat toy string that he has on the thing is natural science and it means anything, it's just stupid. And they told you this stuff means something because they made up that it means something.
A lot of it is a mathematical model, so it doesn't really relate to the physical until you believe that model is correlated to the physical.
Yeah, but you understand the matrix is the math. The matrix is all the lying bullshit that's non-physical that can't really affect anything physical. Non-physical things can only affect non-physical things. Gravity, time, space, warping, bending, matter, all those non-physical fucking words that don't have shit to do with anything can always affect non-physical things. But physical things can only affect physical things. They can't affect the non-physical things. Your bathtub can't affect time. And if they think it can, show me. Your bathtub can only affect real stuff like water, air, things that are real. Physical things touch physical things. Non-physical things don't touch shit. They don't do shit. They never have. I don't even know why we have the idea of the non-physicality.
All right, let me reapply the matrix thing. And so you're saying that the weirdos that make up the fake science theories, they've put a matrix on people as stopping the people know the real physical truths.
Yeah, a whole world of goopy shit. Yeah, pi, cotangents, angles, and just everything they put in there that's untangible. Yeah, all the distance, all that shit.
Fairy stories.
Yeah, it makes them feel better. It's an answer to their question, but an unanswer to yours. So
There's a
like
lot
when
of
a
that
dude
in
goes in a
science.
secret lab and he answers his question, he unanswers yours. Now you don't know shit and he knows it all.
There's a lot of that in science, but especially quantum mechanics, so the small physical, and especially cosmology, the big physical, which like SE goes on about. I agree with you. There's a lot of it. And that makes it seem goofy.
That's
Look,
why
imagine this, right? Imagine the cosmology we have today and the theories of the multiverse and Copenhagen and all that. It has to do with man shining a light on two slits, right? This is it, man. This is where they came up with all this nonsense, right? It's just a light beam and it goes into two slits and they see what happens in the either end and they say, oh, okay, that means this, that, and the other thing. It's highly, highly just guessing. That's all it is.
It has to be SE because listen, if they know, then what are they looking for? If I know where I know where your candy's at. I don't have to do a math problem. I don't have to learn tomorrow. I don't have to get up and search. I know where it's at. It's done. I've already got the prize, right? So what their job is to not know. You
Then it
guys
becomes
understand what I'm saying? Their job is to confuse, discombobulate, and to make you think you couldn't understand their complex shit. It's non-physical.
Once they know it, yeah, it just becomes information that people think or know or believe. And then the science moves on to the next step of maybe this, maybe that.
But you do understand what I said, right? Like, because they shine a light somewhere, they came to the conclusion people won a Nobel Prize to say that reality is not actual real. They gave them a prize for that.
Right, they have
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, they have to though. Science has to, Essie. If they don't, then you'll know and everybody will know that that's jank and none of that made any sense. And there was no point for the whole contention of that light science. The whole light science industry is based on somebody getting that Nobel Prize.
Yeah, in other words, in plain English, if you don't look at the moon, it's not there.
Can you
That's what they want a prize for.
Let's see, can you steal my non-locality?
Steelman non-locality. Yeah, what it means is, in a nutshell, is like what I just said. If you don't look at something, it ain't there. Type deal. Like I can go more into it, right? It has to do with superposition and all this nonsense, right?
Yeah. I just don't know
It's
what
just a bunch of
exactly they're
nonsense,
saying.
bro. It's just a bunch of nonsense because of the wave function. They have it in their mind that if you don't look at something, or more properly, if you don't measure it, right, it doesn't exist. That's basically it.
They've said
Said the guys who don't touch anything to measure stuff, Effie. They don't measure. That's the one thing they don't do. They can't. See, if they measure something, they'll directly know. They'll be like, all right, this thing exactly 1.1. They always have to have, well, it's approximately.
I do
Yeah,
think
that's another thing. Yeah, they can't measure things. Yeah, exactly.
I believe that there's relating particles around, not that one particle is popping in and out in two places.
Look, we have to distinguish between technology, R&D, the stuff we have in our hands, actual tech, and this pseudoscience, right? Those are two different things, and somehow they've managed to put them all together and fool people.
I quite like the idea that there's like a field of potential that could be sort of anything until they start messing with it. I quite like that idea. I think it's, to put it in your way, Dawn, it's quite sexy.
Yeah, but think of something. Think of what that means, right? That means that Andy could be both. Oh, well, maybe that's not a good thing to say.
No, I see. It certainly breaks the laws of logic, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of identity. I think as well.
It breaks everything because you can put it this way: you can be both white and black. You can be both African American and an Anglo-Saxon at the same time.
Note, I didn't say it was true. I said it's kind of exciting. You know what I mean? That's the way. That's what I'm saying. I'm not making any definitive claims.
No, I hear that, but I just want to, put it to a point of absurdity, right? You can't be African American and Anglo-Saxon at the same time, right? Can you?
Yeah, but you've replaced it with a completely different sort of meaning.
You can't. How? That's exactly what it means. It means you can be both things at the same time.
Superposition is the same as having two identities. But
well, sort of, yeah. Because you can be all these things. In other words, you can have a box with a ball inside that's both blue and red at the same time. And when you look at it, then it chooses to be either blue or red. This is nonsense.
They are saying, yes, that's kind of what they're saying. There's a tiny ball, and sometimes it's not a ball, or it's a different ball, and something like that.
Yeah, nonsense. Something that can't be true. What Andy just said, it defies all the laws of logic.
Well, maybe
probably
right.
then
maybe
some.
it's true.
Well, there's no maybes here. It's just nonsense.
I can understand you being skeptical.
Well, what do you think? Can you be both red and blue at the same time? Can a ball in a box be both red and blue at the same time?
I'm open-minded to non-locality.
SE is being incredulous? No, never. He would never do that.
You see, again, NASA shows its colors. Comes in with a nothing. No?
I mean, I come in and you're just doing your typical incredulity thing. I mean, what else is new? I mean, there must be a day that ends in Y.
You see, my point is proven.
Exactly. You have incredulity. You have nothing to back it up with, just incredulity.
So you can be both right and wrong at the same time, NASA?
Well, you are always wrong, so I don't think you can be right at all, ever.
Again, another waste of our airtime. Shout out NASA. Why don't you make a point for once, a coherent point, like address the
I
matter?
do all the time, and you just say no, or I don't believe that, or oh, you're boo boo. I do not believe that. That picnic basket cannot be both full and empty at the same time, boo boo.
So it could be. So you're saying, boo boo, that it could be both empty and full at the same time? Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, boo boo, it can't do that because that's now we know about picnic baskets.
You see, you just make yourself look silly. Yeah.
I remember you saying, "Yeah, boo boo."
Am I the only one who thinks that he sounds like a Yogi Bear? I guess it must be.
Maybe I do sound like Yogi Bear, but that's not the point here, right? The point is, can the basket be empty and full at the same time, like you just said? You said it. So, NASA, question to you. Let's see if you can answer it. Can the food basket be both empty and full at the same time?
You're talking about quantum superposition now, aren't you?
That was a question.
Are you talking about quantum superposition?
Yes.
Where the cat is both alive and dead at the same
Huh?
time? Yeah, where the cat's both alive and dead at the same time because you haven't observed it.
So can a basket be full and empty at the same time?
In a quantum superposition, it can be.
There you go, folks. This is what
the interesting part about that is right now you are talking on a device that relies on our knowledge of quantum in order to work. You're using a computer or a cell phone connected over the internet, connected by lasers and satellites and stuff. All this requires our knowledge of quantum mechanics because the basic component of all these integrated circuits is called a transistor. And without the knowledge of quantum mechanics, we could not make a transistor.
See, that's where I said R&D and actual tech gets mixed up with this nonsense. That's what they've convinced
you. You don't understand. A transistor relies on our knowledge of quantum mechanics. It would not work without our knowledge of quantum.
Tell us how. You just using a talking point. How does that do it?
Okay. You want me to explain to you how a transistor works, and you don't even understand quantum? Yeah, Google
you see what I mean?
Yourself.
Just coming in to just blab. Just go on mute.
Again, you lack the basic.
Again, for your community when you don't talk.
You lack the basic knowledge to build upon for this. You have to go Google it yourself. I'm sorry, I'm not your school teacher. Just because you slept through high school science doesn't mean that I have to teach it to you.
You see, that's all he does. You're just a waste of breath, bro. You're like just.
I know.
It's better when you don't talk.
I know. I understand. You want me just to say, you think that saying no and everything, or actually you don't say no. You go, I don't believe that. How can that happen? Oh, I'm incredulous. That's your basic thing, and it's because you lack the basic knowledge, and you want me to teach you how a transistor works. Oh fuck, let me look that up for you.
Well, I want you to stop talking. That's what I wish.
Yeah,
I wish
you do. I know.
weren't even in the conversation at all.
I understand.
I understand. It's what you're doing now. You're interrupting me.
All I do is point out that you're an idiot. That's
you're like
all.
totally useless, bro. You're the guy that the people in the party don't want to have, bro.
Worthless.
You're just
useless. I know. I'm the one. I'm the one who sits there and says everything that SE says is false. All he does is say, I don't believe that. That's not possible. While he's using devices that require the knowledge of the thing he's making fun of. I find that ironic.
Right. When asked, how does a transistor have to do anything with what you were saying, you just resorted to ad hominem. So, like I said,
no, not ad hominem,
just
sir.
a useless.
I'm not here.
I'm not useless person.
I'm not here.
And everybody knows, and you're interrupting. This is what
I'm not here.
So
to make
I
up for your
I
lack
will
of
now
knowledge.
not talk to you anymore, so we can get back to real conversation.
Please don't talk to me. Please don't talk here ever again. Please stop saying, I don't believe it, or that's incredulous, or how can that be, or how can the picnic basket be both, how can the cat be both alive and dead, when that's our basic knowledge of quantum mechanics required for the materials that you use to converse and to say that. I find that fucking ironic as hell.
Yeah. Now you keep thinking that a cat being both dead and alive has anything to do with computers, and you're just going to show how
everything to do with
ignorant
computers.
you are to the rest of the people, and you make sure you keep interrupting when people talk. That's really going to help your case.
Well, it took me like all of 10 seconds, SE, to find out how computers need quantum. I mean, it's really difficult.
You have to Google it, right?
Not related
Yeah,
at all.
yeah. I had to Google it because I want to make sure I get it to you in the simplest form possible.
Like I said, bro, you're a detriment to your side. So it's best that you don't talk, bro. Honestly, it's best that you don't talk.
Right. Excellent, SE. Why don't you continue to be incredulous about everything, though? That does really good for your side of the argument. I mean, you never have any evidence for any of your positions. You just have your incredulity about the other side. How can the Earth be ground? How can this work? How can this? In the meantime, it continues to work.
Buddy, you came in to tell us how a basket could be both full and empty at the same time.
Technical basket. That's right,
stupid.
boo-boo.
Please, I advise you to stop talking. You're just burying yourself
I know.
deeper.
I understand the cat can't be both alive and dead, right? I understand because you think it has to be one or the other.
But in your belief, it's both at the same time. That's the system that you're trying to back up right now.
That's the Copenhagen interpretation. That's right. That's the Copenhagen interpretation. There are other interpretations of quantum that get even more strange, but the Copenhagen interpretation is that it's both the cat is both alive and dead until you observe it. That's correct.
So that's nonsense, right?
Why is that nonsense? It's how it works. That's the Copenhagen interpretation. Wait a minute, you're on a device. You're on a device talking to us on the internet. It requires the knowledge of this to work. The transistor that won't work. The laser won't work without our knowledge of quantum mechanics.
So listen to his logic. A cat has to be both dead and alive in his interpretation of this, how this stuff works in order for a computer to work. You just bought into nonsense, bro. You're just
again. You're incredulous. You're incredulous, but it's required for our knowledge. You're talking on the device that requires quantum mechanics. The Copenhagen interpretation, the most common interpretation, is the what Schrodinger's cat. See, Schrödinger didn't like that either. That his Schrödinger's cat thing was supposed to make fun. It's the same as the Big Bang. The guy who coined the term the Big Bang didn't like it.
Make fun of
supposed to make fun. In the meantime, though, in the meantime, people like you, who apparently are small brain, smooth brain, can't wrap their heads around this. But in the meantime, you're using the devices that require our knowledge of it. I find that ironic.
Oh my God, you repeated it another again.
Well, he won't shut up either. You guys keep saying the same thing. He keeps saying the same thing. Don't believe it. That's not possible.
Don is telling you to shut up, bro. You should. That should tell you a lot.
Okay, boo boo. I will listen to Yogi.
Not me, Don. Don is telling you this.
Oh, Don is also a moron, but that's another issue.
Homonym. Oh boy, that you're thinking. What kind of show?
No, that's not an homonym.
Excuse me.
That's not an homonym. That's an insult. There's a difference. Please learn the difference.
Yeah, you just showed yourself again, bro. That you just not an honest interlocutor. You just come in and
I'm not honest. Says the guy who's the most. Says the guy who's probably the most dishonest person on this net. You.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I bet if you were to, anyways, I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna stoop to your level. We all heard what happened here. Here's a man that's convinced a cat could be both dead and alive, and somehow that makes computers work. Now, if that's not a fucked up way to think of stuff, I don't know what is, man.
I mean, I think it's probably humble to admit that we don't mess with this kind of stuff, really, do we? We don't know too much about it, SE. So
it's called a coma. When a human's dead or alive, it's called a coma, but they're still alive, but they're in a coma.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you can buy a supercomputer, can't you? And you can take it to pieces. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I'm saying,
and you won't
no,
find all the traditional pieces that we find in a normal computer, GPUs and such.
So you're saying they made a computer's dead and alive at the same time, and because it's dead when we don't put it together, but then when we put the parts
I don't
together,
have
it's
enough
alive?
technical knowledge to really talk about superposition, really. But
Who doesn't? Are
I
you a
don't.
human? Do you have a brain? If you have a brain, the same thing that every human has, you have the ability to talk about anything a human with a brain can talk about. I give you permission. I give you the smarts. You have them now. They're bestowed.
Right, but
you are the peer review.
But I acknowledge that there are experts in fields of certain.
That didn't make any sense. No, there ain't.
There is
No,
an
there
expert.
ain't. That didn't make no sense. There's people who make shit up, brother, and you go along with it or not. You go along with the people that make shit up, and you're calling that knowledge because you don't. Stuff you don't know is not knowledge. How do you guys think this? Stuff that's unknown is not knowledge. That's unknown. That's not knowledge. Knowledge is the known. Get this through you guys' head. A guy that thinks he has stuff that's unknown by everybody, but he knows it somehow, but can't show you it, that's still unknown. That guy don't know shit. There is no specialist other than you. Damn. If you're the only human alive, motherfucker, who you got to work with? You. You got to trust everything you do. If you don't, you're dead. So your brain's got to be good enough for something, brother. Come on. Work with me.
You know what's funny about this whole thing is that this the quantum experiment, right? If you want to call it that, double slit experiment, it has multiple interpretations. So if it was a thing, if it was that, it would be that, right? But it's not
Correct.
that. It's
It can only be
this. It
one or
could
the
be
other.
that.
Yeah,
It
I've
could
got
be
my
this.
interpretation.
Unbelievable.
They all go with the weird interpretation that shows reality might be non-physical.
What's another interpretation, please?
Mine is that the cat is one or the other, not both.
Well, yeah. How do you know though until you check? That's it. That's why it's
I don't
both.
know.
You don't know.
That doesn't mean it's both.
Oh, how do you know that?
Because that's how
It
life
can't be
works.
both.
You're
Things
either
can't be
dead or
both.
alive.
You can't have a dead, alive cat. That's impossible.
How do you know? You don't know whether it's live or dead until you
That's
observe
the way
it.
stuff works.
I don't know.
NASA. It doesn't work any different. You either
So it could
have
be
a
alive,
dead
it could
cat
be
or a
dead.
live cat. You can't have both.
Not both.
That's
There are other
a statement that
interpretations.
should be said. Yeah, D-Monk is spot on. It's ridiculous. You can't have a cat both dead and alive. That's as simple as that. But no,
How do you
you're
know?
gonna argue for it.
How do you know? How do you know if it's alive or dead?
So
without
you guys
observing
think
it?
a smart guy is the guy who sits there and says, "How do you know everything?" Well, how do
Because
you
you're
know the
relying on a
cat's here?
random event.
How do you know Paid NASA Shield's really talking to us right now? How do you know he could
See,
be
this is the
dead?
weirdness of
Be
quantum. It
alive.
gets weird. Yeah.
Are
This is
you
the
alive or
Copenhagen
dead,
interpretation,
NASA?
which is the most
We're all
common.
Superposition
we're all
right now.
saying it's one or the other. It couldn't be both. So
How
there's
do you
nothing
know?
weird. Nothing weird.
How do you know?
You're not getting it. Us not
Hey, no, hold
knowing.
on, guys.
Us not
I
knowing is
agree
part
with
of
you.
our point.
No, let's check
That's
this
actually
out.
the only thing. The only way you know if the cat is alive or dead is to know it.
Yes,
Otherwise,
we get the argument, but we're
Let's agree
saying
with
we
him,
don't
Dawn.
agree that means it's both.
how do you
Let's
know?
agree with him, Dawn. Let's agree that Paid NASA
Because,
Shield
well,
is dead and
no, I've already
alive,
told you that
and
you're
he's
just
in
going
a
in a
box.
loop with bad language. Sorry.
It's not about language. It's about science.
Bad language.
It's
Okay,
not
so
language. This is
NASA's
not a
in his
language
house.
argument.
You're
No,
saying
this
how
is
do
Okay,
you know?
listen,
But you
NASA
know
Shield's
that's
in his
part of
house
the
right now.
issue from the start. So why do you keep going back to it?
because it's an important part that you guys said sort of hand wave
No,
away.
not
No,
when I've
we
admitted we
we're not
can't
going to hand
know.
wave it.
And you to ask
Dawn,
us
hold
how you
on a
can't
minute.
see
Give
it.
me this one for 3 seconds,
Oh, but
Dawn.
you do know. I mean, according to you, you know if the cat's alive or
NASA,
dead.
No, I
NASA,
didn't.
I
I
got
said
you,
it's one
brother.
or the
Listen,
other.
Oh, you
I'm
don't
with
know
you.
until you observe it. Thank you very much.
NASA,
Now
The
you're
I'm with
cat's
just
you.
lying.
alive or
Now
dead
you're
until you
totally
observe it.
lying. So no wonder they hate you.
I'm with you.
Well, I don't
No,
care
I'm
if they
with you.
hate
I'm going
me.
to go
This
with
is
NASA
quantum
on
is
this one.
tough.
Listen,
I mean, the
NASA,
Copenhagen
Because when I
interpretation is
try and
weird.
debate you
can
man
you
to
let
man on
anybody
quantum
else
mechanics,
speak?
you
And
lie
you
to
two let
me.
No,
So
me
no
speak.
you
wonder
wouldn't
they hate
dare
you.
do that. You wouldn't do that. I wouldn't
I'm going to help both of you out. God damn. NASA, you're in your house. It is a box. Are you dead or alive right now, or do you not know? So Paid NASA
Your
Shield is
silence can
superposition.
be mocked. Wow.
Well, you know,
He's
you can only argue with a
superpositioned,
fool
SE.
so long before you realize that you're arguing with a fool.
Well, you're superpositioning.
Question.
Which, which interpretation do you believe, NASA?
Well, what do you mean? Which interpretation do I believe? But both are all useful.
You're really struggling now.
But they're all useful. I mean, the
most
Copenhagen
honest
interpretation
question
is the
gets
most
us back
common
on
one.
topic, and you say, "What do you mean?"
The Copenhagen interpretation is the most common one.
Which one do you believe?
Again, the Copenhagen interpretation is the most
Why
common interpretation.
can't you be real?
I'm telling you, if you would listen to me,
I
all
asked
interpretations.
you a really honest, simple question out loud. Everyone else gave
And
the
I gave you
space.
the answer.
You
The
can't answer it.
Copenhagen interpretation is the most common.
Which one do you believe?
It's not a belief, sir. This is science.
Which one do you know is true? Which one do you know?
The Copenhagen interpretation is the one most people use.
You can't tell me four times you've ignored
I've been
an
telling you
honest
if you listen to
question
me.
about your topic.
If you listen to me, I told you the answer, but you can't accept it for some reason. Why do I have to phrase it in
What's
ways
the
you
answer?
understand?
Go on, tell me again.
The Copenhagen interpretation is the most common interpretation.
So that's not the answer because it's nothing to do with what you think.
I gave you the answer.
Well, what's the question, though?
Fuck you.
Because this
I
is
asked
doing
him
it.
which one he knows is true. Which interpretation?
Well, he's given you
he
the
thinks-
answer, hasn't he?
No, he said it's the most common. He didn't say anything about what he thinks is true.
What do you mean true? This is
What do I
interpretations
mean
of
true?
quantum
See,
mechanics.
what the fuck are you talking about?
There are
bro?
many different ways to explain it.
You don't know what true means now.
For most situations, the Copenhagen interpretation is the most useful, the most
You
common.
avoided it again. That's 6 times.
Well, if you listen, if you get the shit out of your brain or pull your head out of your ass, I've given you the answer that I'm going to give you. If I don't phrase it according to you so that you
If you
get the
don't
right
tell me which
buzzwords
one
in
you
there,
think, I'll consider you avoiding it 7 times.
of course you will, because you're a moron.
No, because I like real questions and real answers. So you don't get to just promote consensus without telling me what you think. That's what fascist does.
Let it be known. Not even you couldn't even answer Don's question. Even Don cornered.
I answered Don's
question.
I answered Don's question. He is either too simple-minded or too pedantic to understand the answer.
So are you saying you agree with the most common one?
The most common one describes most things in a way that most people can understand the best. That's correct.
So yes or no, and you couldn't get to it.
Most people can understand things that are alive and dead at the same time. That's what you think most people think. That's weird. I bet you nobody thinks that.
Imagine going on a picnic with NASA, and he was the one that was supposed to fill the basket, and you open the basket, and it's empty, and he tells you, "Well, it was full when I saw it." Imagine that.
Yeah, well, that's not how it works, but okay.
That reminds me of my son when he eats all the food. I put the food in the basket and I go back to it and there's nothing in there. And he looks at me funny and he's like, "Dad, that food's superposition."
When you try to make analogies,
the food was
you guys
there, but
go
it wasn't
crazy
there,
with it.
Dad. No, God damn it, let me finish my sentence, NASA. My son ate the food and I didn't know. It was there when I saw it. So did the food, was that superpositioning food? I looked in the basket, it was gone, but I put it in the basket.
You
So
love
did
me,
it
honey? Well, the newspaper says love is falling, and less people are loving these days.
Love and hate are the same thing. Did you know that? Because when you hate something, you love to hate it. And when you love something, you hate to love it.
Or
you hate to love and love to hate whatever you hate that you love and you love that you hate. You know what I mean? So if you love something, you hate the other thing, right? So if you hate something, you love the other thing. It's the opposite. They're the same word.
False dichotomy. Just because you love something doesn't mean you hate to love it.
Hey,
It's just
superpositioning. NASA Shield did it. It's not me. Talk about the cat. Hate and love.
false dichotomy. Yep. And it's
They're
a false dichotomy.
superposition. Yes, sir. They're both the same word. They're the opposite of each other, dead and alive, hate and love, but they are the same thing. We couldn't
No, they're
tell.
not.
Superposition. What, you don't believe in it now? Oh, I broke your superpositioning. Schrodinger's cat is out of the box.
You didn't break anything. You just projected
Yes, I did. It's hate and love superpositioning with each other in the box. Which one's which?
Bro, hate and love are not a dichotomy.
Prove it. Prove it.
You are the one claiming that it
You
is.
made the
You
claim
are the
hate and
one.
love aren't something just now. You said hate and love aren't this. Prove it.
You're the one giving a claim to what it is.
I know they're the same thing. You can't prove they're not. I just proved they are. They're in the
No,
box.
you didn't.
Hate
You
and love.
didn't prove. You didn't prove anything.
Which one's in the box? Hate or love?
Bro, you didn't prove anything. You only thought that your
There's a cat and he hates and loves, and he's in a box. Now he's superpositioning.
Bro, something in a box is not hate or love.
Oh, what? Now you guys are confused? Now they don't know anything yet. See, now they're not brilliant with not knowing.
Yeah. Dimag, hold on, Dimag. Look, Zayak, we're talking about superposition. Like, keep up. You just came in, right? We're talking about superposition. That's why he said love and hate in a box at the same time. Do you understand the topic?
I sure do. But
the topic is
if you want to explain it, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I said, if Demak wants to call me stupid and explain how I'm...
I didn't say you were stupid.
Well...
I just want to know about superpositioning. No, I said the word super.
Man.
I said superpositioning. I didn't say stupid.
You sure didn't. But that's the gist that can be picked up between the lines. But you can
forget about the meta. Forget about the meta. Address the topic. We're talking about superposition. Can love and hate be in a superposition?
If I can drive over to the ferry, I will have my minds more focused on the matter. Give me 5 minutes and I'll respond to you, okay?
Okay. All right. We want you to be safe, yes. But we don't know.
Sorry. The road up ahead is kind of...
ferry already. You could be superpositioned and not know it, but go ahead and do your thinking.
So the moral of the story here is we've been sold a bag of goods, and it's up to us to discern what's nonsense and what is a possibility. And I put it to you, this superposition is complete and utter nonsense. And if somebody can prove otherwise, go ahead.
What about more a Rupert Sheldrake thing, I see, where like the butterfly effect, where you might not see it, but one thing can affect another. So it's not two things, it's not breaking the identity, it's just spooky action.
Action and reaction, that's not feasible though. Action and reaction do happen, they always happen. That's a thing.
Yeah, I'm saying can it happen across a space where you can't see the interaction between it sometimes?
No, that's where the problem arises, right? If we're to believe, and I'll tell you why, right? If we're to believe in the speed of light, and I'm not saying it's true or not, right? But if we're to believe in the speed of light, that cannot be true in that model. Even Einstein was against that. He called it spooky action at a distance.
I think another way to look at it is a particle has a partner or a pair. And sometimes that's just a weird theory. I don't think I believe that. But that's part of how
it's non, you can't show it. It's non, yeah.
That's part of how they explain.
Well, I've heard it explained too. Two particle, well, first, they sometimes say one particle split in two, or they say two particles entangled, and you can shoot one off in the edge of space or whatever, billions of miles away. And when one does one thing, then the other one does the opposite always. That is physically impossible. There's no way for a particle that's beyond the speed of light transmission, right, to know instantaneously what the other one did. That is just physically impossible.
Yeah, okay,
But they
so
don't say that the particle knows what the other did. That's added on.
Well, that's the implication is it felt it or knew it or reacted to it.
It's not added on because if you have a blue and a red ball in the box, two boxes, right? They're both blue and red at the same time. The claim is when you open one box here on Earth and it's blue, then the other one way at the other side of the universe, which is further than the speed of light transmission instantaneously, will know instantaneously. So that's against your own model.
You said you added no. You added no again. And no one's. I don't think science says it. The particle knows what it is. Knows
I
that
didn't
it
say the
happened,
particle
right?
knows. I said somebody that could be looking at that box knows that it's blue or red. That
They
is
won't
the model.
know
That
that you
is
have
the.
checked it.
Sorry?
They won't know that the first particle has been checked. You'd have to tell them to check it, and that would be limited by speed of light.
You don't get it, do you? You don't get. You need more explanation of the matter, or you're not getting it.
I'm not getting your straw man or the extra words you're adding onto it.
It's not a straw man. That is the explanation. When a box is open here on Earth and the ball is red, that means automatically the other one is blue.
Right.
Now,
Well,
if you don't
yeah,
understand
could
that,
be
maybe
true
look
if you
into the
have.
thing more and come back and we'll talk more. But
No, hold on. If you have two marbles, one is red and one is blue, and you send one without checking to the other side of the universe, and you check yours, then you know the other one is blue if yours is red, necessarily. But I mean, that's a rudimentary example.
How would you know?
That doesn't.
How would you know?
Because you know there's two possible states, and you checked yours, and you see what your state is. That means the other one is the opposite state.
You're assuming this, so you don't know.
How if I have a red and a blue marble, put them each in a box, but I don't know which is which.
No. You said it wrong. You don't have a red and a blue one. You have one ball that's both red and blue. It fails at the inception. Get it?
Could wind up to be red or blue. Correct. And at any given moment, if you haven't checked, you don't know which is which.
You got it wrong again.
I don't
got
think
it wrong again. It's
point to
both
something
in
other
a
than your
red
own words
and
to
blue
demonstrate I'm
state.
wrong.
Again, let me clarify this for you because you don't seem to understand it. The claim is that the ball is both blue and red at the same time.
The description of the situation, yes.
So there you go. So you think that a ball could be both blue and red at the same time?
I'm saying it can be either red or blue, and you haven't looked yet.
No,
would be a more accurate way to describe
both.
it.
It's both red and blue at the same time, or it could be either or. Say it any way you want. You believe this.
We don't have to argue it as if I believe it. My original contention was that you said the other one knows. But then you'll have to also go with what they continue to say, in that it's information that can't travel faster than light, and that using this technique, you cannot transmit information. So it is not a violation within their own internal, as an internal critique.
That's a doublespeak. That's a way they try to wiggle out of it, right? Yeah.
It is not a way to wiggle out, because that's all that matters when they're talking about speed of light is causality, is information.
Right. So how do they know? How do they know? How do they know? How could they be sure that the other?
That's why I'm saying you're saying they know, and that's where you're departing from what they say in order to cast doubt on their investigations.
No, I don't have to go that far. I can cast doubt on the first statement. The cat is both dead and alive. The argument dies right there. There's nothing to say after that. It dies right there.
If you're so shallow that you will not continue to investigate it, you could stop there and be confused forever, or you could continue to learn and get the full picture.
You can. If you're smart, right? If you're a smart, intelligent human being, you know right there it's bullshit, right? Even Schrodinger said that. So you can go ahead and follow Alice in Wonderland, right?
That was an
You're gonna
illustration.
stop right
No
there
one has
and
ever
talk
put a
bull.
cat in a box, nor has a cat ever been both alive and dead, right? That was a thought experiment.
People have to
A
put
thought
cats in
experiment,
boxes.
that's nonsense.
All the time.
Exactly.
And that's
Well,
fine.
Yeah,
A thought experiment can be nonsense as a starting point.
Bull Knight, you
Carry
were more
cats, but
going with
carrying
You
cages.
hear the
pairs.
coping they're doing, Don? You hear the coping?
Yeah, but I like the thought of it. It's a good thought experiment.
For what? For what?
To
To not
imagine
know?
it
Zombie
tells
cats.
you
It's
you
an
have to
unknown,
consider both.
unknowing. It's an
You have to
unknowing
consider
experiment
both.
on. It's so you can not know stuff, and then so science can carry on strong with the unknowns of unknowing.
Sometimes you have to
Yeah,
consider
it is.
black and white, but to know
It is as
possibilities.
it is as with many things. An inoculation. It's inoculation in practice, because if you accept the first parameter, then you get lost in the fantasy of it. So what SC Montreal is doing correctly here is that he's refuting to enter into the fantasy by the very fact that the fantasy in its foundation is flawed, and he recognizes
Exactly. The
that.
premise is faulty to begin with. Exactly, Zion.
Yeah, yeah. It's the same thing with QE's modus tollens. Just do parallel if you guys can see the parallel.
Yeah, so you're starting off, pigs could fly, right? And then taking it from there.
I think Bull Knight was more going with the pairs reacting to each other than one thing being two things.
Yeah, this is why I was saying that it is a false dichotomy. That is me refuting to go into the fantasy by just recognizing the very fact that it's not either or like SE is saying that the cat is not both alive. The cat is not both alive and dead. It's possible. It's a could be alive, could be dead. It's not that it is alive, is dead.
Exactly.
Yeah, so there's really not a thought experiment. It's really not a thought experiment. It's a test to see whether or not one understands likelihood or what something might or might not be, just by thinking about it. So sure, somewhat of a thought experiment, but the experiment is really if you can use the thought or if you can put together common sense. That's just it. And SE is putting together the common sense, meaning he's passing the test.
There's no test here. It dies in its conception. The first premise is wrong. So anything else you say after that is just wrong.
Yeah, but do you get the point, SC? Like, let's say you're in the lab, you've got the box, and you know you put a cat in there and you set it up. You would then agree it could be dead right now, but it could also have survived.
The test
it could
is
be either
that,
or, yes.
Yeah.
It can't be both, though. Yeah.
Right. And that's what you have to tell the weird theoretical philosophers. It can't be both. You've gone too far.
Absolutely. And they're starting to realize that themselves, right? They even say, right, that if you understand it, you don't understand it. Feynman, they even say it themselves. So, I mean, if you don't understand it, you're trying to explain it to us. We don't so nobody understands it.
Isn't the is the cat dead or not thing, is that the probability of each thing is the same?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
They say everything is the probability of everything is equal. Like it could be dead, alive, a particle could be here, there. Like before, they used to say the atom, right, had the electron, and it was in certain positions, right? And then they said, "Oh no, it's not. It's not like an orbital model. It's like a fog of probability. It could be anywhere. We don't know. The best we can do is we can say it might show up over here. There's a probability. That's it."
Yeah, so the problem with superposition is that superposition, according to quantum theory, claim that something or a particle can exist in multiple paradoxical states at the same time. At the same time. Now, this is in actuality, not in a hypothetical scenario. Not in a what-if scenario. Because in a what-if scenario, sure, yeah, we can reflect about how that might come to be. But this is claiming it as an actuality in reality. So, yeah, you know.
If I was to push it further, part of it is to teach you. You have to now live as if it's both. Because it could be either.
Well, I would say that this is conditioning someone to become or be or well practice being paradoxical, meaning self-contradicting. It's not really something you want to practice. It's not healthy, really.
Yeah, and keep in mind, right? This is all based on light. What light does. That's all this is. They shone a light in two slits, and stuff started to happen, and all this is based on that. Many worlds, Copenhagen interpretation.
Right,
it's like they've gone off the rails, like.
Right. And yeah, other
Can I
things, like radioactive decay and that kind of thing too.
Yeah. Can I I just stepped in. Can I say something?
Of course. Go ahead.
Is it what people are trying to speak against, so to say? Is it quantum entanglement or quantum mechanics as a whole? Is it that you're refuting? Is it a particular aspect of quantum mechanics or quantum mechanics as a whole?
We were talking specifically about quantum, like spooky action at a distance.
So
the ability for a particle to be in a superposition, entangled, sent halfway across the universe, and have the ability, for when you open one, then you know what the other one is. That's basically it.
That's a so-called quantum entanglement. It's something different than quantum superposition. It's well, it can be a part of the same theory, but the so-called action at distance is something that's related to the so-called Copenhagen interpretation and the collapse of the wave function, things like this. But
but Jesse has a problem with because the cat has to be both alive and dead at the same time.
Yeah, but the cat thing is a paradox. That was the cat thing is a paradox that was devised by Schrödinger in order to point out that there was a problem in understanding where to place the border between microscopic and macroscopic systems, and when you're dealing with particles on relatively simple systems, then it's more or less easier to understand what quantum superposition is and how to deal with these things, and the measurement interpretation and so on. But when you're dealing with complex systems such as biological systems and even macroscopical systems, thermodynamical systems, and things that are our size, then it's much more difficult to go through the whole process of saying when the interpretation that has been
You're
devised
saying a lot of stuff.
Devised
you're
for,
saying
for,
a lot of
for,
stuff,
for
but you're not saying a lot of stuff actually.
Hold on, let him finish. Please don't interrupt him. Go ahead, sir.
It was a paradox. It was not a statement. Schrödinger's cat was not a statement. It was not saying a cat can be both dead and alive. It was in order to point out a sort of a paradox in. It was sort of a paradoxical description in order to point out that at some point you have the description of what is the system and what is the measurement and what is the observer has to. It gets complicated sometimes, and at some point, and it gets too complicated to be described with a simple description that you use for simple systems such as atoms or single particles. It's much more complicated than that.
Okay, so appeal to complexity fallacy. It's very simple, actually. It's not complex, and it is a gullibility test for the academia to see whether or not people really can think beyond a paradox, because actually it is a paradox. To say that the thing is both too paradoxical or a paradoxical thing that is never actually something that is actually seen or known in reality is in of itself just a what if plausibility, hypothetical, deductive thought experiment, something. The simplicity is actually this, that the observation doesn't change the thing, only the interpretation. So when you have an idea about what something might be, the thing is the thing itself beyond what you think about it. And so your discovery of the thing is simply discovery. So this changes not the observation of the thing or the thing itself, it just changes your interpretation. So really it's a recognition or a realization upon the thing once you see the thing that sure, the cat is, well, it's alive. It wasn't dead.
But
the cat was dead. It's not alive. So you have a conclusion now. And it didn't exist at both states prior to
nobody claimed did not claim that the cat existed in both states. It was a paradox. It was a paradoxical description.
No, he covered it right.
Then you have not understood.
Guys, hold on, guys. We can't go on.
I think I understood.
Go ahead. Let Franco go.
Okay, well,
that means not talking, Zaya. Please, don't make me mute you, man. Please.
You don't need to threaten me. I already said.
Everybody's talking about. I don't want to do the philosophical thing. Let's stick to the nitty gritty, okay? Let's start off with the superposition. Can we agree that in the model, Franco, superposition means that something could be in both states at the same time? Can we agree on that? Spin up, spin down at the same time. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have a box. We have a ball inside, right?
Yes.
Now we have two boxes. So superposition means that we can have these two. First of all, we can have two particles that are entangled, right?
Yes.
They're both in two boxes. And they're both in a superposition state, meaning they're both in the blue and red state at the same time. Can we agree on
that? Well, it depends because of course, if you have two balls in boxes, they are microscopical objects. If you have two particles in two spin states, then it's a different thing. Then you have you cannot use that with microscopical objects such as balls or bananas or whatever or cats. You do it with things that are in a pure quantum state, and pure quantum state is not something like being red or being blue for a ball. It's something like pure quantum state is a wave function that has a certain eigenvalue for some operator, quantum operator. It's described like that in terms of mathematical stuff. And so you have a precise definition of what a pure quantum state is in quantum mechanics. And so you have to prepare an entangled state, meaning that it can be a superposition of two quantum states precisely in the same way as a wave, a light signal or whatever wave, even a sound wave, can be a superposition of two different waves, of two different frequencies, same as the sound you make with the guitar. It's not a simple note. It's not a simple frequency. It's a superposition. It's a linear superposition of different frequencies. The same thing happens with wave functions, and you can describe a system of two particles as being a superposition of two pure states.
Okay,
People
so
use
you guys know,
analogies with balls, but it's not that. You cannot do it with actual balls.
when
With
this guy
actual
has it, his video on, it limits the room to 25. Just so you guys know. I don't know if you know that.
Sorry.
Yeah, and let's tackle what he said.
Yeah, but don't go philosophical and don't take like a half an hour, please. Ayak, let's keep on point, right? We're talking about superposition particles here.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'm not stupid. So great. So the definition of quantum superposition is simply a quantum system, like an electron or qubit, can exist a linear combination of its own states until measurement. And so the example is, for example, photon polarization, qubits simultaneously, 0 and 1, and Schrödinger's cat, meaning both alive and dead, taught experiments. And really, this is not something that any human has directly experienced, that being a particle in superposition. All the evidence is through instruments and inference. And superposition really is a theoretical construct and not a lived phenomena. So the emphasis on the use of linearity of Schrödinger's equation is really a model then and not an experience. And so really Schrödinger's cat is used to propose or illustrate absurdity in a model, not superposition as a living reality. It's
Hey,
really
let him respond,
and
bro. Don't keep going on, bro. That was a very good point you made. Very good point.
Yeah, I liked it. I'd like to bring the Earth into question afterwards with the same thought.
Okay, let's let Franco respond to that.
Okay, I'm saying again. I'm not a theoretical physicist. I'm an experimental physicist. So I do not. I've learned about these discussions because I have translated a lot of popularization, science popularization books about this, because this is something that's very fascinating for the layperson. But the point is, no theoretical physicist actually bothers a lot about this. It's more the popularizer. Okay, one thing. Second, again, the cat thing is not an issue, right? Because it was an example that was made for a particular purpose historically, and it's not an issue. The issue is,
that's what I just said.
You might say something like, do we see why should we use something like linear superposition if we cannot see it? There's a lot of things that are modern and we can't see. The point is, as far as I know, as far as what I learned when I learned these things in my time, is you don't care too much. No, I want to rephrase it. What science is concerned with is making models which describe observed phenomena and are allow you to predict the observation of other experiments given the conditions and so on. So they allow you to make predictions on subsequent observation and they describe what has been observed so far. And quantum mechanics and quantum field theory has described things at a level of precision which is really astounding, right?
Can you address this point?
He's not
Sorry?
addressing it. He's the red herring.
Hold on. His point is Schrödinger's cat. The argument was created to reduce the position to absurdity. Can you address that point?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to address Schrödinger's cat because that was not about physics. It was about the interpretation on the measurement, right? And the point of Schrödinger's cat thing is that you have that it wanted to highlight the fact that at some point when you go from very simple systems such as a spin of an electron or of a photon to complex system, such as a biological living system, then you have the thing is much more complex. And when you go to see what measurement is in a biological, or even in a complex and very macroscopic systems, just when I'm measuring the diameter of this, the quantum effects in these things, in measuring the diameter of this disk, are irrelevant, right? Because the system is complex, and so at some point complexity must kick in and must give you you must not apply the same logic that you apply to very simple systems, subatomic systems, to complex ones. At some point in the chain of interrelations between simple systems and complex systems, that there has to be a boundary somewhere when you stop using the same logic. And it was, but I'm not a historian. But this is the interpretation of Schrödinger's gap paradox is something that has to do with history of physics and the history of science, not with physics itself. So the physics itself, meaning quantum theory and quantum field theory, are extremely successful in explaining what you observe and in explaining and making predictions. It's extremely successful. You know, right, that the thing you're actually using, that I'm currently using to communicate with you, that screen I'm using, and the silicon based.
That's called a pragmatic
circuit.
fallacy. That's called a pragmatic fallacy.
No, they're based on quantum mechanics.
It's making fallacies.
Semiconductor physics. Semiconductor physics. LED.
And it's not addressing
the functioning of LED of your screen that you're looking at.
Because you've done trial and error. Just because you've done trial and error and habitual observations, and the effect that you have is you can use it, doesn't mean you have a good explanation for it. You could have explanations and theories that are wrong. That have
trial and error.
Hold on. You could have explanations.
Beginning to talk.
Dude, you could have LED was made with trial and error. Just try things, and
you never
we come up with silicon detectors, and we come up with semiconductors.
Oh yeah, sure, bro. Okay, so you asked the question: why should we use superposition if we can't see it? Well, the answer is simple: if you can't see it, don't use it.
We can see it. We can see it. Somebody said we didn't see it. We use it only. That it was. The original thing was just using light, and the two-slit experiment with light. No, the two-slit experiment is done with electrons. It's done with particles, and so the fact that you see interference with electrons, that's very famous.
Notice how we're not talking about how I debunked it already, and he's just
hello,
slithering away.
The God's eye view is what you got to have to make any of the shit he's talking about even possible. No person has the God's eye view on anything and knows exactly what it is without knowing. So when you see it for what it is 100%, you get the God's eye view. I got the ball in my hand. I know what it is now, right? I can turn it in my hand. I got the eye view. I can see what it is. I know, right? There's no unknown here. That's the God's eye view. What you want to do is put it to where no fucking human, no man or no person can know shit, because everything's not what it is. You're not what you are. Todd's not what he is. The light's not what it is. Photon, all this shit, you make it fucking retarded, unknown, and not able to be anything. It's all just stupid goofiness with the fucking nothing burgers in the fucking box. Exactly.
No, it's not like that. I'm sorry. Another example, in my field, I'm a particle physicist. I'm here in Geneva, and I'm at CERN.
All right. Do you know anything with 100% confidence?
Sorry. It's my field. We have. I'm saying this. I'm explaining this to second-year students before they start studying quantum mechanics. When introducing my own field, that for instance, one of the effects that's but you really see the effects of something that is exclusively quantum is a phenomenon called neutron meson oscillation. You see particles that are created, one type of particle, and then they turn into a different kind of particle, namely their own antiparticle, before decaying. With
so you're watching conduction.
That's a claim.
You measure that. We measure that. We did measure that in many instances with many different neutral meson systems. We measure that. It's exactly an oscillation pattern.
What's happening? It's a claim of
Stop interrupting, guys. Please, I'm gonna put you guys on mute if you continue. Franco just came in. He's a new guy. He's a physicist. Let's give him some respect.
From Geneva.
Let's give him some respect.
Appropriate.
Go ahead, Franco.
I'm saying that the neutral meson oscillation, and recently we found also not us at CERN, but in other experiments they found in the past few decades they've discovered neutrino oscillation as well. But the neutron meson oscillation, for instance, I always show my students a very, very beautiful plot from an experiment which is not my own. It's LHCb. Measuring the oscillation of some neutral meson that's called BS meson that is produced as a particle, then it decays as an antiparticle. Then if we wait a little bit, it's again the particle, then it becomes an antiparticle, and so on. And this pattern of oscillation is exactly the same kind of pattern that you find with the double pendulum that physics students study when they're first or second year. Double pendulum system, and you can find it on YouTube, since usually people like the lay people like to see things on YouTube. You go to YouTube and search for the double pendulum system. If you take a double pendulum, then they're loosely coupled. Then you start with one oscillating. This you can replicate in any lab, even at home, and you start swinging one of the two pendulums, and then in time the other one starts swinging, and the first stops, and then the second oscillates, and then it reverse, and so on. And so the oscillations passes from one to the next, and so on. That is exactly mathematically. This is exactly the same thing as saying that what is actually produced is a superposition of the two particle and antiparticle states, and then they exactly the same thing as a pendulum, and then it's a double system, and it's a superposition of the two. The double pendulum is in a superposition of two oscillation modes. It's that you learn that in classical mechanics. And then it's exactly analogous. And then the particle is produced in a superposition of particle and antiparticle. It starts as a particle, and then it turns to its antiparticle, and then turns to the particle again. So actually, it's not exactly like this. It's produced as a particle, which is a superposition of two different way of evolving in time. So the two way of evolving in time evolve separately, evolve independently, but they're in superposition, and the superposition of those two is such that at some point it starts as a particle, and after a while it's an antiparticle, and then it's particle again, it's an antiparticle again, and you measure this, and this is a precise effect of superposition of two eigenstates, as we call them, and of two Hamiltonian eigenstates. That's the and you see that, you measure that, you can see the plot of this oscillation. It's something that you see, and it's purely quantum.
So you see what you don't see.
I'm familiar with the.
You see the effect of the superposition in this oscillation.
No, that's an interpretation. Okay, now we need to be allowed to answer to him, unless I'm gonna question my own sanity, why I wasn't allowed to monologue this extensively with SC's patience for the last.
He's new here. He's new here. I'll explain you why.
So have I been.
Because he's new here. I want to show him. Stop talking for a second. You asked the question. Because he's new here. He's a physicist. I want to show him respect. I want him to feel comfortable so he can come back. That's why I even want to ask him a million questions, but I'm backing off and letting you guys do it. That's wise, the act.
So, can I respond to him now?
Yes, please respond to him.
Look at him come back from what I'm saying. Let me first refute quantum theory, then I'm going to refute superposition. So first and foremost, quantum theory is not reality. It is an invisible abstraction constructed upon assumptions that no one has ever directly experienced. It replaces presence with probability and being with behavior, and modeling not what is that being real or reality, but what is expected under specific interpretative lenses. It speaks not of life, but of equations. No human has ever touched, seen, or lived a wave function. Only the machine has spoken, and the interpreter has believed it. This is not knowledge, but mediated superposition, where mathematics plays oracle to phenomena unseen, and scientists believe their symbols to be substance. A theory that cannot be lived, sensed, or known in presence is not a theory of reality, but of absence disguised in precision. Secondly, refuting superposition. Superposition claims that a thing can be many things at once, both here and not here, both this and not this, until a measurement collapses the possibility into one outcome. But this is a conceptual illusion and not a lived truth. No being has experienced or realized or recognized two states simultaneously. The observer has never seen both paths or both positions or both spins. The claim rests on a mathematical model of indecision, not on sensory or existential contact. In reality, there is only what is, not potentiality, not fractionally, not in parallel. Superposition is not the true nature of reality, but the result of substituting lived presence with abstract expectation, thereby mistaking uncertainty for essence. And such a claim has no place in the ground of direct being. So, yeah.
Okay, I think that's good enough. Can we let him respond?
Hold on, let me get one, SE. I just want to sum up what he said really quickly. So you have action and reaction. You have the starting of the result. So you know for a fact you have before the action, right? So you got this thing in your hand. Then you have the reaction that's happening. And then the last attribute, the end result. You get the end result.
Now he's making a facial expression.
Hold on, Zia. Hold on.
Can I finish my sentence? So you have the action and the reaction. Those are the things that are known. All he's doing is trying to tell you about the interaction between those two time periods. So you have the known before and the known after. The in between is what he's saying all this goofy ass shit about. It's just a reaction in between timing. So what happened between plugging in the light and the vacuum turning on? You know the vacuum turned on. You know you plugged it in. He's going to talk a whole bunch of gobbledygook about what this power's doing in between. That's his whole fucking goofiness. We know the begin result and the end result. He's in the middle doing nothing burgers. Thank you.
Okay, now let Franco respond uninterrupted.
To what, me or to them?
That's a good question, yeah, because you had two answers there.
He's going to choose not to respond to me and choose to respond to Demek, or he's just going to talk about something non sequitur about.
Let him talk, bro.
Yeah, let him attempt to convince us again with his formal degree in Confucian.
No, don't start doing that. I don't want any ad-homs. Just let him respond. Maybe, Franco, you can respond to the superposition, what he said at the end, that it can't be in both states at the same time. Maybe that's a good thing.
Do you know what a stationary wave is? Have you ever plucked a guitar chord? A guitar string, sorry.
Yeah, I own a Gibson.
Yes, it's doing one thing, it's moving. It's not sitting still.
Yeah. So you can describe the wave that a vibrating string makes, the vibration, the simple vibration, the lowest harmonic of a vibrating string is a stationary wave that goes up and down with a certain frequency that can be described mathematically as the superposition, linear superposition of two propagating waves of the same wavelength, one going in one direction and one going in the other direction, you take the form of these two waves, which you can do. You can also generate them with an open string. You take an open elastic string and you wiggle one end and you see the wave that propagates one direction. So you can see those. And if you make the superposition, linear superposition of these two waves, one direction, one the opposite direction, you get a stationary wave. You have the so-called Fourier transform that is used in signal propagation. In signal theory, is used by everyone in dealing with signal transmissions. So everybody knows what a Fourier transform is, and Fourier transform is simply that. Functions can be, especially periodic function, or periodic function can be expanded in a Fourier series. And indeed, functions which have a start and an end can be expanded in an infinite Fourier series, which is a superposition. Sorry, someone is calling. I'll just let it go.
You gotta go.
So you have
a guitar string does not exist in quantum states. It's a string.
Let him finish.
You also sorry. I have to stop the phone. Sorry. No.
Yeah. So a guitar string does not exist in a quantum state. Just because you can pluck it, it vibrates, and now vibration, as you say, the string in its entirety vibrates, and it moves faster from the pluck and is slower outwards to where it is fastened on the guitar, on the neck or on the body.
Also,
it's not in a quantum superposition or in a quantum state just because the wave like what you call function goes to the head and to the body. That's not superposition. If I drop a drop of water in the ocean and it creates a circular, what is that? Is that a fucking 360 degrees quantum state? If I drop a drop of water in a body of water and there's a wave-like function going outwards, do I now have a 360 degree limited to my ability of having like an angle to a geometrical shape, or what is that exactly? Like, dude, come on. I get.
No, let him respond. Let him respond. Don't keep going on and on, Zayak. Don't keep going on and on, please, bro.
Almost like him. I'm almost done with my 30 seconds. So just because you can add some fun, abstracted, imaginary language and play artist without you knowing it, doesn't mean that that's how it actually works in reality, or that it even is a thing in reality. And that was it. Thank you for your time. If you needed to go, have fun. Goodbye.
So if you pluck a guitar string, or if you play a piano, play a C in a piano, right?
A note.
And then
a chord.
Then
note.
A note. The piano. You play a C. You will if you you know that the G, that's one octave plus 1/5 up will start vibrating.
Okay.
Yeah. Why is that? It's because the sound that is emitted, the wave that is emitted by the chord also contains the superior harmonics. That means that it's not in a pure frequency state. It's if any time dependent signal can be described as a superposition of pure frequency signals. Pure frequency signals is a wave that has no beginning and no end. It's a mathematical thing.
I told you.
You can do it. You can do it. You can describe it. You can take a bell-shaped signal, which has a sort of beginning and an end, and describe it mathematically as linear superposition of sinus waves. You can do that.
Yeah,
It's
you don't
called
want
Fourier
someone to see
analysis.
it.
It's done in mathematics. It's there for signals. It's there for classical waves. It's there for classical signals, for light signals, for sound signals, for any signal, for electrical signals. You can do that, and then you apply the same thing to things called wave functions, where you use these wave functions to describe, okay, the probability of finding some result when you make a measurement. The point is, yes, it's not intuitive.
You don't want the result.
People fought against this, but the point is,
you don't want the result.
Describes reality. It does describe reality. Because without that, you cannot describe the black body radiation. You cannot describe the spectrum, the spectral lines in spectroscopy. You cannot describe atomic physics. You cannot describe. You cannot describe. You cannot describe the what you observe when you look at energy levels in atoms, in metals, in semiconductors. I'm telling you again, the semiconductor physics will not be explained if not by quantum physics. What we observe in particle physics is quantum.
So it's not what you observe. It's the in-between.
Unexplainable fallacy.
Yeah, we know the beginning result is a drop of water. We know the end result will be the drop of water splashes and waves. What he's doing is saying between that timing, he knows everything that's nothing that doesn't matter. Because the only thing that matters is it was a drop of water to start with. We know for a fact, we do know this. And then we know that it hit the ground and turned into a splash or a wave, etc. We know this for a fact. He's dealing with the in-between, the unknown, which makes no sense, which is nothing. It's a big nothing.
It's not just the in-between, because you predict what you're going to observe. And if your predictions are matched, then it means your theory works. That's all we care about. You want to predict the observation. You don't care what's in between.
You don't need a prediction of trial and error, brother. You see the first thing, you see the end result, now you know. Trial and error not needed. I mean, prediction not needed.
And we find a better explanation for the end result. We're waiting for it.
Prediction is a problem. No, we don't need prediction.
But he already exposed what is of value. He says that the only thing that is of value is if it has predictive power. So he already spoke of his paradigm there and the limits to his abstraction and the capabilities of his science. So, amen.
Yes, and I repeat that the LEDs you're looking at this very moment, seeing my face, you may like it or not, are based on quantum physics.
We don't make it up. We don't make stuff up about it. You're making up everything about it. We see what we see, and what you guys do is just make a whole world of goofiness when it is what it is.
You're not in a superposition just because a fucking light shows your face on my screen and I see you on my screen.
I'm not in a superposition.
And you're like sitting on the other side of some pond. Dude. Okay, then what did you want to imply?
I wanted to imply that quantum mechanics works. Quantum mechanics works and is making predictions that are verified at an incredible degree of precision. And that none of chemistry would work.
Concave Earth model.
Predictions are pointless. Predictions are pointless. The end result is the only thing you need. Fuck your prediction. You heard it here first. Fuck your prediction and your whole industry of predictions. Fuck them all. Fuck your ragtag science and not knowing anything. You don't want.
Hey, it might be a good idea if you can get out of this cafe that has this huge sharp sound in the background that kind of screeching into the Discord room here right now. Just for your information.
Okay, can I have a minute with Franco? You guys, you had some pretty ample time. Can I have a couple of minutes with Franco? You guys, do you mind?
Yeah.
Have fun.
Yeah. For me, it's okay, but then I'll have to leave because I have something else to do. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Much appreciated. I hope you come back. Please don't take any excitement or stuff the wrong way. It's a free-flowing server, and some people get heated.
Sorry. The reason, by the way, I'm showing my face is because I think it's got some value in it. Not because I think my face is particularly good, but I think that seeing facial expressions of people you're talking to is for instance, it allows you to stay a little bit calmer and not to be too aggressive when you actually look at the other person in the eye. Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect.
No, I hear that and I respect that a lot, and to me it's a privilege talking to somebody like you in the field. So yeah, like I said, I want you to feel comfortable and I want you to come back. But if I can ask you a couple of questions,
okay.
Right?
Okay.
So we have the state of superposition and entanglement, right? The example of the two boxes, we'll make it simple. We won't do cats dead or alive, we'll do blue and red ball, right?
Right. Okay.
So we entangle them. They're in a superposition. They're in the box. We don't know what state either ball is in. According to the theory, we can send one way across the universe, and when let's say we have two people, somehow we sent them there, right? We can do magic, right? So we have one person here with one box, another person there with another box.
Yeah.
The balls are in superposition. One person here on Earth opens the box. It's red, then automatically the other one knows it's blue, even though it's further than the ability for information to transfer because of the speed of light. You with me so far?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the question. What's your opinion? Do you agree with Einstein that he says that's not possible, or what's your opinion on that? Because I kind of agree with Einstein there.
I know what Einstein's position was, and I also know that Einstein's solution to the problem was to hypothesize that there would be some so-called hidden variables that are not known, that are not measurable, and that sort of predispose the system such as so that you don't actually have the actual entanglement and the actual propagation of this is not information that of this different result through long distances. But the point is that at some point in the 60s, I think there was this. I'm not really expert on this because I read this on popularization books, so I never studied it deeply.
You're going to bring up Bell.
In deep
Sorry
detail.
to interrupt. Bell, right?
Because it's sorry.
I said you're going to bring up Bell. I said sorry to interrupt,
Bell.
but
The Bell inequalities. Yes, he proved a theorem saying, look, if Einstein is right, you're going to observe this if you make this experiment, and then you're going to observe that if entanglement is and so-called Copenhagen interpretation is correct, or better if there's no possibility of hidden variables, such as saying that the quantum state was already predetermined before the separation, and then the guy called Alan Aspect came and made experiments. But again, I read those on basically the same books that as you people have. So I've not read the original papers. I cannot discuss that in detail, but I know that that experiments have been done that proved Bell's inequalities were observed, and so it was Einstein was sort of it was proclaimed wrong, right, in this particular instance. And what I know, for instance, from my own experiment, is that recently we came out with a measurement of entanglement for in top anti-top production at the LHC at proton-proton collisions. You produce a top pair, top quark, and then an anti-top quark, goes in the other direction, and these are in an entangled state, and then they decay, and they decay in two separate points, which are close from our perspective, but they're far apart with respect to the possibility of the 2 points of decays, the two decay events being causally connected. The two points where the two top quark, the top and the antitop, decayed, they were proven to be not causally connected, so spatially separated in relativistic language. And so, and the fact that the correlation between what was measured for the two, say angular distributions of decay products and so on, the correlation between the two were the same that was predicted by an entangled state. So they were actually decaying in ways that were correlated, but the two decays happened at places that were spatially separated, so not causally connectable. So the fact is, as someone was pointing out earlier, as someone was pointing out earlier when I first joined, someone was saying something that is correct, which is, okay, it's true that two measurements can happen at places that are spatially separated and very far away, so they cannot be correlated causally by sending a signal. But then the fact that if you measure, so the red ball here, you know that the other one is blue, as someone was saying, you have to tell the other person that you know that your ball is red, and then see, okay, I predict that your ball will be blue, and then they open their box and say that, oh, you were right. But then you have to tell them. If you don't, then it will be just a correlation that you can measure a posteriori. You can do it afterwards. After the two observers have made their measurements, you collect them, someone collects them, brings them someplace and looks at them, and same as we did with the top anti-top, and we look at the correlation between the two, and we see that we respect what was predicted by quantum correlation. But there's no way, as far as I know, to use this entanglement to actually transmit, to actually broadcast and transmit a signal faster than light. That is still not possible. Even you cannot use.
And there lies the problem. And that's exactly where the problem lies. The transfer of information.
Yes.
You hit it right on the nose. Yeah. Sorry?
Someone was pointing it out earlier. You cannot use this to transfer information, to actually transfer information faster than light.
Well, exactly. That's where the problem comes in. Then how would one know what the other box saw? That's exactly what Einstein was, and they wrote the paper, right? The EPR, Einstein, Rosen, and Polanski, I think the other gentleman was.
Podolsky,
yeah. So that's where the famous paper, and that's the argument right there. Yeah, that violates the speed of light. So, that's
no,
a
it
problem.
doesn't violate the speed of light because you cannot transfer information. Actually, you cannot transfer information in an effective way. That's.
Well, then how would you know? How would you know what the other box sees? Like, how would you know the other box is instantly? How could you make that claim?
You make the claim that if you know that the quantum state is entangled, then you would predict that if you see a spin down, the other one sees spin up, and so on. But you don't have a way of transmitting the information of what you see to the other person.
Right. So there's no real way of knowing this. You can just make the claim that you can
know
shoot
it afterwards. You can
across the universe.
The first person says I'm recording this measurement for this event, and then the other person far away records the first event, and then so on, and then they compare the lists, and when they can be brought together, same as we did with the top quarks, right? It's a one top quark. You measure the angular distribution of one, and you measure the angular distribution of the other, and you see that they are correlated in a way that is predicted by quantum correlation. But afterwards, it's not one top saying to the other, to the anti-top, look, I decay this way, you decay the other way. It's the initial quantum wave that was prepared such that was described that by the same wave function in a way. But yeah,
I understand that, but it's the claim. Sorry, I thought you were finished.
No, again, the point is, I don't have the whole argument here in front of me, because I read it somewhere again in a popular book a long ago. But there's a way of proving, of showing that this quantum entanglement cannot be used to actually transfer information in a useful way at speeds greater than light. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And you said you had to go. How about we revisit this at another time? You can go check it up, look up, and familiarize yourself. And maybe I'll do the same, and maybe we could try to figure out how this is possible, how one box could know what the other one is without violating the speed of light. How about that?
I can look it up, but I can assure you that and I have theoretical physicists friends who say that this debate about the interpretation is something that is not really interesting as far as theoretical physicists are concerned. They're not. They used to be, say, 1 century ago. Now they're not. But I'm not a theoretical physicist, so I cannot tell you much more than that. I know theoretical physicists, and they say this is something for the, in order to keep the public, but not something that's relevant to the theoretical physicists themselves. I know that it's not relevant to the experimentalists, because we can just make the experimentation, and for instance, we measured it with top anti-top. We did. In my own field, which is high energy physics. That's the only way. We cannot measure things on other galaxies in my field, because we're here at CERN and we'll be doing
No, I get that, and I appreciate that. Like I said, to me, that is where I find it really hard to imagine that they're not interested in this, because to me, that's like the crux of the matter. And to have like Einstein himself and 2 other prominent physicists question this, right? Like, I find it remarkable that not
and then
a lot
Einstein
more
died
attention is
in the
paid to it.
50s. Einstein died 70 years ago, and then things have moved forward, and then the Bell came along, and then Alan Aspect came along, and then they made this measurement. But this is not something that has to do with the predictions of quantum physics and quantum theory. It has to do with the interpretation. And so it's something that's more, it's more pertaining to philosophy than to physics, actually. Because because physics, especially experimental physics, I'm an experimental physicist, is concerned with what the theory predicts you will observe, and predicts and describes what has been observed so far, and is able to make predictions. That's the point for us. As long as that works, we're fine.
Okay,
so
I
can
guess,
show you a lot,
you have to go,
an enormous number of predictions which are found to be correct to a degree of precision which is incredible, like the famous G-2 factor of the electron, been measured with a precision of parts in a billion, right? The most precise measurements ever made by human race, right? It's coincides with the prediction at an incredible level of precision. So theory may be hard to interpret philosophically, but if it makes this kind of the prediction, then fine. And also, I have doubts as to the difficulty, the philosophical difficulty, because I've heard a colleague of mine, actually was a professor of mine, who now is retired, but is alive and kicking, and he was giving lectures, a lecture some months ago to philosophy students and to physics students about the standard model of particle physics, and he said that from an ontological and a philosophical point of view, quantum field theory is very, very solid. Now, he's the theoretical physicist, so I cannot argue with that. I cannot explain to you why, but the philosophical how to say basement of what do you say? No, not basement. The foundations of quantum field theory are very solid. That's what he.
Right. You want to go, Ziad? Because he did say he wants to leave, so I mean, I don't want to further pursue the matter. Does anybody want to say something else?
Well, I think he should be allowed to leave. Asking more questions seems to make him stay.
Okay, I got the message. Thank you and bye.
No, don't take that as a message. No, he doesn't. What a dick you are, man. What, like, seriously, man?
What are you talking about?
What is wrong with you guys, man?
Well, he's babbling, SE. My God, dude.
Yep. I'm a super dick.
We have a physicist here, and instead of being cool and cordial, I don't get it, man. Like, I don't get it.
You don't get babble? What are you talking about?
No, it's his first time here. It's his first time here.
It's not his first time here. He's been here several times, SE. He's been here babbling for many different times. Come on, dude.
I haven't heard him before. I haven't heard him.
That's fine, but that's fine. But we all know that just because you're a physicist don't mean crap to us. That's a little late in the game to be, kind of what we argue about out here is these so-called experts, all beautiful. So wonderful that now we got this expert.
Do you think there are any experts, Steve?
What?
Do you think there are any experts in these in the world of physics?
Well, there's a lot of deceivers. So if you're not following the language, you will get deceived. Yes. So expert, I'll be a little careful on that.
There must be someone who's an expert in things. Who's on song.
Yeah, if you're going to stay on the ground, and explain things physically that you see and witness, and you can test. As soon as you go to your babble, that's beautiful.
That person is not an expert, Steve.
No, I know he's not. That's what I'm saying. I'm calling out his babble. Yes, he's standing up for
it. You can only be an expert in someone else's fantasy that you adopted.
So you're saying you don't believe he's a physicist?
No. He definitely is a physicist, but what is a physicist?
Someone who studies physics or teaches it? I don't know. Someone who practices physics?
So by studying, does it mean that he knows? Or does he study because he is learning?
Well, he can study what's written down in the... Okay, go on. You carry on then. Go on.
Mr. Bro, what a quantum superposition. Is he a learned man and an expert if he's studying?
I'm not going to do it again. I'm not going to start answering if you talk over me again, so don't worry about it. Someone else can have a go.
Yeah, okay.
difficult question, I guess.
Well, conversational superimposition is not my thing.
Okay. I don't think it's anyone's thing, really. Because you can't do anything with it. It's not a thing.
Maybe not.
Maybe. Appeal to possibility.
Well, it's better than just people. I mean, people. What would you put in his place?
What do you mean by his place? Like as a living being?
Isn't it used for as an explanatory mechanism for for intangible things?
Quantum superposition is just an attempt to sound intelligent when talking about very commonsensical things.
Okay.
But superimposing, really, which is the superposition, superimposing an explanation of an interpretation of something that is very difficult and paradoxical to understand.
Are you reading yourself? Are you reading yourself Wikipedia right now?
No, dude, I'm fucking looking into nature. Using this thing right here called the brain underneath the skin here, inside the skull. If you remember where it is or know if it exists, I don't know.
So
maybe
you
it's
think all the physicists who study this are all delusional, idiots, deceptive, or a combination of all three?
As with most fields in hypothetical deductive model building, which is not poetry.
Okay.
It is simply what they are, him included, but as a mass, simply still adopters of ideas without any actuality to it. Other than the very fact that one can use one's imagination and create sort of oddities only limited by one's own intellect. So I guess what it really does is sort of like map him in a sort of intellectual development in accords with paradoxes, but it doesn't do much else. And just because he's a professor in a specific paradox that he has a difficulty with doesn't mean that he's not still studying it and trying to figure out what it is by
I
modeling.
don't think anybody claimed that. I mean, anybody who is more well versed in a subject can be qualified to teach that subject, and also still be learning that subject also. So
Obviously. You can,
But I
on
mean,
your own time,
quantum-
become more wise than a professor, and the professor, well, whether the professor
Absolutely.
even is.
Hold on a
So,
second, guys. Hold on.
you see the
Yeah, hold
problem.
on a second. Left lane, your camera's fixing to turn on. I don't know if you're aware of
I
it.
see you, left lane. I see you. I know
No,
what you
it's
look
left.
like now.
Yes, left lane, please do that again. It's about sincerity, genuinity, authenticity. Means contact.
Yep, we can see you too.
I can look like this and never have directness and hide behind this camera. Anyhow.
So how does
Obviously-
quantum mechanics actually work, and what is it used for? Gotta have some kind of usage. If it's a thing.
As of now, it's really a lot of it's a trend that is loaded with intellect, or well, it's supposedly being intelligent to know how it works, but those people that embark upon its trajectory really are stuck inside paradoxical thinking, which they are modeled to feel as if it is inescapable. So
Is that true, or is that just your interpretation of it?
call it my interpretation if
Okay.
if that's really is your question. I would say that it's true.
Okay. So there's no practical use for knowing quantum mechanics.
Well, there is a practical use for knowing just about anything that comes by you. Namely, quantum mechanics simply is that it's ideation stuck at binary thinking. So if you can now study binary thinking and well, really understand what a false dilemma, false dichotomy, and appealing to complexity. You know, if you really want to know what those things are, I mean, here is the
when they state that when they state that
groundwork.
quantum mechanics is a contingent aspect of modern electronics, and they talk about quantum tunneling, what do you think they're actually talking about then?
Well, that's where they're good at. They're really good at electromagnetic spectrum. That's where they build the computers and physical things that we use. They're really good at that. Don't ever forget that.
It's not really explaining the properties.
But what is quantum tunneling then?
This is going on a tangent. The original point is really here that
quantum mechanics. I thought we were talking about quantum mechanics.
I'm not red herring the red herring
okay.
or tangent.
So I thought quantum tunneling was part of quantum mechanics.
Well, quantum dash
what
something.
So you don't think so? You've got a very strict notion of what the delusion of quantum mechanics is, but you don't think quantum tunneling has anything? You've got no opinion on that at all? Isn't that part of it?
My opinion is now focused on quantum in of itself as a generalization.
Okay.
So here comes the point back. Okay, he doesn't know because he doesn't want to talk about it. I'll make this voice so as to make it sound like he doesn't know.
Well, I mean, you gave a very
How did I pick up on that like that? Man, okay, so let me explain before you interject with more questions that don't get addressed because you interject in the answer.
Oh, you do like your voice, don't you?
Okay, no. Well, yes, I do. Don't you like your own voice?
Yeah.
Do you go around?
Not as much as you like yours. I'm trying to ask you. You're making very bold assertions.
By liking my
fair
voice,
enough. You carry on then.
Well,
Carry
could I
on.
actually address what you're saying? Like, do
You're not addressing anything I'm saying. Why don't you address what I said about quantum tunneling?
Calm down, dude. I'm saying that's going on
Well,
a
then
tangent.
stay on track and stop bloviating.
And stop asking questions that goes on a tangent.
It's not. Quantum tunneling is an aspect of quantum mechanics, which practically
is.
manifests
And you
itself in transistors.
Okay. Anyhow, going back to all the ideas about quantum, simply, here's the thing. Did you not hear how, at any point when he was going to explain it in its theory, he was appealing to philosophy? So, namely, everything that is already just spoken is philosophy at the level or niveau that he is able to somewhat interpret. Then there is a boundary which is really crossing the border of call it false dichotomy, the superposition. Not that it really is, but false construct.
So you should have told him that instead of telling him to leave. No, don't you think that would have been a better tact?
Bro, I already said that priorly when I refuted both superposition and quantum. Did you? Fucking hell! I think I'm gonna leave.
So you don't think that people can study and figure out the behavior of matter and energy at the subatomic level?
Supposing. 99.9999%. .999999999 is not known, they say.
Well, you do
What is
understand that
that?
it's
What is
I'm
that
sorry.
exactly? Well, if the base position within your own field is that you can't know anything, only believe, then how the fuck are you gonna ever figure it out?
Well,
Unless
you
you
do
by
realize
figuring out modeling by figuring, like making a sandcastle, you know?
it's you do realize that it's fundamental to many modern technologies, right? Including lasers,
You're
semiconductors,
fucking up.
medical imaging. It's fundamental. It plays a crucial role in developing emerging technologies.
It sure does, so they say.
Oh, so they
Well, so
say.
okay. So what I would do is implore anybody listening who's not part of this back and forth, who wants to know what quantum mechanics is, and if if it is indeed just a philosophical pseudo nonsense, or
sure is.
practical applications of it, like quantum
What's it do?
tunneling, actually manifest themselves in the real world and actually are useful, then always look up quantum tunneling rather than someone telling you
Hold on,
what
you're
quantum mechanics is.
roboting. You're roboting.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, okay, possibly. Can you hear me now?
Still
No,
robot. Maybe
I think
right.
you're hogging up the bandwidth with your camera, man. Maybe try turning off your camera.
Yeah, I'll turn it off. I was tired of getting screenshotted. You know, I can see that on my end. Every time someone makes a screenshot. Whoa, it's quite a lot. I wonder who my fan is. Perhaps it's Bendy Space. Screenshotting for eternity. Definitely was a lot of screenshot in this one. And it's so quiet. Well, I guess that's what quantum does.
Well, that's why I don't really enter into conversations about quantum mechanics, because I don't know much about quantum mechanics, and I don't think anybody that doesn't know much about quantum mechanics should be really making claims about quantum mechanics.
It's like saying you don't understand how a claim functions, because a claim is simply not nothing else but a statement of what one believes is something of a something. Like
No, that'd be like me.
that's
That'd be
really
like me making
the
claims
point
about.
of a claim. You don't know, and therefore you claim. If you
No,
knew,
that'd
you
be
would claim. You
that
very
would be
smart,
make
intelligent human being.
that would be like me making claims about a internal combustion engine, right? But I know absolutely nothing about how internal combustion engines work.
Which is why you claim. Tee-hee.
No, I would have no place to make a claim about it because I don't know how they work.
You would have a place where you stand and just make the claim. And that is
Oh,
why you make the claim, because you don't know how it
so
works.
me saying no, a Hemi engine doesn't work like that. Even though I've
Bro,
never taken apart a Hemi engine, right? Would I have a place to talk about it?
BREUH, bro. Please listen. If you knew how it works, you're not making a claim. You're stating the facts. If you don't know how it works, but you have a proposition, a belief, a conceptualization, an idea, many of the other of these in the same realm or synonymous to believing, you'd make a claim simply because you don't know. And you don't need to know squat. Although maybe you
Well,
likely would
then your claim would
know
just be
the
unfounded,
sentence
then,
you
right?
make the claim with. Sorry, what?
Then your claim will be unfounded because you have no place to make a claim because you don't know shit about it.
Well, welcome to the scientific methodology that makes claim on hypotheticals. Do you now understand how it works?
No, but you shouldn't make claims about things you don't know.
You
And then claim
definitely
and then claim
shouldn't,
it
which is
and
what,
claim it
bro.
some sort of truth.
You
Or,
realize the you
are you
realize the hack,
trying to speak some sort of truth or something? Like,
bro. You realize the hack. You shouldn't make a claim about something you don't know. Whereas, in fact, the scientific establishment says that you do not know anything, you only believe, because belief comes antecedent to knowledge, and therefore you cannot know anything other than what you believe in, and that's the knowledge. Although
okay.
what you is not real knowledge, because belief is really catering to someone else's, what is it now, an idea, and thus you are stuck in recursive ideas.
Well, if you make a claim about something that you don't know, maybe you probably shouldn't make that claim because you don't know about it. But therefore, if you're claiming about something that's very,
Flawless.
very, very heavily not known about a lot of people, maybe you probably should make that claim because you're probably going to be wrong in saying that it's fake and it has no sort of validity in reality. Because in
Yes, and like
actuality,
the claim is going to be flawed.
quantum mechanics is very, very, very important, right? Especially when it comes to emerging technologies.
Well, if you don't know anything about it, then you can't claim that it's very, very, very important.
It
Because
is
you
very,
don't know
very
how it works.
important
Don't
because
you
you can
understand?
study it.
You
Because you
sure
can
can,
study it. Because,
yes.
oh
Yeah,
wow,
yeah, you sure
wow! You know
can.
what? Computing is very fun. It's a fundamental thing. Lasers,
Okay, you gotta
semiconductors,
sound like a
medical
YouTuber.
imaging.
Important topics, bro.
So when someone sits on Discord and makes claims
Yeah.
about mechanics that it's foolish
Uh-huh.
and it's not a real thing,
Oh,
you're just making a
oh,
silly
really?
claim that we can just dismiss.
Okay, now what?
Exactly.
So what's your point?
My point is that you don't know what you're talking about. And maybe take the time. Maybe take the
That's not your
time
point. That's
to
your
go and
claim.
maybe take the
Do you
time,
know what
right?
I'm
Go
talking about?
just
You
do
don't. You
something
made a claim.
simple. Do
You fell on
something
your own
simple,
logic.
like do something simple,
Bro,
like maybe go and research the uses of quantum mechanics, and maybe you'll
bro.
be more educated about quantum mechanics instead of
Sure, like
saying, "Oh,
perhaps I
I don't think it's actually practical in nature because it's not a physical thing, and
perhaps I
we can
did
sit
that,
here and
but
talk
you don't
about it
know. If
because
you made a
I
claim
don't really
about me not
know
knowing, and
I
now
don't
you
really
do what
know about
you said I
mechanics
shouldn't be
because
doing, which is
it's not
making
a
a claim
fundamental
about what I
it's not a
supposedly know
fundamental
without actually
process of
knowing what I
nature.
know, because you just have a hypothetical imaginary fantasy that's running rampant, and you can't paradoxically see your own paradox, which is very much gonna be restated now because you're silent, which is this. You just said,
I'm silent because you're
"Oh,
speaking. Go
bro."
ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for your patience with listening through the response that I'm now going to give you, okay? Please remain calm and patient. So, you just said it would be very stupid to make claim about thing you know nothing about. And then you went on to claim the supposed position to my knowledge or lack thereof in accords with quantum. And then you attempted to teach me through your own frustration, making a claim about what I know, who I am, in a sleight of hand, and then really getting upset by yourself making a claim without knowledge of what I know, what I have done, what I have studied or not, etc. And yeah, really just showing the paradox of your mind, meaning your quantum superposition. So I guess quantum superposition is real. Have fun with it.
Mhm. Yep, it is a real thing.
Yeah, if you live in a contradictory state of mind, because perhaps
How
there's
does
brain
semiconductors work
injury,
again?
then it is real, very real.
How do semiconductors work?
Sorry?
How do semiconductors work? You know?
Red herring.
You don't
How
care?
do they work? I don't know how they work. How do they work?
It's a good question.
Moving the goalpost into a attempt to figuring it. Well, do you want to make a claim about how they work?
No, you should probably study it. You know, do your own research.
Very good. So, if you study a claim, what are you doing then?
You're studying. You're reading.
Well, sure. Those are the first basic things you're doing if I said that you were doing them.
So,
if you are studying, yes,
basically
you are
they work.
studying. Correct. 1 point to you.
So here we go. We're both about to learn something. Semiconductors work by controlling the flow of electricity, acting as a.
But you're cutting out, so I guess we're learning nothing.
Yep. Acting as.
Oh my god, I think I'm going to explain it then. A semiconductor is a material with electrical conductivity. So it has nothing to do with quantum. It's like saying a
Semiconductors work by controlling the flow of electricity, acting as neither perfect conductors nor insulators, but rather material that can be turned or to conduct or block electricity under specific conditions. This unique ability stems from their atomic structure and the behavior of electrons within their crystalline lattice. By
Okay, can you also break
introducing impurities, doping, their conductivity can be precisely controlled, enabling them to function as transistors,
Okay, so
diodes,
you
and other
imagining that you
essential
learn what
components in electronic devices.
Great. I'm glad that you imagine that you've learned it now since you read it.
Mm-hmm. That's a part of learning, yeah. Reading. I can go on.
You sure can go on reading off a page.
Semiconductors,
Keep
like
reading.
silicon, have 4 valence electrons, which are electrons in their outermost shell that
Jesus Christ
predicate
was
in bondage.
from Nazareth. He loved cookies. The behavior of charge carriers, which include electrons, ions, and electron holes at these junctions, is the basis of diodes, transistors, and most modern electronics. Some examples of semiconductors are okay. You
Here we go. We're both learning.
You enjoy this?
No, we're both learning.
Germanium, gallium arsenide, and elements near the so-called metalloid staircase on the periodic table. Okay, what did I say? What did you learn?
We're both learning. Now, if you still confused about that, some of those words that are in there, you can go and further research what those individual words mean.
Holy shit, don't you say? Wow,
yeah.
I didn't know that. Thanks for that tip. So smart.
That's called learning, yeah. Yes,
no,
that's called learning.
Studying. That's called studying. Looking things up.
Pretty much, yeah, same thing. Roughly the same thing. Learning, studying.
On your own.
Accumulating knowledge, yeah.
Learning is not equated to studying. You can study and learn.
Or we can just deny everything and say it's all fake and it's some sort of paradoxical.
Learning is not equal to studying. Is not equal to learning. You can study for years and not learn the shit about something real.
Anything you study, you can learn.
No, not really.
No.
I understand gold medals for last.
I could study.
You like that so much.
I could study
Gold medals
incorrect
for
information,
last place.
and that's still learning something.
Gold medals for last place with the added emoji with the happy face.
I could study incorrect information. That's still learning.
Well, do you know what you're learning?
If I'm reading it, yeah.
Well, I guess I'm asking you, do you know that it's not real?
What do you mean by no? Well, I mean, it would have to be a thing if it's not real.
What do I mean by no?
What do you mean by no?
What does he mean by knowing?
By accumulating knowledge?
Knowing is accumulation of knowledge, or is knowing what accumulates knowledge?
And then understanding what I'm reading and learning?
What is understanding?
And then putting it into practical use? Would that be knowing?
Okay. Application, simply one word.
Mhm.
Yes. What about application?
I can apply the things that I learned in reality.
Sure. Sure. So I also can apply a hammer to a nail and build a coffin.
Yes.
What about it?
Someone had to teach you how to do that, right? They had to teach you how to build the coffin. You had to learn how to. You had to measure the wood to the right
Not at all.
dimension, and
No
then
one needed to teach me shit.
someone said, "Here, you have to hold. In order to put the nail in the wood, you have to hold
Bro.
the nail like this, upright, and then
No.
hammer the nail with the right amount of force."
You don't need that. Only if you're really deranged and don't understand basic
Oh,
shit like a
were you
nail
born
maybe
knowing
needing
how
to
to
be
do that?
perforated into it.
Were you born knowing how to do that? Because I wasn't.
Absolutism fallacy. So simply, you don't need to know how a nail goes into a let's say, or through a board of wood because you're building a
Really?
coffin by
So
starting
how
on
would
the
you know
building
how
a
to?
coffin project.
If someone
You don't
handed
need to. You
a
don't need to
hammer,
read up on and go to school about, let's say, using the tool now, which is the hammer and the nail and the board of wood, and I guess also a saw, because maybe that's how you get the board of wood and some other things,
okay,
unless you are sitting there with a knife and cutting it.
what would classify
Sure,
as a
tools.
tool?
You don't need any teacher to
Sure you
use
do.
these tools and have
Sure you
logical
do.
inference of what their use is. No, you do not.
So you could hand someone a hammer and you think they would just figure it out? Well, you know
That's
what? You
what
know what? You're
we did
fine.
during out.
You probably
I'm
would
very
eventually
probably
figure it
right.
out.
Thank you. Thank you for
You could, yeah,
realizing
you
upon
could,
making the
you could
example
figure
to
that out. I
yourself,
think.
spoken into existence, you realized your own confusion. No
But
problem.
if I hand a 3-year-old a hammer and a nail, you think they'll know what to do with it?
Depends on the 3-year-old.
What would make more sense for me to, hey, let me show you how to do this,
Well, just because it
right?
makes more sense for you does not mean
Someone who's
it is.
never seen a hammer and a nail,
Yeah,
you think they could figure it out?
definitely.
Might take some time though, right?
Not necessarily. If I gave you a toilet, what do you think?
I wouldn't have. I would not have no idea. Maybe it's a sink. Maybe if I saw water in it, I would think. And if I've never seen anyone use a toilet before, I would probably think, hey, maybe I can just drink this water.
Likely.
Prime example, I was in Afghanistan. We had showers, right? We had people that had never used showers before. They instead of using the shower, they went in the shower and took shits.
Well, that might just be a case example of lack of intelligence rather than intelligence.
No, because they never seen showers before.
Okay, so there is something you can adjust, and the adjustments to it gives rise to water emerging from some spot. There is another adjustment I can make that makes the properties of it become hot or cold. It's falling down, and it is also allowed to escape through holes in the ground. I mean, only your imagination limits you to what you can do with water falling from something that you can adjust. I mean, I guess the first thing most would do is, I guess, fill a bucket or fill something, likely just drink it or sure. Eventually, maybe you realize that I'm quite dirty and smelly, and water does clean. So, this is not so stupid, actually. Oh, wow. Oh, this is what it's for. Okay. Or a really good use of it. You thinking a shower just is a shower to go and wash yourself is really just you having an absolutist claim about the functioning of a shower just because it's named shower. But you can obviously fill
a bucket with water and add soap in it and use the shower as a means to acquire water for cleaning.
Of
course. So is the shower now only for washing yourself?
Yeah, but a shower is not meant for defecating.
Well, so you see now maybe perhaps why the person or a group of people, hopefully not was it your group of soldiers or something? Maybe
No,
it's an IQ
it was
test, or
one
I
of
don't
the
know,
no, it
a
was one
lack
of
of
the Afghan.
imagination, a lack of use, a lack of knowing its possible use, I would call that.
But I'm just showing that you can't just hand someone something and they're just gonna know how to use it right off the bat.
But you could shit in the shower, but maybe you need to like push it down the drain so that it escapes. So it is a way to remove shit. So I'm not gonna say that it's the the dumbest stuff I've heard.
Right.
What now then?
Don't know. I guess we can use showers to shit in.
You definitely can. I mean, you can shit in a bucket.
Sure.
So what more?
Nothing.
What are we doing? Are we training? Is it just a general thought experiment for you?
No.
So what about reading, acquiring knowledge that we can read and yes, we can learn? Was it that was so necessary to state earlier, as if that was like complex and newfounded intelligent not obviousness that obviously is the first thing I guess you learn even in kindergarten, at least here.
Just showing that that learning certain things that are practical in reality that we actually use, instead of just claiming that it's some sort of unfounded philosophical belief that has no boundaries in reality. No, that's what you were doing with quantum mechanics, quantum physics.
Bro, please listen to the sentence, which is the being having the belief is in reality, thus the belief is founded in reality. But whether it is actually equal to or speaking or describing reality itself, now that is another thing. I never claimed that it was unfounded in reality, because reality is all that is, and it can only be founded in reality. It can only be said in reality.
So quantum
But
mechanics
whether it's real is of another point.
Well, it would have to be real if it's being used to a very high degree.
No, I can also imagine that I'm being chased while driving down the road and hit the gas pedal and
It's a
speed
false
up and
equivalent.
drive, and it's a real effect to my imagined hypothetical deductive sanity, or if not just hallucination.
That's a false
So
equivalent.
it doesn't mean that it's real other than in my imagination, which is happening in reality because I'm the being living imagining. Do you follow?
If they were just imagining, then it wouldn't have any practical uses in reality.
Depends.
Depends on what.
Well, use your imagination and attempt to figure it out.
Use my imagination. Let's see. So, quantum mechanics isn't a real thing. It's just all the people that use it and use it for practical uses are only imagining that it's actually being used. So when they create these semiconductors and all these other weird devices, it's not actually doing what they think it's doing, even though they're making very, very precise measurements using it. Am I following right?
That is, yeah, somewhat in accord. It could be a great likelihood, sure. Simply, it's very obvious that one can think that something works in a certain way, build a system around it, think that the new things created through this thinking is actually
the thing that it is attempting to build, and so be also successful in building something which seems to be paralleling what initially it was born from, but ends up not actually having anything to do with it at all. Although actually the, let's say, thought form that was born from it could be parallel to or somewhat close to something else that's actually the real thing itself, and thus is sort of like modality or path or tangent that is attempting to speak of something that is real, but since it is a tangent and not the thing itself, it is well, not really able to be the thing itself. Could you follow what I said?
Sort of.
Yeah, so for example, with a human situation, you have experienced something with, let's say, your wife. Then you end up doing something that you think is, let's say, necessary due to your experience. Then, let's say you gift your wife something, or you give rise to something, a possibility or something. And then you end up doing that possibility. And then that the sole intent for this was to establish something good. And then you did that thing and it was good. Then when you're doing that thing, let's say you went on vacation, you learn that, oh, actually you had a false interpretation. But now you're on vacation anyway and then enjoying yourself and it's all good. So it turned out, right? It wasn't necessarily built on your hypothesis or claim, but it ended up being worthwhile, to say the least. And also in the same run with its conclusion, you being on vacation, you got to realize from your wife now being happy with you, talking with you again, what actually went on. What a great ending to, the assumption that had nothing to do with what it was really, although the assumption was built in reality. Just as much as a belief is, just as much as you imagining something also is built upon something that you suppose is a thing, hypothesize is a thing, etc., 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 etc. Go on to conceptualize is the thing, and then you learn isn't the thing. Because if you knew that thing, you wouldn't need to do that. Then you already knew. And maybe you would go on vacation with your wife as an apology. Or as we need a vacation. Or vacation doesn't mean, need to go escape somewhere, but time off of something. Then you go and do that, and then you realize that, now I went on the entire trip to the vacation not supposing anything throughout, and I could actually enjoy going on vacation all the time, from even when I started packing my shit till coming back, instead of just like in that moment on from where you realize the stressors to your imagined circumstances could get reduced because you actually learned the fact of the thing. I hope that was crystal clear, clearer than, well, what people interpret through the whoops, dropped something. Anyhow, that's it. Was that clear?
It seems like a lot to try and equate to knowing about a phenomenon that happened, rather than just knowing that phenomena happened and witnessing it. Seems like a lot to try and say, well, I'm doing this thing in reality, right? Everyone else is doing this thing in reality. We're all getting the same result, but that's not actually what's happening. It seems like a lot to to go through to try and claim that.
So you can have
But I
a witness.
understand. Go ahead.
You can have a witnessing of something you believe to be true while witnessing the thing itself, thus meaning you're witnessing by being based upon a belief, or the belief becoming, let's say, placed through the witnessing because you reason it to something that you think is the explanation to the thing you're witnessing, let's say phenomena. Doesn't mean that you're actually now knowing the phenomena. It means you know of your belief of the phenomena. But you can know the thing itself also. It just doesn't require belief.
Okay.
So when you look into the horizon that you say is a geometric thing, and don't realize that you speak of something that needs now to have a property of a geometric horizon, and you start to use the geometric horizon to explain the visible or apparent horizon, and say that the geometric horizon exists in reality, you're simply borderline hallucinating, and actually, well, simply hallucinating by definition, because you imagine something to be real that isn't there, called the geometric horizon, which blocks view on a geometric object. Or simply it could be a sphere or a circular object in reality, and we can say that the line that terminates the view on the surface of the geode is that geometrical horizon that can be both on a sphere and a flat plane, like a table.
Yeah, but then you have to believe that a two-dimensional surface could construct three-dimensional objects, which would be impossible.
Again, what did you say? A two-dimensional have to do what?
A two-dimensional surface, meaning the flat plane,
Yeah.
can obstruct three-dimensional objects.
You can just use a 3D software program to explain that one. But is it reality? Does it happen in reality? Is real life 3D, 4D, 5D, 6D, 7D, 80D? Or is that
Well,
projecting a language, the language, or let's say the, what's it called again? The jargon, rightfully named so, isn't that projecting the jargon of geometric language upon what is real as an attempt to hijack what is real through intellectual dishonesty, not saying that, well, this is me forcing upon something. Actually, really raping reality with my ideas about it. Trespassing.
well, no, because you can have three-dimensional reality, well, 3D reality. Well, 3D in a computer can represent reality, fairly
That's the
easily.
thing. It's, man, but that is a representation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Meaning not a reality.
Yeah, but it can match reality. You can make 3D
Matching
3D
reality is not the thing itself. Do you confuse the law of logic?
No, you can have three-dimensional reality match reality.
That's the whole point. It matches, but a match isn't something that completely or absolutely explains what it is.
I mean, it can. Like,
It
look at video
because
games.
anything can if you just use your imagination and
Yeah,
appeal
look
to
at.
possibility. It can, sure.
I mean, look at how
Doesn't
buildings are
go.
made, right? Sometimes they build them in CAD first, or three-dimensional 3D rendering software, and then they build it in reality, which would make it match perfectly.
Yeah.
and we can just remove the 3D software and draw in the sand and do the same thing.
Well, it wouldn't be as accurate.
Precision does not equate to realness.
I mean,
Bruh.
yeah, you could say that, but I mean, you know, you can be more accurate with, you know, 3D software.
Accuracy presupposes what now?
So you don't think I could build a building 10 feet by 10 feet by 10 feet?
Never
I
said
couldn't
that.
build that in reality?
Well, I don't know much about you, so I'm not going to make a claim about what you can or can't do. See how that works now?
Yeah,
Do
but
I need to teach you more of how to behave?
Do you think someone could do that?
Build what you just described? Yeah.
A building 10 feet wide by 10 feet long and 10 feet high. And they could build that in 3D software, right, with a door and a window.
Sure can.
And then they could get the materials and build that in reality to the same specification.
Definitely.
Okay, then.
Of course. Why wouldn't I accept the obviousness of me, let's say, drawing a doll that I'm gonna knit for my child, and then execute upon a recipe to fucking knit a doll?
Yeah, we could do that.
Obviously. And this is the same logic you use for building a house, bro.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes. You really think I'm this intellectually retarded?
No, didn't say that.
Then why are you asking me such a question?
You were saying something about 3D modeling not matching reality.
It's not the same. I construct upon something I artistically conceptualize.
Yeah. And then you can build it in
That is the point. Do you now see that if I artistically re-envision, yeah, it's hot really.
Oh, sure.
He's at the beach. Splitzy, you at the beach?
That these fucking creatures keep following me.
Okay, topic change. Goodbye then. Yeah, he needed to get out.
You can't know
Steve,
that.
you know what he just did, Steve? He asked me, what if I drew on a paper a building that was 10 foot wide, 10 foot high, and 10 foot in depth, or something like that? If I went on to, would I not build that in reality? Well, obviously you could build it in reality. Doesn't that mean that it's not real? Well, that's the point. He conceptualized the house or building or the, let's say, dollhouse that he was going to create. And then he went on and did it. And now it exists because he acted upon what he drew that also existed in reality, let's say on a paper or in a 3D software. And then he went on to use that as a blueprint for something that he constructed that also is in reality. What was the point? And then let's take a look at, well, now is born in reality because he created it, but his imagination prior to it, prior to even drawing it, also exists in reality.
What point was he trying to make, though?
Well, I think he's not trying to make a point. I think he's trying to figure out whether or not he is coherent in thought. And he needs me as a sort of like soundboard to say, yes, this is correct. No, this is not correct. Or, sure, this is obvious. I think that sounds like very probabilistic. Like what else reason does one have to ask about something basic being real?
Like me asking you now, Schlitzy, when you ride a bicycle, are you riding a bicycle?
I wish I had one right now. I got to walk too far.
Do you see how the premise does not allow for the question? Because the premise states the fact. Thus the question is, what is the question? Is it a question? Is it a rhetorical question? Or what is this question that comes after statements of facts? That being, if I now shit, and when I shit, which is now when I shit, am I shitting?
I tell you a fun fact. Apparently, it's a fact that if you learn to ride a bike, you can never forget.
Well, it depends on knowing. You could be in an altered state of mind, meaning you don't have access to what you know.
Well, I guess
In
the
that
only way
moment,
that you
don't know it.
I guess the only way you can forget is if you got knocked on the head and you got amnesia. But then there's a strange fact that people with amnesia do remember certain things, but not others.
Yeah. So you sort of debunked your own claim just now.
Well, maybe I actually kept it in play by saying, even with amnesia, you don't necessarily forget everything.
Well, that's just added extra just to ease the debunk that you had on yourself, really. I also agree that a person with amnesia doesn't necessarily remember everything. I guess that's why they have amnesia to begin with. So the logic, we have both recognized what amnesia entails, meaning forgetfulness or even memory loss, or just simply, if it's a word, forgettion. What do we call it? Dislocated memory, or like what more words can we make up?
If it never comes back, it may have well been destroyed.
But you get the point. If you realize or know what amnesia is, then you kind of debunked yourself. Because you just said that something that is learned can never be unlearned or forgotten or something else you said. And then you came with your own example that debunked yourself, which was that in case you have amnesia, or I guess Alzheimer's or other things, you didn't say Alzheimer's, but I'm going to say that because that's another thing, or brain injury, is that amnesia or what is it? Maybe maybe you're so stressed the hell out that you actually are impaired and like you don't remember. You don't even need them.
People get amnesia, and it comes in stages. So by the time they got like critical, they're fucked. I don't think they're going out riding bikes, even if they wanted to. They just couldn't.
Have you ever had brain fog?
Have I had brain fog?
Yeah.
Only when I've had too much drugs. It's the only brain fog I've had.
Okay, so you have had brain fog. Do you remember how things that you knew and could name, suddenly you couldn't name them,
although you had an inclination what they were, and even
No, I've never had that. I've never had that.
okay, so
Even
meaning
even
you are
if
inexperienced to how
even
you
in my
could have
heyday,
learned something but not know of it.
even in my heyday, there's not a time that I've, I might have overlooked something. Do you know what I mean? I might have been chatting to some ugly monster.
So you never talked with, let's say,
She's a good
someone
soul.
general person, just like you never talk with a human being before, or a dog or whatever it is, and then during what you're saying, what you were gonna say escaped you, or something that you were about to talk about, just like that. It was, I forgot the word, or I forgot.
Yeah, but that's not
What
brain
was I
fog.
talking about again?
That's not brain fog. Do you know what? A lot of people do that, and it don't mean that they're incapacitated, or it's just a momentarily slip. It's
That's what brain fog
you
is.
think to yourself, how many people leave their house and then they go back in their house, they're in and out of their house like a fucking fiddler's elbow. It don't mean that they forgetful. It's just like you've got things in your head and you prioritize things. So you might have to go back in your house 3 or 4 times to get everything you need to go when you wanted to leave in the first place. But that don't mean that you're
correct. So
brain fog or anything.
It is a brain fog, and you just explained it. But you
No,
don't
it's not
understand
brain
what
fog
brain
though.
fog is.
It's not brain fog because when you got
So you don't have
everything.
brain fog about brain fog right now.
No, because when you got everything, you just function as normal.
Okay, so what is brain
You
fog?
might tell yourself, shit, why am I always fucking leave my keys on the side? No, because you're in a rush. It's just displacement. So you put your keys on the side, you think you got them in your pocket, you leave the house, you think, shit, I left the keys on the side and I need them. So you go back in the house, get the keys. That's not brain fog, that's just fucking, I forgot. That's being disorganized. If anything.
Not necessarily.
But if you left the house and then you thought, oh, where am I going? Yeah, that's a different story. Or you're speaking to people in your head and you're not speaking to them on the phone. You're not using the phone.
That's not brain fog, that's hallucination.
Well, you could call that brain fog. Whereas you thought you was on the phone, but you're not on the phone.
You cannot call that brain fog.
Well, what is brain fog? What's brain fog?
That's the point. So why are you making so many claims what brain fog isn't if you don't know
I'm
what
not making any claims. I'm just saying you can't put your finger on this is brain fog because
then I ask
I think it's just some made up.
What is brain fog? Schlitzy, what is brain fog?
I don't know, whatever you want it to be. I don't know. You know, you brought in the conversation brain fog.
Bro, it's not whatever. Why are you using this LGBT? Why are you using this new age LGBTQ language on me? That it is whatever it is, or what I want. Sorry, it is whatever I want it to be.
No, because
dude,
it's just
my penis isn't whatever I want it to be. It's a penis.
Listen, one of these fucking phrases. These are little buzzwords. Oh, brain fog. Because it's really and truly, when you think about it, brain fog is a way to sell things. Yeah. Because, you take this, it will clean your brain fog, But when you really think about it, there's natural things, and they don't really need to be sold because they are what they are. If you want to put some more LGBT shit in there. It's what it is.
Almost saying what I say, which is that the thing is what it is, which is why I created the law of is, or is what it is. And what is not is.
You got natural products like mushrooms. There's certain mushrooms what apparently, you know, you don't have to rush to the chemist or go to your local health drugstore and get some chemical
I'm not here to
petroleum-based shit
marketize
to clean your
drugs.
brain fog.
Yeah, but that's what I said earlier about altered states of mind can make you not even know things you already know. Like riding a bike, you can get up on a bike and you're like, what the fuck is this thing? And then you're looking at what you're holding and you have no recollection of what it is. So thank you for providing the evidence to what I was saying with another example. So now I think we have like 5 or 6 different examples to how something that is learned can be, well, upon its view, can be completely unconnected from learned knowledge or its knowing through certain states or scenarios, etc., really only impeded by our ability or really lack of experience. So, anyhow, I'm glad we debunked that together, and your claim now has multiple points to it that lays it to rest, and we can move on. And I think I'm gonna take a break now, so I'll see you around. Have fun, man. Bye.
What new globe proofs have we got? That many, guys.
We should all study the force of perspective. Like when the train tracks are touching each other at the end, they must be, right? Perspective must make them touch. So there's a perspective force, just like Coriolis. Learn about it.